You are watching the Vodka stream.
Heyo, what is happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. It's Friday. I don't know why I went there to that. What was that? Rebecca Black? Yeah. Yeah, that song. But what's happening, guys? Made it through another week. Let's talk some nerdy stuff. We got Raya coming in. Raya's been on the stream before, but just in the panel. So I was like, you know what? Let's get to know Raya a little bit more. So I'll have a little one-on-one with her, and then of course get people in here, and we'll talk about all the craziness of the week. James Gunn's old post and where the DCU is headed. It's funny because I posted my clip for today, and I posted that. It was getting some traction on Twitter, and I was like, oh boy. It's going to be a topic of discussion. But it hasn't been too crazy, at least in my mentions. It started to get a little crazy, but then it just okay, now it's not as crazy. But yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Rebel Moon, some more Rebel Moon stuff coming out. I mean, it seems like now we're just going to be getting just little bits and pieces of Rebel Moon details, which is great. Pepper it out. It's hard when everything just comes at once. Like it's just a rush of just information. I love the fact that they're kind of peppering it through. I mean, because that Netflix event was a little while ago. So it was like, all right, everybody, now the embargo is lifted, the trailer's out there, and now it's like, all right, little details, just pepper it out there. Anyways, okay, well, let me take my vodka shot. Got the flash shot glass today. I don't know where my Batman one went. I also had a Green Lantern one too. I don't know what happened to him. Anyways, cheers, guys. See, vodka's better when it's fully cold. I had to go to the store. Today because I was out. So I didn't get quite cooled off in the freezer. But and then I'm also drinking this Cutwater Vodka Mule. Figured why not? It's out there. I like whatchamacallit. I like mules. And I figured why not? Let's try it out. So cheers. Tasty. 7% alcohol. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's hope it's nice to me. That's all that matters. What's going on, Dan? How you doing? We got X-Fire right here. I'm begging for Anya Taylor-Joy as Poison Ivy in the DCU. That would be something. That would definitely be something. Okay, what else we got? Who else we got right here? Yeah, so let's go. We got Tiz right here. Good to see you. We got Missy Metropolis. Hello. Good to see you. What's going on, Phil? Always great to see you. Phil will be joining later. Probably, and Mr. Droga too. What's going on, man? We got Game City Savior. I've always heard about Raya, but never even seen her avatar. Well, she's always in the chat. She's usually in the chat. She roams around the chats, and she has her own YouTube channel too. So, yeah, we'll talk about all of that. So, of course, there she is right there. The Glimmering Harpy. That's right. See, that's one of the things. Anytime I have somebody on here, I'm like, what how did you decide the name? It's always fun. What's going on, Eleanor? Happy Friday, Saturday. That's right. Dan is saying, hey, Ray, do you remember? We got Jacob here. What's going on, man? Good to see ya. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Reply to your stream tweet with a theory. I want to know your thoughts. I'm going to get drunk for the stream. All right. Okay. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. Yeah, well, when we get talking about it, and we'll talk about that. It has to do with the recent reveal, the recent little details when it comes to Rebel Moon is the fact that there's going to be an Army of the Dead Easter egg in there, or a Planet of the Dead Easter egg, we should say. But yeah, we'll bring that up when we start talking about that. What's going on, Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan? What is happening? Hey, Dave, who do you really created Batman? Bill Finger or Bob Kane? Or do you think it was both that did it? It was mainly Bill Finger. Bob Kane, he had the idea, but have you seen what Bob Kane? Did you see like what his design looked like? I mean, I think maybe Bob Kane had the initial like idea of a dude that was going to have like some kind of wings and something like that, and have like a bat inspired costume. But if you look at what his design, like Bill Finger came in and just was like, no, let's let me tweak this up a little bit. Let's do all this. So let's see what else we have. All right, we got Fire Mutt. How's it? It's going pretty good so far. Not too shabby. Can't complain. What's going on, Jacob R? What's happening? Let's see. Okay. Well, that's cool. So hopefully you guys are doing good. All right. I think that's pretty much up. We got Azteca. What's up? Everyone in the chat. Going to make myself a michelada. There you go. That's something right there. Gotta like that. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not really big on the tomato juice michelada. I'm not really big on those, but I know there are people who are big on those. So, and I don't know. Anytime I would have something with tomato juice, that would be more like a breakfast drink. I think, I would think that would be more like a breakfast drink. Yeah. I've had like Bloody Marys before, but that just feels like a breakfast drink. What's going on, Mr. Everts? Good to see you, buddy. All right. But yeah, more of that. More of like a breakfast drink. I can't even remember the last time I even had like a Bloody Mary. I think the last time I did was, I was traveling for my job a few years ago. I was traveling for my job and I was at the airport over here. I was traveling up to Portland and I think I had one because I was like, I was waiting for my flight. I had like an hour or so. So I was like, screw it. It was early in the morning and I was like, all right. And I was like, all right, let's just get a little breakfast drink right here. So nothing wrong with that. So how's it away? How's it is a way people say it in Hawaii. I figured there was like something like that. Makes sense. I thought you guys said aloha, mahalo. How's it? Is Z part of the Hawaiian alphabet? Because I know the Hawaiian alphabet's a little strange. Bill Finger largely responsible for a lot of the concepts that went into Batman idea but yeah, there you go. That's why it was great because, it was great that they finally, I think Batman vs. Superman was the first time live action that they gave credit. They gave credit to Finger, to Bill Finger for the first time. That was the first live action that they actually did both. That was pretty cool. Sticko Media, what's happening? Heyo. How you doing? We got Jose here. Yes, happy Friday. Good to see you, buddy. Can you tell your Dodgers to stop winning? As long as the Giants sweep the Padres, that's all that matters. Need the Giants to sweep the Padres. Padres suck right now, so hopefully that'll be the case. They won last night. It's going to be, a 4-game series, I think? Yeah, so I'm hoping for that. Keep that wild card. There's no way the Giants are going to be catching the Dodgers when it comes to at least the division. No way. We got Stephanie T right here. Good to see you. Good evening. See, I heard that in the voice of Alfred Hitchcock. Yeah. What watch you been watching lately? Like a show? I don't know. I don't really have I got to catch up on things. I got to catch up on my adventures with Superman and everything. So I'll just drop that. Let's see. You're talking about your game? Yeah. I didn't see it, but I was talking to my neighbor about it. Apparently it was like something happened where it was like they almost came back from like a 7-1 deficit. Something like that, right? I can't stand IPAs. My go-to is beers or white ale blonde. Yeah. Hey, whatever you could do. Like I said, I mean, you know, I try to now. I try to get something that's a little more hydrating. So I'm not waking up tomorrow like, because there's been times where I've woken up and I had like a really gnarly hangover like a month ago, and I was like, all right, I need to not. There's certain things. It's like, all right, certain things, certain steps. So that's why I'm like, all right, it's got a lot of water in it. It's got a lot of water in it. So I want to hydrate my booze, hydrate the booze. So that is pretty tasty. I just wish it was colder. What could he do? Once he didn't make an error, they tied. Oh, is that what happened? Womp, womp. Well, it's okay. They got like, they're winning like crazy, and Mookie is just going crazy. He's on a tear. He's on a freaking tear when it comes to what's going on. But good on Mookie. I like Mookie. Even if I don't like the team he's on, I still like Mookie. All right. Let me go ahead and set up the tweet. Get the guest in here. Find the stream. Okay. Don't do that. All right. There we go. Sorry. Had this set up already, but we're good. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Got that. Put the names up. All right. You've seen her in the chat. Now let's get to know her in person. What's going on, Raya? You're muted.
Oh man, how embarrassing. Yo, what's up?
Oh, hey, I do it all the time. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, dude, I was like right in the midst of retweeting, and then I'm like, oh shit, he's clicking me in right now.
No problem. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I've been out of the loop a little bit, just some IRL stuff, but I've been, kind of at a distance trying to keep in touch with folks. I love watching everyone's shows, and just, even if I have no clue what the topic is, I'm just like, yeah, what's up, y'all? Like,
hey, I know you show up in the chat. I love it. That's what I love.
It's just the kinship. I'm like, y'all are the homies. I'm like, I have no clue what y'all talking about. I haven't seen movies in like 2 months, but hey, what's up?
Like, I'm here. Smash that like, thumbs up. Blah, blah, blah. Hi, everybody.
Yes, get it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what's so great about you is like, you have your own channel, but I know, real life stuff gets in the way. So sometimes content that, isn't flowing as much. Sometimes you'll have a bunch and then, there'll be like a break, but you always manage to like show up in people's chats to try to just like root the other people on, which is always great. So nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, totally. And I was just, like clapping you up the other day about like how like the hell do you get this content out consistently, like even with like a whole ass like family, career, everything. That is just like that's what's like, fuck yeah, I want this guy to like like make it big so he doesn't have to like like work a 9 to 5 and just do this. Like if he's doing all this with like the limited bandwidth he has, then imagine what he could do like full time. So that's why I like hanging out over here.
Yeah. No, I mean, I appreciate that. But yeah, it can be difficult. But luckily, my job's not like the standard 9 to 5. It is very much I make my own hours kind of thing. So that does help. And I work from home. So that just immediately just that helps it big time. Like, and hopefully it stays that way until maybe I could just do this full time. But because I can't even imagine going back to an office. I'm like, hopefully that doesn't happen. But
yeah, like no, I'm in the same boat. Like I'm a hard pass on ever going back to an office as well. And like even like still when I was going hard in the paint on making content, like last year, like I was doing streams, I was like experimenting with shorts. It was a lot of fun, but I was just one of those unfortunate people who kind of got that burnout. And I've just been taking a break ever since, but I've been gradually trying to shift my, I guess, challenge myself more to make edited content. And I found that even though it takes longer than, turning on a stream or making a short, I actually enjoy it a lot more because I give myself time to just, whittle away at it.
Yes.
And I noticed that like the more time I spend on something, the more like I find things to edit. So I kind of get compulsive about that too, which I'm trying to break out of. But it's been a learning process as far as like getting my editing techniques down, trying not to rely too much on jump cuts, trying to actually read scripts in a non-robotic way. Like it's hard, it's
It
a
is
gift
hard.
some people have like honed over the years that I'm just trying to emulate.
Yeah, no, I feel you because I editing is fun. I love editing, and then especially when you spend time on something, and especially when it comes to shorts. I mean, shorts are a unique challenge because I mean, when it comes to YouTube, they have to be a minute or less. So to try to condense something down to a minute, that's always a challenge. And I actually like doing that. Even like the clip I did today, I had like a 3.5 minute just spiel on all the stuff, the DCU stuff and whatever the hell. And I was like, all right, I got to condense this down to a minute. So I took like an hour and a half and just condensed it down into a minute and just like repeat it. And it's just fun. It's just fun. And it's something that, I mean, before I wasn't really doing that much, but then now when I do my clips or shorts or whatever the heck, shots, whatever, I do actually like go like, all right, how can I make this, be a little bit more flowy and add some things to it and not be where I'm, obviously you want to, like you said, it's hard to just talk perfectly the whole time. You got you got little foul ups. I mean, when I'm reading something live, Jesus Christ, there's sometimes I'm like, I can't say that word. It happens a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, like another thing too that I've noticed, or I'm trying to, appreciate more and give people props for that is sometimes, overlooked is when someone is able to have their audio on point. It's just, that is just gravy, like, just buttery smooth syrup all over the pancakes. Like, you're there for the substance of like, the pancake, right? But it's the syrup and the butter that really sets it off. And like that's the audio quality. And then like the presentation of the content as well. If you're able to get your branding like unified using the same fonts everywhere, like high resolution, like logos, and your thumbnails are looking tight, like, oh man, that buttery syrup. Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
delicious. I know, you're right. I
Oh,
mean,
give me
there's so many,
more.
yeah, I know. And there's so many videos you could watch out there that say like they basically will say the same things over and over again. But then it'll be like something like, oh yeah, well, just use it. I mean, I see it all the time. I even saw it recently. Sorry, I thought that thing was falling down. I have a like little sticky thing on there. I got to get new ones. So I occasionally hear a little and I'm like, uh-oh, it's falling down. Gravity's taking over. No, but and I even like when I was looking at my YouTube homepage, it was like Mr. Beast gives his tips to do this. I'm like, okay, I've watched those. I've heard what he talks about when it comes to how he created his channel and how he went viral and how the approach that it takes to crack the algorithm and all that stuff. But it's like, well, that works for his content though. It's not everybody's doing exactly what he's doing. It's like when you're doing like live streaming, like I do a lot, it's kind of hard to be like, all right, what can I do to try to, get some more views on this? And I mean, one of the recent things I started doing was doing like an opening is like, just have an opening as opposed to just like a little splash screen of like, hey, it's about to start kind of thing. I actually have like me just like talking about what's happening, what I'm going to be talking about on the stream. So it's always funny because you can dive down that rabbit hole and yeah, you could find certain things to take from there, but it's not going to work for everyone essentially. So
one feature I did notice, I don't know if it's rolled out for everyone. Maybe you're more knowledgeable on it. So you schedule your live stream, and then you're able to play a little trailer or something while people are waiting. And I'm just like, why the F are not more people using this? This is so lit.
there is something about that. Yeah, I remember seeing something about that, but I haven't tried it out yet. But yeah, you're right. Maybe there should be something, and maybe my little opening thing could be something like that, or I'll just come up with some. But then again, that's a lot of that's extra time I sometimes don't have to do because there's some times where I make those openings like sometimes 20 minutes before I go live, and then I got to edit it real quick. and then get it uploaded and make sure everything else is good. And then of course recently I just had problems with my OBS software where I can't use it right now, so I've been using StreamYard again. And it's like, going back to what you said about the crisp audio, I mean, I notice a difference now. I'm like, it's not the same, because I had my audio a little more dialed in when it came to the OBS software, because obviously it's a little more technical than this. And so I'm like, I know I'm missing it. I'm just like, hopefully I can get that whatever bug that's in there is out of there so I could use it again. But yeah.
No, I know what you're saying, because I live, breathe, and die by OBS too. And when you were mentioning YouTubers who give out, growth tips or, content tips or whatever, I personally for me, as not even just like a content creator, just someone who supports other content creators, that's probably what I'm most known for, other than my little gaming streams here and there. But I try to put people onto game as far as okay, yeah, don't focus so much on growing your audience, cater to the people who are actually here consistently,
Yep.
the 5-6 people maybe who comment or come through to say hi, figure out how to make your content better presented for them, and show your gratitude towards them by putting in that extra effort. Don't be defeated just because you wish you had more people. Celebrate the people who are here for you. And what I would do with Mike, with how I'm trying to level up my presentation, other than trying to increase my reach, was watching a lot of this YouTuber. A lot of OBS folks probably know Michael Ferrier Jr. Oh my gosh, yeah, I would definitely shout him out. I know that William is trying to move over to OBS as well, and he's familiar with his tutorials. But anyway, yeah, this dude is just all about optimizing OBS. And I'm sorry to hear that OBS isn't being your friend right now, but
I know.
yeah, I love that software so much. I can't believe that it's free. So I would use it all the time for my streams. It gives you so much more freedom as far as changing your layout. Calling in people is a little more finagly, at least for me. I would have to use Discord, and then it's not as seamless as someone popping on the screen as StreamYard.
Yeah.
So it's give and take, but I see that
where StreamYard is good, because I was trying to figure out how to use OBS with with this, and I was like, it's too much. There's so much, and I was watching videos and I'm like, way too much. Let's just use StreamYard. Screw it, You're
gonna need a beast mode computer. My computer's pretty good for being able to stream from multiple platforms and have high resolution output. But as far as making StreamYard sync it, or having that feed into OBS and then feed OBS to YouTube, that is another whole other ball game. I haven't jumped into that.
Yeah, no, it's such a weird thing, because I don't know what it is. Just for some reason, the playback on my screen in software, it's all super choppy, and it's all messed up, and it's all lagging so badly. And I've looked up videos, looked up everything, and everybody's all these videos that I've seen where it's all right, I just did this, so then I do it, nothing happens. I'm like, something happened maybe with my computer that updated and something got screwed up. I don't know. It's just it's frustrating, but hopefully I'll be able to fix it soon, because I really do miss that. But I did want to ask you, obviously I wanted to you've been on the stream before, but never a one-on-one. So I wanted to get your origin story, when it comes to joining YouTube, and essentially just first let's just talk about just joining YouTube. And some people are wondering what a glimmering harpy actually is.
Yeah, totally. So I've been watching YouTube on and off for the past maybe yeah, more consistently over the last maybe 7-8 years. I got into more of the retro video game reviewing space originally. So I would watch a lot of John Hancock, Mad Little Pixel, Metal Jesus Rocks, all those folks who are just sort of pillars in that community of retro great gaming. And then I started to look more into movie, discussion, long form content. And that's sort of where I started to get more what is the word, recommendations on my feed for live streams. And I'm just oh, what's this? I see, someone talking in real time about, this topic. And that's kind of where I learned about what live streams are, was through, YouTube recommending this content to me, I would be watching film discussion essays on like superhero content, and it was right in that intersection of like right before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. So like a lot of recommended content was coming to me, and I was just like, what is this? Like, what's going on here? So that's kind of like where it snowballed into me learning about this saga. So I was definitely here like right when, you know, the takeoff, you know, like everyone was already here, and then I just sort of like showed up. I'm like, hey guys, what's going on? And then they were just like, you don't know? Like, and I was just like, no, I don't. I remember seeing like, you know, the original movie like in theaters. They're like, oh no, like, you know, F that movie. Like we're
Not about that.
the real one's coming out. And I'm just like, oh really? Like I didn't even imagine that was a thing. So I was just gradually like inducted into like this whole saga by learning through just these live streams, and it became so addicting to like, you know, to just sort of like witness news and history happening in real time, and then having that engagement and that like camaraderie aspect of seeing the same people in the chat all the time. And yeah, it was just the community vibes for me. I just enjoyed spending time with everyone that I was in the chat with, and I noticed that I was one of the few people who was willing to, you know, just be like transparent about, you know, their identity. Like I didn't hide behind an avatar. Well, like I do have an avatar, but I was transparent about like, hi, like, you know, my name's Raya, like, you know, I'm a real human being. I'm more than happy to chat with whoever. I'm kind of an open book in that way. So I got like, you know, invitations to be on shows more, and I was just like, wait, what? Really? You don't really know me too well. But then I guess like once people started to see like, oh yeah, she's a real person and she stands like, you know, on all 10 toes on everything that she says. So I was just like, okay, yeah, like, you know, I feel like I'm not really that interesting to talk to, but yeah, more and more people just, you know, were more and more receptive to me once they saw my presence and realized, you know, I'm a like real human being. And I think that really helps a lot. So yeah, that's kind of, you know, how I got here.
Okay. No. I mean, that's what's cool about it. It's like, I mean, you're very like I said, I mean, when you show up in the chat and you know, you're telling everybody, you know, and again, I mean, obviously there could be some dramas that happen too between stuff, but you're not taking sides with all that, which I really respect as well. You stay out of that, and you're just like, hey, let's just talk nerdy stuff, which I'm all about too. You know, I try not to get into that stuff as well, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But so what is a glimmering harpy?
Oh yeah, so I was in the fan merch industry for a little bit. So I was making fan art of like video games, anime, different like, you know, nerdy geeky stuff, and I would design it and draw it all myself like on Illustrator or other digital apps, and I would send it to be manufactured into like enamel pins, keychains, stickers, acrylic goods, prints, all that stuff. And I would go to different conventions and sell it. So that was my brand name. But how I got inspired to come up with that brand name was I really love the Lord of the Rings films. And there's this bar or tavern in the first film called the Prancing Pony. And I always loved that bar name. I was like, I'm sure there's a bar out there somewhere that I need to find before I die that is called the Prancing Pony. So I was like, that name resonates with me somehow. Like for some reason, it's such a good brand name. And I'm like, I want my brand to be just as like, you know, iconic in my mind. It's iconic as that name. And I was like, well, I don't want to fully like, you know, rip off the Prancing Pony, because it's so iconic to Lord of the Rings that I'm like, I'm not going to be making all Lord of the Rings stuff. So I don't want to, you know, totally co-op it that way, but I do want to kind of take the format and with an adjective and a noun and see what I can do there. So as far as like geeky stuff that I'm into, like glimmering, that was added after I decided to go with Harpy, because I'm a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan, and Harpy is this mythical Greek or Greek mythology, you know, figure that's kind of an antagonist, kind of, you know, not really the like a heroic sort of figure, but it is iconic and has like this sort of like, you know, femme fatale, you know, sort of like aesthetic to it that a lot of people can imagine in their mind. So I liked that. It was like an iconic sort of figure. And glimmering was, the adjective that I wanted it to be associated with, because with prancing, it was just such a, like, or overly ornate sort of like, kind of like not really used in common tongue word that just sort of like it lingered in your brain as far as it being attached to the noun, the prancing pony. So I was like, okay, the glimmering harpy, no one really says glimmering,
Yeah.
but if I attach it to this noun that people have an image of in their mind, then that makes the whole sentence more memorable. The glimmering harpy. I was just like, yes, branding 101, got it. So I just sort of took the ball and ran with it from there.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's, when you're trying to start off, like, to try to come up with a name for your brand, it's always hard to be like, okay, you could use just your normal name, or you could, like, to come up with something. Film Junkie was just something I came up with like 20 years ago when I created an email. I was like, oh, I have to create a new email for whatever the heck. And I was like, well, I love films. I'm a film junkie. There it is. And then of course you tweak it just a little bit. Hey, I put 2 E's at the end. It's different. But so that was just like, it just stuck with me. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to keep it that when I started the YouTube channel. But yeah, I was just kind of wondering, like, how did you get to that name? And that's what's so cool. Like, I always like to get how did you figure that out? Because obviously, when you start this thing, there could be times where you go, for instance, it's kind of funny because, like, my all-time favorite band is the Foo Fighters. Okay. And Dave Grohl says numerous times that he just came up with the name because he got obsessed with UFOs. If anybody knows what a Foo Fighter is, it was like a term that was coined like way back when they saw these unidentified flying objects, and that apparently they just called them Foo Fighters. And even on the end of their doc, he even says, like, it's like, if I knew this thing was going to take off, I would have named it something different, because the worst fucking name I could ever come up with. And it's like, yeah, but it wasn't, because it works. And now, but it's just funny how it's like he immediately went to that, and then it just stuck with it. And you just never know, like, oh yeah. And it's funny because when I've been like, obviously I wanted to, we'll talk about Full Circle because we both attended it, but just when I'm just walking through and people are like, film junkie, film junkie, film junkie. And it's like, they know me more as film junkie than Dave, than my actual name. So it's kind of cool.
No, that's awesome. And I kind of get thrown off when people say, "Oh, hey, Harpy," or like they say, "Oh, hey, Glimmering," and I'm just like, "Oh, that's all right." Like, I would prefer that other than the kind of shoehorned nicknames that I get for my real name, Raya. Like, other people are like, "Oh, hey, Ray," and I'm just like, "Oh God," just like blow my brains out immediately instead of calling me that. Like, dead ass. Like, I hard pass on that one, bruh.
Ray.
Yeah, cringe.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't call it Ray. I don't even like that. That made me cringe. I was like, no, because I've always known you as Raya. It's like, no, it's like I would never even think about.
I'll even take Raya. Like, I've gotten to the point in my life where, yes, like, I'm just like, F it, just call me Raya. I don't care. Like, it's better than all the other options.
It's better than Ray for sure. Ugh. No, but yeah, it is interesting. Like, yeah, when people call you by your, because it's funny because, and then, even at like Full Circle, and it's just the fact that it's like, you almost know these people from their usernames. It's kind of interesting, like, especially when somebody has a username and not their own name. There was even times at Full Circle when somebody was like coming up to me like, "Hey man, love your stuff," and I'm like, "I've been in your chats." I'm like, "And what was your name?" And then they say the name. I'm like, "Oh, there it is. Pretty fly for a Filipino guy. That's what you got, because you don't know them by, obviously if they introduce themselves with their actual name, you're like, "Oh yeah, nice to meet you, Fred," or something, but you don't know who it is. And then all of a sudden they say their username. You're like, "Oh, that's what it is." It is kind of interesting when you actually meet people that have usernames and you read them in real life, because yeah, I did that so many times. I'm like, "What was your username?" "Okay, I remember you now," because that's what sticks. It's kind of interesting. We're all turning into robots.
Like, for me, I kind of read it as other people are just like not as comfortable being with their online presence as much as I might be. Like, mine is a one-to-one, like what you see is what you get, and then other people may feel more comfortable, on their own terms as far as like how they present themselves online versus like what they're comfortable with as far as like, IRL connections and stuff, which I totally get, like that's, their own personal bandwidth and decisions and stuff. But yeah, like for me, I tend to treat people who I, have a little bit more of like, a face-to-face interaction with, like you, for example, or Phil or other folks that I've gotten to meet. I try to teach, not teach, but like connect with people the same way. Like I don't want to, discredit my connection with people who aren't comfortable with, showing their face as much as other people. All
Yeah.
those folks are valid in my opinion.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's an interesting thing, this whole social media thing and meeting people in real life. And some people, yeah, would prefer it that way, and I totally get that because sometimes I'm just like, like I like I've been, talk about feeling the burnout. There's been times where I felt the burnout when it came to, like what you were saying and just like keep going, keep going. Not only am I doing the live streams, but of course doing like, cutting it up and editing a video out of whatever I talked about and then shorts and whatever the hell. I mean, yeah, it's like you just want to just, okay. I almost wish that like people didn't know who my, face was, like, especially when you go to an event like where everyone's, it's a little overwhelming, I think. And I felt like that when it came to SnyderCon in 2019, where it was just like, I've never felt that before. It was like, oh shit, there's like people who know who I am here. That's weird. And even when it came to Full Circle, it was like the same way. And I know it sounds like I'm like tooting my own horn, but I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, it was just kind of like, man, I kind of wish like, let's just, I just want to like be here for the event and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, but at the same time, it's cool to connect with people at the same time when it comes to that. But I can see why people are like, yeah, keep keep an avatar, keep like a username out there, and then you separate the two, I guess you could say, separating the real world and the fake world, or the matrix, I guess you could say.
No, I totally agree. And like for what you're saying, as far as like feeling a little overwhelmed and having that, online persona sort of follow you when you're just trying to enjoy events like IRL as like, a fan or attendant or whatever. I kind of experienced that a little bit too. Not saying that, my, footprint touches anything that you have going on, but when I do seldomly get like, recognized out there in the world, it does leave me kind of shook, because then I start to feel like a little threatened, maybe just like as far as like how I present myself online. What is the perception that other people have as far as like
Yeah.
is that going to ripple effect into like my IRL, situations and stuff. But I'm just someone who tends to overthink things like that. It has little to no bearing on anything else other than this like microcosm of like an internet presence that I have. So yeah.
I think we all do that overthinking thing, don't we? I mean, I do it too. I do it too. Like, leading up to like Full Circle, it was like, oh, okay. So, and then you're just like thinking, like, okay, I'm not saying that I'm just gonna get like, hey, and it gets swarmed. Obviously not. But it's one of those things where you go like, all right, there's gonna be a lot of people out here that do know who I am, and then there's gonna be other things too, where it's just like, okay. And then, obviously, one of the things that you and I had the privilege of doing too was the fact that we got to sit down with Zack Snyder, and talk about his movies with him. And that was pretty crazy because, I mean, I did it the first night, Man of Steel. You did BVS, right? You did BVS, or did you Man of Steel? I'm like totally drawing a blank. You did BVS, right? No, you didn't. You did Man of Steel after me, right?
Oh, no, it was I did
You did
the
BVS.
beginning of BVS with
That's right.
our friend Jacob in the chat.
That's right. Sorry. I was like, because I was like totally thinking, I'm like, wait, there was two, three. I was like 2 and 2. I was totally messed up that. Sorry about that. But yeah, you did BVS, because I remember when we got into the theater and you were sitting there, and I was like, and I came up to you and I was like, how you feeling? That, because I saw you looking at your phone and like kind of like going through maybe some notes or something like that.
Yeah, I was a little sort of I was kind of in a dissociative state, to be totally honest. I had tried to focus on the present by just trying to isolate the noise and focus on like some notes on my phone. I had just done a stream for what is it? The event prior to that. So like I think like the same day, or I was preparing for that stream and then getting ready for the interview or with Zack. So I was under kind of like, I was a little exasperated. So I was like a little like, not super plugged into my surroundings as much. So yeah, that's just to like give you context. Like when you walked up to me, I was like, totally like like
you were like, get away. And
I was like,
yeah, no. I saw you sitting there, and I was like, and this was before BBS started, and I just was like, I just wanted to see like, hey, how you feeling? Because I mean, obviously, it's nerve wracking. Every one of us that participated in that were like, whoa, like, because it was such a last minute thing too. When it came to the whole doing the commentary with Zack, and then him giving us time to, ask questions and do whatever the heck for our YouTube channel. I mean, it was like we knew something was going to happen, but we didn't know exactly what it was. It was because it was such a last minute thing. And I remember that Friday, that Friday we were at Target. Me and some of the guys were at Target, and we were just I think you showed up to the house that day.
I did. Y'all went to I think we went to go get donuts. You had just gotten Scott from the airport, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we just got. Yeah, that's right. So it's kind of a funny story because we got an Airbnb, a bunch of us, and I think we got there on Thursday. Everybody pretty much got there on Thursday, and then the next day, that was when, of course, the event was starting, and we were messaging, and you were like, hey, let's meet up, or or show up or whatever, and we're like, yeah, just come over to the house. And then my freaking dumbass was like, decided like, okay, well, we got to go to Target because we needed stuff, and I'm like, all right, I have one of the cars, so let's go. And then you showed up, and there's a locked gate, and I totally was like, oh shit, Raya was coming, damn it, Raya and Jacob. And you were out there for what, like 10 minutes before somebody got there?
Yeah, I totally thought, they're probably laughing at their actual Airbnb.
I was like, I felt so bad because like I got the message right when we were in Target, and we were trying to find things. We had Fear Jason needed a brace because he twisted his ankle pretty badly, and we were trying to find like an air match. I don't know. We were trying to find things, and I went, shit, I felt so bad. But luckily, I think Joey saw you out there finally. It's just like, oh yeah, there's a locked gate. She can't get in. So that was, apologize for that, but
no, it's all good. I'm stoked that I got to, come to y'all's crib, hang out a little bit. I was surprised how many of y'all were there, like at the same time. I was just like, I wasn't expecting to meet everyone, at the event. I thought folks would be so busy, attending the event and doing their own stuff that I wouldn't probably not get a chance to really talk or sit down with anyone, but I actually did, which is cool.
Yeah, no, we, I mean, it was just one of those things where we were trying to, especially for the people that are out of town, plane tickets and all that stuff. We were trying to keep the cost low as possible. So that's why it was like a few of us were just like, hey, let's all get in together and let's get an Airbnb. And the more people, the less it'll be. Of course, that Airbnb was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous because, it wasn't exactly what was posted on Airbnb. They kind of fudged a little bit of that, and people saw some of my videos, the bathroom that was out like towards the backyard that had a shower like completely in it, like literally a shower head right there, toilet right here. Very strange layout. And I even talked about the story that there's a back house that apparently the child, like the young kid who we saw there when we first showed up, apparently maybe it was like a parents own the thing, like he was just chilling back there, did not even realize. Such a weird thing. Did I tell you about that?
Yes. I love these anecdotes about the house. Like I caught a little bit of it when I came to visit y'all. And I love how the story evolves every time I hear it.
It was pretty crazy, like, but like I said, trying to cut costs and do all that stuff. So and you live up north, right? You live up north, Northern California?
Yeah, I'm in the Bay Area, so
Yeah.
it was no big deal to just, make it down to Burbank and stay there. And yeah, I got to, get an Airbnb with Jacob, and we just, were vibing the whole time, having a great, you know, tour of Pasadena. And yeah, it was awesome to spend time with him. I've gotten to know him because of your show. I met
Yeah,
him on the on one of the member streams,
that's
and
right.
I didn't really know too much about him. And then like he started to visit me on my streams, and I realized, oh, you have this like similar taste in music. We both love Mortal Kombat. Yeah, like he's just a super awesome dude. And when I found out he was going to Full Circle, I was like, dude, we gotta like meet up. Like you're one of the main people I talk to, like in streams and stuff. So yeah, super cool guy. I would definitely, say, if you ever see him in the chat, definitely, even though he doesn't talk that much, he has a lot to say about, film. He's actually very like articulate and mindful and thoughtful about everything that, he's very intentional when he talks. He's not just like a blabbermouth who feels like they need to, fill air with their voice like me. He's very just like targeted as far as like what he does say. So I
No, I got
appreciate
that
that.
sense from Jacob, and I know he's in the chat right now. And yeah, he could be fairly he could be fairly quiet. I mean, the times that he's been on those streams, he could be fairly quiet. So sometimes I'd be like, "What do you think, Jacob?" I have to like throw it to him to get him to talk a little bit more. And he's got great hair, of course. We love that big
He has
curly
great eyebrows as well.
great eyebrow. Oh, that's right. Didn't you guys like you got his eyebrows done for him, didn't you?
Yes, I had treated him to getting his eyebrows done, and
Nice.
they came out amazing, like way better than mine. Like yes, like it's amazing how like a little threading can just like lighten up someone's face. But yeah,
Exactly.
I also wanted to shout him out for being willing to do the interview with me as well, or like the live commentary, because I was like telling him like up until the actual moment we were going backstage, like I'm really just very stressed. I feel like why am I here? Why did they pick me? I just had a big, like, mountain of like just like this weight of like imposter
Doubt.
syndrome, like
Yeah.
why me?
Oh
Like
yeah.
there's millions of other people who would probably love to like and are probably way more deserving to have this opportunity. So I was like kind of, at the point of like crying about it because I was so stressed and I felt so unworthy. But everyone was just, so supportive, including you. Other folks
Yeah.
are just like, yep, like you're like they asked you to do this, like that's why you're here and you deserve to do this as much as anyone else. And I'm like it was just so hard for me to like believe that, so
Yeah.
even
No,
now,
no.
like
Yeah.
even now, like, I still think back and I'm like, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I know I would have like regretted not, doing it if I had said no. But at the same time, I do think of the other folks who I know deep down in my heart, would have been amazing to have that opportunity too. But I'm trying not to dwell too much on like what
Yeah,
could have
don't
been.
don't do that. Don't do that because it was just kind of one of those things because I remember when it was all being worked out, we knew that something was going to that he was going to do something. He just didn't want to do like Zack didn't want to do like, oh, let me just do commentary on these movies that I've done commentary before. So they wanted to do something different. We just didn't know exactly what it was. And I remember when the thing was getting organized and talking to people that were organizing it, they were like, well, okay, we want people that are like, that have like a, personality within the community or like have a voice or whatever, or have YouTube channels or whatever. So they were like, so it was just kind of like taking like some names. And I think that's where like, the picks came in when it came to that. But I remember, yeah, like I said, I was at Target and I was like, wait, oh, am I going on first? And I was like, oh shit. So yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, it's that imposter syndrome. It's that whole thing. Totally feel the same way. I think we all did. I mean, Scott, Steven, Rebecca, we all felt like that way, like when it came to that, because it's like, why us? But then, even like when I went on, I was just glad that it was Friday where they had alcohol. let's let's face it, that helped a little bit because I remember when I first got in there, Zack walks in, he says hi, we do early, bump him, we just like, hey, what's up, man, and stuff like that. And then he's got one of the drinks in his hand, and I'm like, hey, I mean, I already had like a couple before because I was like, oh boy. But I was like, hey, can I get one of those? If he's drinking one, can I get one too? So that like helped lighten it up a little bit, I guess, for me a little bit. I know like talking to Scott, he was like, man, it felt like he was more relaxed with it. I'm like, well, we had booze. It does help. Sadly, when it came to the second night, there wasn't that. But at the same time, it was like, oh, okay, this is what it's gonna be. We're gonna be on, and then it was like one of those things where it's like, oh shit, we're gonna be talking about the movie, and I'm glad, you had Jacob with you too, who helped out. I mean, it's always kind of nice to have like somebody there that too, that is like right there. I'm sure that helped a little bit.
It did, yeah.
Yeah.
It was really awesome that, I had someone who just sort of like be really transparent about, some
Yeah.
of like my insecurities and lack of, confidence in that moment, because I really did feel like, not only do I have this opportunity that I'm sure a lot of people would, in my opinion, probably be more better fits for it, but also like I don't want to like waste time as far as like the small window that I have uh, to talk about that segment of the film that I was in, or
Yeah.
that I was doing commentary with Zack and Jacob with. So I do have some recurring thoughts in my head of things that I could have done better, but ultimately
We
I'm
all do
glad
that.
that I'm just glad that I didn't
You
say
did a great
no.
job. You did a great job. I watched everyone's segment with them, and everybody did a great job. I think they did a good job of like the mixture of voices, the different personalities. I think was great because we all have our own individual personalities. We're all not the same. And I think you did a great job. You had some great questions and things that you said, and doing some commentary. And Jacob, not so much. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Jacob. Love you. No, but
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, but
He
just saying, yeah. I think we all had our own individual, and everybody did great, in my opinion.
Yeah, and again, just like big shout out again to Jacob for asking some really insightful questions around the score and some of like the intention around like the sound design as well, especially in the Bruce Ascension scene that also sort of like
Yes,
overlapped
that was
with
good.
the funeral. So yeah, just like Jacob knows is a kinophile for sure. Like, it could have been like a whole ass
Man.
like one-on-one with him and Zack for sure. Because he was able to speak to a lot more of like the nuance than I was. I was someone who, looking back, I was more interested in like, the intention of like the character design and the themes that may not that were subtext as far as like how I read the film, as far as like the presentation of like mental health and coping with trauma. And yeah, like those are things that I'm personally like very invested in, that I got to talk with Zach a little bit about, and try to kind of decipher his films along with him. Like, did you mean to like present this character this way,
Yeah,
like things like that.
I know. There's so many things, and I even have things too where I'm like, yeah, I wish I would have asked this or said that or blah blah blah. But I mean, it was, but like I said, everybody got a real kick out of everyone's time with Zach. And I mean, obviously, I've talked to Zach numerous times on here, so it was a little bit more like, okay, but I mean, it was different that he's like right there, and it was funny too because right before we went live, I looked at it, I'm like, who's gonna talk more on this, me or you? Like, because we both like to talk. So, but it was just, and then he laughed and he goes, I guess we'll see. It's like, yeah, so we'll see. But so I think just having the different personalities really helped out. But yeah, I think you did a great job. You have like that, you have a bubbly personality, let's face it. And I think it really added to everything that was happening. I saw people on the timeline cheering you on and stuff like that, and I was like, "Yep, good job, Raya. You're good. Don't worry." We're all, we all have that imposter syndrome, but when it comes to the end of the day, hey, it was a great experience, right?
Yeah, yeah, like I mean, I'm trying not to just, dwell on any sort of like perceived
Don't,
mistakes or anything like that, or
don't.
inferiority syndrome that I have. Like I'm trying to keep in mind that there are people that are genuinely like, jazzed on the things that I did talk about. And I feel like, for what it's worth, the things that I wanted to talk about were a little different from what other folks were covering, which may or may not have resonated with other people. But yeah, I'm just glad that I got to, talk about things that were significant to me and how I connected to those films. So yeah, like if there was like any sort of like silver lining I can clap myself up for, it's like at least I got to share that with the creator directly, you know.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Is like, I mean, when I posted that picture on various social media, I was like, I can't believe like you know, Zack Snyder's one of my all-time favorite directors, and I was sitting with him talking about his Superman film. That's what you got to take in. Is like you're sitting with a great director, and you're talking about his film with him, and he's like he's opened up a door for you to do that, which is great. And yeah, I mean, you're not going to satisfy. I mean, I let's face it. The times that Zack has been on the Vodka stream for different reasons, like I don't know, the next day there'll be a certain, you know, part of the community that's like, why didn't you ask him this? Why didn't you ask him that? It's like, hey, you know, if you want to ask them that, you create your own thing and you get them on your stream or something like that. It's like one of those things where it's like when people aren't happy about what you discussed or talked about, you just kind of got to brush it off, because it's like, hey, you know, this was my time with him. I think it went well. Everything went well. So, you know, take it or leave it. If you didn't like it, you didn't like it. But most of the time, it's always like a small, you know, minority, as opposed to the majority is always more positive, way more positive. And I think sometimes being in this space, we kind of we'll take like the negative more over the positive. Sometimes we'll see that and we'll be like, but then we don't realize, look at all this over here. Everybody's just got their, you know, their hands up and they're like, yay, and they're praising. But sometimes we just focus on like, that one comment, that one got me, it cut me, you know, kind of thing. And that's one of those things that, you know, as being in this space, you just got to like try to be like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's mostly me, you know, saying like, you suck. Like you could have done this a lot better.
Yeah.
While everyone else is like the 99% of folks, like doing their best to, you know, to lift me up and, you know, celebrate what work I do. And I'm just like, I don't really see this as, you know, worthwhile, but I appreciate it. And it kind of puts me in this position where like I am usually like a community, you know, member along with other folks supporting other people's content. So when I'm in the spotlight, like other people, it's yeah, like I said, that inferiority and imposter syndromes just sort of kicks in. And now all of a sudden I'm not just someone in the chat, I'm actually someone who's engaging in the discussion, like and being held accountable and in real time. Like it's not just me thinking out what I want to say in a sentence and then hitting send. It's all in, I'm getting that real time feedback from people, which was a big challenge for me when I went into creating content. And I didn't expect people to even like, you know, come through or even enjoy what I was doing. So yeah, all of this, you know, support that I've gotten from other folks, like it still feels unreal, like, you know. And I'm someone who is very like I make fun of myself a lot.
What do I?
I'm very like self-deprecating in my sense of humor. And it's also just like, yeah, I don't know why y'all are here right now, but hey, what's up? Good to see you.
Nah, I think a lot of us get like that. We definitely do. And we got to remind ourselves, because I mean, every live stream I do, there'll be like when I click out, I'll be like, I cheesed up this, I cheesed up that. I start picking it apart like right away. And, you know, and then all of a sudden I'm like, you know, messaging Steph and I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I did this, I did that. And she's all, stop it. You did great, blah, blah, blah. You know, she's always, you know, the hype, you know, she's always has to turn around and be like, shut up, stop saying that. But I'm always like, yeah, but I fucked up this, I did this and that. So like, I always do that. And she's like, I feel sorry for Steph, because then, you know, sometimes I'm just like going, and I'm like complaining like I did this and did that. And then she's just like, shut up, it's all in your head, stop it, and blah, blah, blah. So, but that's just the way we get, you know. But
I think if nothing else, just having that, you know, sense of like humility and knowing that, you know, there's still room to improve, trying to find the silver lining here. Like I'm trying my best. I'm grasping at straws. I'm like, okay, what's something positive I can pull? But like, yes, like at least I know that there is still room to grow, and at least I'm cognizant enough of like my areas of improvement that I can target in the future. So that's something that's really meaningful to me, is when I see other folks in a similar mindset where they have this like growth mentality, where they don't just rest on their laurels of where they're at. And I mentioned earlier, like, not so much like focusing on growing your numbers so much as like growing your content quality. That's something that I love when I see other people do, and they little by little I see like improvements in their thumbnails, improvements maybe in their audio, in their intros, how they structure their show, little wins like that, that I also hold myself accountable to, that I see other people doing as well, who are like smaller creators too, that I network with or support, whatever. Like, that's really inspiring to me. So yeah, like I love seeing that. People who even if they don't have these like huge goals that they just jump all the way over to, but who are more realistic in like how they like make those baby steps. Like, it makes me feel good. It generates the good brain chemicals for sure.
It really does, because I wanted to comment when you were talking about like the fact that it's like it's not all about I mean, obviously you want to grow your numbers and views and whatnot, sure, because that's what you're it's built into what this is. But I like what you said about just you have your community. And I remember a little while ago, I was talking to Stephen Colbert, and I was, he's a numbers dude. And I was like kind of just sharing numbers, sharing analytics with him, because he's very much that guy. And I wanted to get his opinion on stuff. And one of the things that he told me, goes, you have though, dude, you have a fan base. You have a very good base, a foundation of a fan base. And I'm like, you're right, because I do have people out there that I see all the time, and they're here, they're always showing up. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I do love the fact that I see, that I see Jose, that I see Stephanie T, that I see these people out there, Darkness Under the Wind, Azteca. They're always here. They're showing up for this stuff. And I'm like, you know what? That is cool. There is like there's a personal thing there where it's like, I have these people that are always there, and they're there from start to finish. They're watching the whole thing. Obviously you're going to have the people that come in and out and blah, blah, blah. And then, there's going to be people that are there for a bit and then they check out. I've had those too. But, and then of course there's always new people that are showing up, but it is nice to have that core little group. And I think every time I do a members only stream every Wednesday after my normal stream, I get definitely reminded of that, because those guys, those people are the people that are there all the time. And then of course, when we do the members only, it's more personal and I talk to them directly, and I'm like, all right, this is cool. The fact that I've built this right here and I have like these people. So, but it was good on, like, I remember just like Steven being the numbers man. He was like, yeah, but think about this, dude, you do have this. And I'm like, all right, yeah, thank you for actually saying that to me.
No, I love that you mentioned that about Steven, because I had no idea that was something that he would like, gas you up about and like remind you. Because I feel like I'm that with like a lot of my friends, especially in the last like 3 years. Like way back when I joined the community and I was just like in the chat supporting folks and typing essays and stuff. I still do that, but yeah, I still find it baffling when creators are like, no, I don't want to ask for donations. I don't want to monetize my content. This isn't a job. And like, I've fought for years to make my good friends that I interact with on a daily basis realize this is labor. You're producing, like, you're doing this longer than you're actually at your job, and you're foregoing time with your family and like self-care and all this other stuff in order to produce free entertainment for like, the dozens, if not hundreds of people who watch your shows once they go to VOD. So you absolutely deserve to get paid for your labor. So I bashed them over the head with that concept. This is labor. This is labor. Labor is valid of pay. Until they were just like, fine, I'm going to monetize. Fine, I'll do memberships. And I'm just like, thank God. Like, even if it's just pennies, even if it's just pennies, yeah. Those are your pennies. It's your money. Exactly. Use it when you need it.
No, I felt that too. Like, there's sometimes where I'm like, I feel bad, because I'm like when I do the Patreon stream, I thought that was like, oh, that's something where, people who, pay for the content, they can come on and talk. But then in the back of my head, I'm like, I'm charging them to talk to me. It's like one of those things where I was like, and then again, Mr. Colbert was like, well, but it's their choice. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's their choice that they're choosing to do that because they like my content. So they're choosing to, donate. And I'm the same way. I'm like, I don't want to be one of those guys like, hey guys, can you please throw out a super chat, or or something like that. It's like, but at the same time, I mean, I've listened to other podcasts too with other, way time bigger creators. And I remember I was listening to one where he was just basically saying like, it's like, well, I mean, it's just that whole thing. It's an exchange of like, if you do appreciate what I do, throwing a little bit, it's not a big thing. It's like they want to do that. As long as you're like giving them like the content that they like, they're going to be willing to just be like, yeah, here's a couple bucks, here's whatever, so it's like, but at the same time, yeah, you're in the back of my head. I was like, yeah, but I don't like that. I feel like I'm being like, hey, give me some, hey, I'm holding out a little, cup or something like that. But it's not that. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's weird. The things I feel like I feel compelled to apologize for, like being cringy and awkward. I have to apologize for that, but I'm not going to apologize for asking you to get paid for my work. And I don't
No.
want anyone else to apologize for that either. Whether you do dedicated member streams or after hours or after show, chats with folks, which I feel like is a lot bigger value than what you charge, honestly. But like,
Yeah.
even if other creator friends of mine have those has monetized content, Patreons, memberships, even if they don't offer those incentives, I still feel that's worthwhile, because like you said, we're
Really is.
making the decision to dono, and oftentimes I do that because I can't be in every chat and super chat, so this is actually just some back of it doesn't like, I don't have to remember to, have this recurring, support to my friends, basically. So that's why I like memberships and Patreon, because I don't have to just always manually, super chat or things like that. It's always something that is consistent that, that's already there. So that's why I personally appreciate those things.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that there's something built into the fact that like, obviously when we do the normal stuff like this live stream right now and in videos, we monetize it with ads. And we don't like ads. Who likes ads? I mean, every now and again, maybe you'll see something you're like, hey, maybe I actually would like that or something. But most of the time, we don't like ads. We don't like, so just to have something like a Patreon or something, or even a members only thing, it's where you could turn off the ads and everything, and it's just like, oh yeah, $2 $3 for this. It's like, and you'll have or extra content or ad free content. I mean, I think we all would actually prefer that, and I think people that that support a creator will gladly be like, yeah, I'll gladly pay $3 a month to just be like, for your extra content, or to not have a stupid ad for another mobile video game that I'm not going to download, flash up in front of my face, where I'm waiting to skip it, kind of thing. It's like, and they like you enough where they'll be like, yeah, I'm perfectly okay with like, doing this. But yeah, as creators, we have to realize like, hey, it's okay to be, hey, do this, do that. I mean, I try to put as much on my Patreon as possible, and it could be hard to figure out like, what else can I do that I'm not doing over here? That's the challenge, I think, too, especially in this space. I'm like, what else can I do? That's why I like, every other week I'll do just like a random podcast just by myself. And I'm a little more raw with it. Like last night, I was doing my fantasy football draft while I was talking, and I had a Giants game on. So it was just me just talking about certain things. And then I would go off on a tangent because I'm like, oh, I got to pick so-and-so. Maybe I'll pick so-and-so. Oh my God, how dare you fucking take him out of the game right there? He's pitching a no-hitter, you dumbasses. So I was like, totally just raw 30 minutes of me just cussing up a storm, going off on tangents as I was telling things. And I'm like, all right, that's what I like for the people who support that, you get that, as opposed to me just trying to be like, all right, I got to be a robot right now and do this whole thing. So
Yeah, it's just like this ongoing conversation that I love having with folks, like on panels and in the chat, about like, qualifying labor. Like like
yeah,
everyone can agree that labor deserves to be paid for, and I'm gonna just a heads up, I'm gonna segue this into the strikes. But like anyway, like it's
yeah.
this like back and forth that I've been having with folks about like the spectrum of labor, not so much that this blanket statement that we're all on the same page about like all labor being valid and deserving of pay. Yes, we get that, but let's actually like kind of target, where on that spectrum does our labor land and its impact on the world, and where we see it on the compensation scale, or how do we assign value to it. And for me, I do subscribe to the idea that, put your own perceived value on your artwork, like with like, getting art commissions, or like getting other like, type of editing services commissioned from folks, whatever they're charging, that's what they feel they're worth, and that's what they feel they deserve. So I'm not going to, fight them on that. It may, like, I can make the decision to patronize them with, my order, or I can go somewhere else. That's basically how it works. And I feel like when it comes to other types of labor that, let's say like in the film industry, for folks who are impacted by not being able to work right now because of, the workers' rights in the entertainment industry being like a huge focus right now, there is this again, like this difficult conversation around like, the where does your form of labor land on the spectrum of how impactful it is for it to go under any type of, major table shaking, changes, as far as like, what is the power that you have as in the workforce that you're in right now in order to impact change, versus like someone who works for like, a trucking company or a grocery store or in healthcare, versus like what kind of impact do they have when they, depart from their labor. So for us as like content creators, like, yeah, if we wanted to strike against YouTube, it's like, yeah, good luck. We have like the strikes in the entertainment industry have way more, of a chance of like, shaking the table and impacting change than we do. We're taking an L on that one. So like, that's what I'm saying about the spectrum. It's like YouTube entertainers going up against big YouTube, and, probably not making too much of an impact because of the abundance of talent that YouTube has to bless with the algorithm and continue to, prioritize, versus like, okay, folks in the entertainment industry, yes, they are, they create a lot of forms of content that generate a lot of revenue. And a lot of that revenue is also connected to the cities in which that they produce the content, and that ripples out into the outer rims of like, the regions around it. So there are like actual like livelihoods of not just the entertainment workers themselves, but other industries that are relying on those, those workers in the entertainment industry to continue to produce work in those regions. And yeah. I'm totally like cognizant of that, but then I'm also challenging that, that narrative that a lot of us are, constantly, dissecting and talking about. And like, okay, the urgency, like, I think that's something that should definitely be talked about as well, as far as like how because of the abundance in the labor pool for entertainment work in general, and how film companies can like take advantage of that abundance of labor in order to just sort of like, like outsource talent if they don't feel like paying for it, or how they're able to take advantage of really murky, unfair contracts on their talent in order to, continue to use their likeness, or, underpay them and overwork them, just because they feel like they can do that, because there's a line of people out the door who are more than willing to accept those terms and conditions. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm meaning about urgency around like how impactful is this movement, as valid as it is, as, admirable as I can agree with other people that it is. Having that discussion has been just sort of like really challenging for me to, get that critical thinking around, as far as like, do we really want to, compare entertainment work to like being a YouTube creator, or being like, a healthcare worker, or someone who works in the food industry, or like a trucker, for example. I don't necessarily think that they can compare, but they're definitely on the same spectrum, because they're all forms of labor that deserve to be paid. So yeah, sorry to go on this like long rant, but like that's like, that is kind of like in my mind, that it's been so hard to just communicate in a chat like with so many characters, but that's kind of like where I've been coming from in this discussion, as far as like when I engage with other people in the chat. I'm like, yes, like we need to actually sit down and talk about, like how this like, yes, this labor is valid and it deserves to be paid for, just like I said, how artists, you know, can put a price tag on their labor and you can choose to pay for it or not. But it like I said, for me, commissioning people, if it's my decision at the end of the day to patronize them, and it's also the decision of the powers that be, whether it be like YouTube for content creators or the film studios who take advantage of, you know, their labor pool to, you know, actually choose to make those changes. So yeah, that's where the difficult conversation goes, because it's not solution oriented. It's acknowledging the reality of the situation. Whereas a lot of like points that I've seen from other people are more just like, no, they need to do this, they need to do that. Like, okay, let's actually like hone in on what's happening right now in the grander scheme of, you know, what's going on in the labor rights, you know, situation that we're in at this very moment, September 1st, 2023, you know, like how is this impacting right now versus like where we would like to see it go, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, it's an iffy, it's an interesting thing um because I always when it comes to something like this, I always try to be like, all right, I want to put my brain into both sides of this whole thing. So obviously I'm supportive of like, hey, people should be paid for what they put out there. And I mean, obviously when it came to streaming, these companies totally took advantage of a loophole that they were like, oh, hey, look what we could do now. We don't have to pay like certain residuals like we did before when it came to showing like reruns and showing things on TV, all that. I mean, now it's a different kind of beast, which of course the pandemic just shoved right. I mean, it pulled it. I mean, I think we were definitely headed into, and I remember even talking about it before the pandemic came out, was like before the pandemic happened, I was like, oh yeah, streaming's the future, but it's not going to be the full future for a few years. But then all of a sudden the pandemic happened and every company was like, everybody's home, we gotta load it up. We gotta load it up. And then now it's like that was the thing. And then they realized, oh shit, this wasn't going to be as profitable as possible. And then, of course, and then the actors and writers and everybody was like, wait, we're getting screwed out of a lot of things. I mean, it's crazy how like the past 3 years with the pandemic really just fucked so many things up, like, and just different. It's crazy that how much people like how much things just like got just flipped upside down where you're like, wait a minute, this is okay. So we thought this was going to be the way of the future, but turns out it's not. And then all of a sudden we're hearing about, oh yeah, they're going to try to put things back on cable and they need to find they need to figure it's such a weird thing. And so when it comes to, you know, obviously when it comes to these people getting paid, it's like, okay, I understand. But then I look over at Bob Iger, which, you know, disagree with mostly what he says. But then when he's going like, yeah, but some of this is just unreasonable. And I'm like, all right, so if I'm going to put my brain into where he's saying, I can maybe see that, yeah, okay, there's sometimes where it's like, yeah, you might have a writer or something in there and they produce something and it's not good. So it's like, okay, you don't want to pay him as much, but then at the same time, you still, I don't know. It's such a weird, there's such a, yeah, like you said, there's like a spectrum of kind of just like, and I don't know. To me, it's like, it's when I talk to people in that business and talk to people, it's all just kind of like, man, I'm just to the point where I'm like, can there actually be a solution that happens in this current state that we're at because of streaming, or not of streaming? Yeah, of streaming. But I'm like, can we actually come up with something where they can actually negotiate something where it's all going to work? And maybe some of these CEOs would be like, yeah, I'm going to have to take a pay cut. But then at the same time, the part of like being a CEO is like, you have to produce these numbers. And then I'm like, what is happening? Who are in the chairs above the CEO that are going like, no, you have to produce? And I'm like, who are those people? And then who do they answer to? God? And like, what is like, where it's just such a, it's overwhelming.
What's a god to a non-believer?
Exactly. It's like it's so overwhelming because I'm like, what are we trying to do here, folks? Like, I mean, it's just like I mean, I get it. Like you got the CEO that is like, all right, yes, obviously he's the head cheese. He's gonna be making the most money. I get it, but But at the same time, it's like, if he doesn't have the people below him, how is he going to do that? And then who is he answering to? And the fact that it's like, when we see these CEOs making like millions and millions, tens of millions, and you just kind of go like, all right, do you really need Bob Iger? Do you need to make 25 million a year? I mean, can you cut that in half? You're old, you've made a bunch of money in your life. I'm sure you're good, and your family for generations are good. So like, it's just,
Dave, that's not how capitalism works.
I know, that's the thing. I mean, like, as much as I like, I get it. Capitalism can be great, but then it gets to this point, and I'm like, ugh, like, good God, like, how?
Well,
Like, why?
I do want to kind of chime in, like, on a serious note, like, so again, like, what I'm saying is, although we can acknowledge that, that yes, it's unfair that these execs, like, who are getting paid, and not just, like, high salaries, but also in stocks that accumulate value over time, that, once, like, let's say that they're, cut, like, they can just cash them in, and, they have, like, that I forget what it's called, like a golden parachute or something like that.
Yeah,
Like, they have that. But I guess, like, again, what I was saying about, like, focusing on the here and now, as far as, like, what is going to impact the present. And I'm seeing that, well, for one, these folks who are on strike, they are that small, generator of income is, they forfeit it for, the greater, commitment to this mission statement of going on strike. I totally acknowledge that. So what would be some, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, what are some concessions? Like, if we're saying, like, these big bad execs are, like, penny pinching to the point where, like, they're not willing to, sign a check to increase, like, residuals, or, labor, or things like that. What can be done in order to potentially even benefit the companies that are making these concessions in favor of the workers? And I'm like, well, it would be nice to, have some job security, not just have it be, gig, based or contract based, and then they go without labor for an X amount of time until they get another, project. It would be nice to have, some solid healthcare, that doesn't suck, that, can actually, like, cover vision and dental as well. Oh my God, healthcare that covers vision and dental. I did not realize how uncommon that is for a lot of people.
that
So
is crazy to think
yeah.
about.
So
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, realistically, like, if and these benefits are actually things that the companies can write off. I know we talk about, like, this perception of being able to write off losses and stuff, but there are actual, like, incentives for, giving your employees these benefits. And the only thing that would potentially hold these companies back, like, what compare, like, Lyft to Uber, for example. Uber treats their, workers as contractors, so they don't have to give them benefits, versus Lyft, which offers, full employment status to their drivers. So there's a higher quality of life, although both are sort of like a rat race of, like, you have to constantly, be working in order to, sustain this livelihood. But at least one, you're able to, like, invest into, like, a 401k, like, improve your health care, things like that. So I feel like going towards a Lyft model, although it's not ideal because you are sort of, like, on this, hamster wheel of perpetual, like, work in order to sustain your employment, there's at least, like, some room to, like, meet the worker at a place where, although they may be, getting the same amount of pay, they're able to actually have a consistent employment status and build up, equity, as well as have access to healthcare. So that's something that I'm like I was saying earlier, like, these, like, gradual steps of, like, improvement. Me, as someone who, like, I have a lot of personal beliefs about, the improvement of the, like, the working class, et cetera, et cetera. But I've, like, being more realistic, I think that might be something that could also be, I'm sure, Fran Drescher and other folks are negotiating hard on what can be done. But I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't already, put on the table as well.
Yeah, no, you bring up a good point. When it came, like, I like what you said when it came to Uber and Lyft, because a buddy of mine was, like, up in the higher rankings of Lyft, and I remember him telling me about that kind of stuff when it came to how different they were to Uber. And and going back to, like, my day job, it's funny because I'm not hourly. It's more production. Like, hey, you work more, you produce more, you make more, but I also have health insurance. I also have, all the, they still provide me with the benefits that I need, as opposed to just like, they're not just looking at me like a contractor, like, oh yeah, you got to get your own shit. We're just paying you for this. But, I still have, I have a 401k, all that stuff. So no, like it's such a crazy thing. Like
it is. And
yeah.
I feel like sometimes I can kind of like go off on these random tangents.
It's
And
good.
I apologize
Get
for
it out
folks in
there.
the chat who are just like bored AF. But
No.
this is kind of like I enjoy like these different approaches to topics that I don't often see, like especially
I love how
like when
you
I was
use like letters, like you say IRL and AF. I always have to be like, what does she mean? Oh yeah, in real life as fuck. Okay, because I'm a little older. I'm bad with acronyms. Man, when people like send acronyms, I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? I'm like, I don't even know what that means. And then they say it, I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, so when it comes to acronyms, I'm like, what are you reading, an eye chart? You cover one eye and you're reading, IRL. What is going on with that?
Dude, it's all about like how I'm just so used to that character limit and maximizing what little, amount of characters I have. So I have to be strategic.
That's good. I mean, I there's many times when I'm doing live streams or whatever, I feel like an old fart because I'm like, what are you saying? Like, what's going on? I'm not like, in it or something like that. But I did want to bring up this. We did get a super chat from Brightburns 1985 right here. Thank you for the $10 super chat. How do you feel about both Zack Snyder's Justice League and the theatrical cut, Raya? And I actually think the theatrical is not that bad. It needs more story meat on its bones and more time to breathe. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, so what I touched on earlier was I had no clue that, the Zack Snyder's Justice League movement was a thing until YouTube started to recommend me streams that covered, comic book movie news, because I was watching film discussions on, film on YouTube. So from that pre getting to realize that this movement existed, I had just, I watched the theatrical version. I kind of, was like, it was okay. I didn't realize that, there could be something better or greater on the horizon. So yeah, I kind of just took the product as what it was, but it didn't feel, I didn't have like this resonant connection with it. I don't know if other folks in the chat or you, Dave, have seen the Avatar: The Last Airbender movie by M. Night Shyamalan. But that was another one where it's like, it's not that like I was necessarily disappointed. I just kind of walked away feeling like, I don't know how I would have made a better product, but the one I got just, kind of came and left. Like I remember watching it in theaters, paying to get my ticket and sitting down and watching it, but I don't feel like I walked away from it with feelings that, I revisit. And when I became aware of Zack Snyder's Justice League and got to watch it upon release with everyone in the community, that was something that actually left an imprint on me. Like I carry that, experience and that those three films in my heart dearly because of the story arc that I was able to witness. Some made it in, or not some made it, but brought to some sort of position in the arc of the story being told that made me want more. And I was excited about it. I continue to talk about with other folks, and like not just other people's enthusiasm fueling mine, but also like my own personal connection to those stories as well, coming from being able to see like the intended versions of these films.
Yeah, I mean, it's when it came to that movie, I mean, when it came to theatrical justice, as we call it, it is interesting because if you watch my first reaction, I mean, I was trying to be as positive as possible because I spent the past year trying to fight against all the rumors that were coming out that ended up being true. So it was like one of those things. And I remember like watching that. I watched it on the Warner Brothers lot too, which was funny. And I remember just when we see Cavill's face, it was just like, I was like, it was one of those things where it felt like I got punched right in the chest. It went, they were all right. The mustache thing was right. And it was like, oh shit. And then I was going, what do I say? Because I remember I was building it up. I'm like, I'm going to Warner Bros. I'm watching Justice League. You were doing this. And everybody was like, can't wait to hear what your first reaction is going to be. And it was just kind of like, oh, and I remember sitting in my car. I've said this many times. I sat in my car for like 10 minutes. I'm like, what am I going to say about this? Because it's like, it was not Zack Snyder's movie, but I'm not saying it was like full on terrible. It was still watchable, but it was just one of those things. And then I had to go over to the premiere. I got invited to the premiere too. Didn't get into the premiere, but I'm actually glad I didn't. But I saw everybody like walk in. But it was like, it was a weird night because I remember seeing everybody walk in, but I didn't see Zack. And I went, all right, something is very fucked up here. Something. And I was trying to be as optimistic as possible. I even saw it again that weekend. Or that following weekend with friends, and I did a second reaction where I said, like, if you want to treat it like a DCAU, an animated movie brought to life, watch it like that. So I was trying to like take that approach, and then finally, like a week later, I was like, all right, it's time for me to not even talk anything positive about this movie because something is up. And I think like a week later, that was like when I started going off about this is not Zack Snyder's Justice. I even said Zack Snyder's Justice League. Coin it, Zack. I helped you with that. Just kidding. But yeah, so but yeah, Last Airbender. I see. I'm not when it came to well, aren't they making a series about that now on Netflix?
Yeah, you're right. They are also making more animated content, where the main characters from the first series are a little bit older. So I am looking forward to that because the original, series runners are returning. So there's this like line of continuity and I'm hoping quality continuity as well. But we'll see. Netflix is kind of sus as far as like I think I read somewhere, maybe like I'm inaccurate, you can correct me. Once Netflix reaches a third season of a show, they've basically made back their money put forward to
I don't know.
to finance it, or like it comes to the point where it's no longer profitable for them, I think, and then they cut it
I
because
didn't know about that.
they need to allocate resources to new content in order to continue to grow their subscriber base. So a lot of great shows often end up getting cut because they don't see the amount of growth that they anticipated from their subscribers, or in subscriber growth from that content, which sucks.
I mean, it makes
because
sense.
that's like you said, streaming, like that's a whole new metric that is that comes down to like how content reaches the consumer, and sometimes it like impacts the streaming services that are made into these tent poles for these studios. Like Disney Plus is like a primary revenue driver for Disney now, for example, or even like Max being a primary revenue driver for WB, like because they put so many resources into the content that they put on these platforms, and they see that they're not getting like immediate profitable feedback off of it. They just axe it right away. So it does suck, because I think back when there wasn't too much emphasis placed on streaming, there was still like a chance for other shows to get picked up by other platforms, and to an extent there is availability for licensing and things like that, but oftentimes these shows aren't lucky enough to get that.
Well, there's sometimes that shows just need a little bit of marination before they get into, like, Breaking Bad was one of like the biggest shows ever, and everybody's seen Breaking Bad pretty much. And I remember like I didn't watch it right away. I had to binge watch it before the series finale because I got really into it. Like the last season, I got really into it, and I spent 2 weeks binge watching like up till 3 o'clock in the morning because this damn show just kept on making me go, I gotta watch the next episode. But apparently it took about 2 seasons for it to really get into that zeitgeist of, wow, everybody's got to watch this show. It took a little bit. And it's like now when it comes to streaming, it's like you have to have an instant hit or else they're going to drop you right away. And I don't like that. I don't like that. It's like, I mean, it's crazy where we've come, this in like what, 20, 30 years. It's like, you could have a show. You had a show on a channel on TV, and back in the day, I mean, Jesus Christ, there was like limited channels. So then that show got 24 million views. Now it's like they're just happy to get 1 million views. Now it's just because there's so much content out there. But yeah, when it comes to streaming, man, it's hard to even gauge like what's happening with that because we just don't know. I mean, and then they of course put out numbers and they're like, oh yeah, it's doing great. Ahsoka got 14 million in the premiere. I'm like, what? 14 million? Did it really? I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad show, but did it really get 14 million? How are we measuring this? And they kind of like break it down how they measured it. And it was like very interesting.
So can you educate me on like how they shared that information on how they measure? Because that's obscured by a lot of shows.
Big time. It was like basically it was they took like the Netflix metric of like if you watched it for at least a minute, that's counting as a view kind of thing.
Kind of like YouTube rules, I guess.
Yes, a little bit of YouTube rules. And I think that's what they kind of applied to it. So then when they accumulated, I mean, like I wish I still had the article like pulled up because I talked about it on Wednesday stream. But it was just kind of like, yeah, it was not like the fact that like people just sat and watched the whole first episode, 14 million people. It was like they took a bunch of different kind of metrics, and one of them was like if you watched it for at least a certain amount of time, which I think was 59 seconds or something like that, where that's what they counted it as that. And then they also added a little bit to it because they're assuming that a household is not just one individual person watching it. So then they were like, well, we can account for like 2 or maybe 3 people were watching it or something. Like it's a weird thing now, because I mean, before, when it came to just watching cable TV or whatever the hell, they really couldn't do anything. They just, I mean, I think they just kind of just broke it down. I mean, obviously it's all about mathematics and everything.
We want to talk about how like certain, segments of like how audience engagement is measured, like Samba TV, for example. I feel like Nielsen ratings were like the Samba TV back in the day.
They were.
And no one really disputes those numbers as well. So I'm just like, that's the one data point that's actually like surfaced. But then again, it's proprietary data that's given to us from the people who took it. So take it with a grain of salt on top of like, another grain of salt, because it's the company giving us that data, by the way.
Yeah, a grain of salt on a grain of salt. You're absolutely, I like what you said right there, because even back then, I remember I was a cable guy before. I mean, right when like digital and HD were just booming. And I remember going to houses that had the Nielsen rating box. So it wasn't like it was in every box. It wasn't in every household, but there was people that, that had those boxes in their houses, and I saw them, which was very interesting. But it was like, so that it's basically, it was like taking a poll, where you just kind of like, you have a group of people and then you just expand on like, oh yeah, so this percentage of people of this group of people, so that means this applies to the entire country or something like that, which I always find weird too. But now when it comes to streaming, it's like they literally have those numbers, like they see, because it's all digital now. But at the same time, it's like they can fluff those numbers. Samba TV doesn't even they only I think they could only see like smart TVs. I don't know if maybe
I think it was Sony devices or something like that.
Yeah.
I definitely think that there should be third-party audits on a lot of this data. Like, I don't know how accountable that this data is to being used as like marketing, because it's not really used as like false advertising necessarily. It's just saying, it's like if a business is like, oh, we have the greatest burger on the planet, like, oh, is that false advertising? Who's going to hold them accountable to that?
Nobody. And you see those signs everywhere, best jerky, this side of the fucking prime meridian. They say all this stuff. Like, I mean, you could say that, you could say like, the cold. I always find it funny when like I see a sign that says the coldest beer in town. I'm like, how cold can it be? Before it freezes. But I mean, that's the thing. It's like, but yeah. So like when it comes to streaming, you just never. And I think like when it comes to original shows or movies, they're going to be like, oh yeah, it's this, and then they're just going to forget about it. But when it comes to an IP like a Star Wars or Marvel or something, or they're going to try to fluff it as much as possible to be like, hey, we have to keep this strong because this is our bread and butter right here.
Yeah, like what you're saying about like, fluffing up the appearance of engagement on a new product. I hate that I have to call these shows products, but we kind of,
They are.
it's a word to describe them basically. The output, that they're coming out on, like what feels like a conveyor belt in my mind makes them products. Anyway, so there's like the numbers argument about, how valid and marketable this show is. Ahsoka, for example. I haven't watched it yet, so I can't speak on it necessarily. But on the I'll watch it like when it wraps up. But let's say Andor, like I adore that show. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. I get that, but as far as like the marketing approach to that show, it wasn't necessarily numbers driven as much as it was like critically acclaimed. And I'm just like, oh yeah, this is another best burger in the world situation. But at the same time, I'm a patron of that burger, so I can like that. So in my mind, I'm like, this is totally valid. But again, like I have to like think of it in terms of like, okay, general audience appeal, like maybe it being backed by this appearance of high engagement through numbers is what's going to drive people to go watch Ahsoka. Whereas with Andor, because it's a little bit more esoteric as far as it being connected to Rogue One, as popular and financially, successful as that was, it still came out, years and years ago, like in a different decade. We're in a much different place with Star Wars now as consumers. So I think that was sort of like where the argument of the validity of Andor being worthwhile for someone to watch came from, because not only is the story a little bit more like on the outer rim of Star Wars, but maybe the target audience is not so much driven by, how popular a show is so much as like how it engages with the themes of existing material, kind of like a Blade Runner situation. Like if Blade Runner had like, a prequel, something like that. I know that there is like supplemental material outside of, 2049 that, or that has come out for it as well. So that's kind of the situation that I see Andor versus like Ahsoka or Mandalorian are in.
It's weird because, I mean, when it comes to these existing IP, it's like there's an audience for the flashy, like, hey, this is what you like right here. But then there's also like there's an Andor like right there too. Like, like a lot of normal Star Wars fans might be like, it's so boring. There's no lightsabers. There's, or something like they'll just like not enough, they'll just say like certain things. But at the same time, there are people like, yeah, but the acting and the story and everything is so, I mean, and it's just like, it's not just like special effects crazy in your face. It's like, it's a fucking story. It's a character driven story. And it's like, and it's just got these good actors in it. And it's like, you need that too. Yes, we want the flashy popcorny stuff, but we need some of this over here too. And it's like,
and I love the flashy popcorn. Like,
yes!
I'm a big time Obi-Wan apologist. I sing that show's praises while also acknowledging its flaws. Like, I love actually talking about content that I love and the flaws. I feel like that's where the interesting conversations happen. And I'm happy to, acknowledge that, Obi-Wan as a show was less about Obi-Wan than it was about the other characters. But let's talk about those other characters and how they may or may not have, supplemented the narrative or supported the main character. Like, I want to hear what other people have to say other than like, oh, it sucks, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, let's get into the nitty gritty around like what your problem is with certain characters. And I don't want to make assumptions on why you don't like certain characters. So I'm going to let you explain it to me.
Exactly. Discussion. That's what it's all about. And we're going to discuss some more stuff because we got Axel joining in, who's looks like he's asleep. Oh boy. There you are,
I'm not
buddy.
asleep. I've been... Hey,
and then we got Andy
Raya.
right here, who's going to do his Dr. Evil. Yes. And then Phil, what is happening?
Why didn't you ask Zack Snyder about Blue Beetle?
I gotta get my my Blue Beetle merch as well. I was actually gonna like ask Dave before everyone joined in. Not that like I don't want to hear everyone else's takes on Blue Beetle, but it's great to see all y'all.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
But why didn't you ask Zack Snyder about Blue Beetle, huh? Why didn't you ask about why was Blue Beetle not in Justice League?
Well, apparently he was endorsing, well, not endorsing it, but he was excited to see it before it came out.
That tweet, I cried when I saw that tweet. And then Angel's response, I'm like, I need those two in a room.
Well, what people have to realize about Zack is like, he's a family man. He's got a big family. And I've said it time and time again. He is a fan of the Shazam movies. They like and so Blue Beetle's like right up there because I know a lot of people when it came to the review of Blue Beetle, they were like, "Oh yeah, it kind of reminds you of the first Shazam movie," which the first Shazam movie is great. The second one I still enjoyed, but at the same time,
I still haven't seen that second one yet.
Yeah.
It's worth a watch on Max, I would say.
That's how I watched it.
Yeah, but he's in Australia, so is it even?
Yeah, we don't have that. Oh, we have binge, but we don't. But yeah, it's
yeah.
But yeah, like for me, I was one of those people who was gassing up this film like way before it came out, and I was just like, I'm gonna watch this just as a film, not even as like, you know, a DC film, because like, you know, I'm not familiar with this character at all. There are no like pre-baked in notions about what to expect from it. So I was just like, clean slate, you know, I'm ready to, you know, have this character resonate with me, and I have an open heart and open mind to what I'm about to see. So I tried to avoid like synopsi, and you know, like Rotten Tomatoes, all that other stuff that like it's fun to talk about and, you know, speculate on. But for this movie, I was just like hard pass. I want to go in like, you know, as alone as possible. And I'm glad I did. So although like, you know, I was kind of already setting myself up to be wowed by what I saw because I was so enthusiastic, I actually did see some of like, you know, the critical feedback around like some of the issues that it does, you know, kind of create, or like that it presents in the film, or maybe like some plot holes and things like that. Like I said, I love talking about like some of the negative aspects that some people have with that, but I also love, you know, celebrating it for what it does do, you know, successfully. And for me, I'm a big time, you know, like thematic sort of like analytical sort of person, where I'm just like, yeah, like folks who want to celebrate the actual execution and visual design of the film, totally, that's incredibly valid. For me, I tend to kind of get into like, you know, the writing, the arc structure, and, you know, some of like the intention on how the characters were, you know, presented on film, like the editing, like that's also kind of like it plays into like, you know, the visual design, where those two worlds can, you know, actually have discourse, you know, on a little bit more overlapping. So yeah, I just like, you know, love the full scale of it, but I tend to lean more towards like, you know, dissecting, you know, the character design and some of the intention around how they were presented.
No, it's great. No, that's the way it should be. I mean, like I said, when people just go straight up to either it's the greatest thing ever or it sucks, the worst thing I've ever seen. I hate it when I get that hyperbole on both sides. I'm like, come on. I mean, we can discuss it. I mean, as much as I love, you know, The Dark Knight, you could still rip some things apart. BVS is, you know, you could still, you know, I could still rip some things apart. You can do that. You know, Batman 89, we could still rip some things apart, right, James Gunn?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great segue
there. I had to throw that in there. You know, eventually we'll talk about Jimmy Gunn's
Jimmy Pistol.
Yeah, we'll talk about like some
Axel,
of that.
Are you in your kitchen because you're about to eat something?
No,
I'm shit. Here we go again.
No, I'm
More
not
bacon.
eating anything.
More bacon?
I'm not.
No.
I'm not going to eat anything. By the way, am I echoing?
Yeah.
Does it sound like an echo?
No.
It doesn't?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're fine.
Fuck you, Phil.
Is my mic? I've been like talking this whole time, and I have no idea what my audio quality is like.
No,
you're muted.
You're
muted.
I've been muted this whole time while I'm just like spurging for 2 hours.
I've just been reading your lips this whole time. I'm like, yeah.
Damn good lip reader, Dave.
Yeah, I'm very good lip reader. So, no,
hey,
but,
Dave, what am I saying?
I just mute you.
I like to eat my bacon with a knife and fork. Is what he said.
That whole thing.
I love you. I'm sorry, but
I like to pretend I'm a chef as well.
Oh yeah, sometimes you post some of your like keto-y healthy stuff that you put out there. I'm like,
oh yeah, like that's like a big thing for me for sure. But yeah, like kind of like going back to what I wanted to ask you about, Dave, as far as like yeah, like what was your general take on Blue Beetle as a film? I'm sorry if I missed you speaking about it so much on your show though.
Oh no, it's fine. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. I think I went in like maybe with I wanted to enjoy it more. Like what one of the things that I really enjoyed about it is it felt like an 80s adventure movie. Like there was just the vibe, the aesthetic, and the score. I really enjoyed. I mean, I was very, very much focusing on like, yeah, this does feel like when I was a kid and watching like these old 80s adventure movies. It feels like that had to do with a family or something like that. And so I really, really enjoyed that part. And I think I was like, I don't know. I think part of me was going like, I just want something to just kind of, because I thought Susan Sarandon was a little, I was like the villain, which is always what suffers when it comes to some of these CBMs. So I'm like, she just kind of phoned it in. Just like, Helen Mirren felt like she phoned in her performance in Shazam, but Lucy Liu was like going for it. So I was just kind of like, it was kind of one of those things where it was like, I have a feeling like when I watch it again, I'm like, all right, this is just when I watch it again, I'm going to be like, yeah, this is going to be just one of those that maybe like in my initial watch, I was kind of going like, yeah, I was hoping for just a little bit, something a little bit different that I didn't quite get. I don't know. And I can't even explain exactly what that is. But I think when I watch the second time, now that I know, I'm like, you know what, no. There doesn't need to be anything that needs to be changed here. I think they did a good job, and I did, enjoy the movie, but I just felt like I don't know, there was something that was missing, and I don't know quite what that was. So that's what I kind of initially thought about when I came.
Missing your best day.
It was missing
Michael Keaton. I guess we know that.
Nah.
I was missing Ben Affleck. So
yeah, apparently that was a scoop. No, but I didn't need any. I'm glad it didn't really expand on the universe. I'm like, well, the opening, of course, had Green Lantern in it, which was like, wow, I missed that.
Wait, what?
Me too. I didn't know that until someone shared it.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the opening. Oh, yeah, you haven't even seen the movie, Drew.
Yeah, because it doesn't come out for me until fucking.
The film reels are on a boat. They're on a boat.
Yeah, they're on a boat on the way
right now. Yeah, headed
Russell
towards Australia right now.
Come on, Tucker.
The kangaroos have already seen at this point.
Okay, so when you watch the opening credits, Droga, you're gonna see something green hit the scarab as it's flying through space. That's all.
Yeah, because like I know that the Green Lanterns have a connection to the Blue Beetle scarab, like because I know that
it's all from the that was revealed, and I was like, yeah, it's cool, but I'm glad it wasn't trying to expand on anything. It was just very much like, okay, this is just a small superhero movie, and that's what's so great about it.
Intergalactic planetary.
Intergalactic.
I guess like going back to what I'm very interested in hearing folks talk about, again, like with the themes and how the characters are presented on screen, as far as like the presentation of the culture of Palmyra City. Or I know it's a fictional city, but it's very much impacted by real world events. Like, not saying that is necessarily like the strongest aspect of the film, nor the intention of it, but I just kind of wanted to get your feedback on it.
No, I think they did a good job when it comes to the family. I was worried that I was going to get annoyed by George Lopez when I saw the trailer. I'm like, is he going to be annoying? But he actually, I liked that. And the family aspect of it, I mean, I got choked up, when it came to stuff with the dad, for sure. Especially since the dad looked kind of like my dad and my uncle. So I was like, like immediately when I saw the dad, I like turned to stuff. I'm like, doesn't that? And she was like, yeah, that looks like it could be your dad or like one of your uncles. They all have a
hug them real tight next time you see that.
Yeah. So they all have a mustache, and So when it came to that stuff, I was like, that hit pretty hard. But I do like the fact that the family was in there, and then the Nana is a badass. Because my Nana's a pretty badass. Not as much as shooting a gun like what that Nana shot.
Well, ask her what her. Maybe ask her. Be like,
you never know.
Nana, David, do you know?
You know what? Last
Nana film junkie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she turned 90 last November, and
God bless.
Yeah, and we still danced, and she danced with everybody and danced, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this woman, 90 years old, she's like this big, and she was still out there just dancing and doing all this stuff, still doing that. So there
was still like in my mind while I was watching it, I'm like, there's still this sense of like optimism and joy and,
Yes.
you know, zest for life and willingness to, not even willingness, but like optimism to carry on, even when faced with, you know, all of these like immense challenges and factors perceivably outside of their control, at least like throughout the most of the story. I felt like that was really inspiring. It kept me engaged, and in my opinion, it made the, you know, the Blue Beetle character a lot stronger because he is strongly supported by not just his you know, newfound powers and abilities. Like, he's still very much, you know, learning how to wield those. So a lot of his self-determination and ability to win at the end of the movie comes from his family. So it ends up being more of like a family driven story in my mind, with, you know, with more of like the fantasy adventure elements sort of like supplementing it to make it into like this, you know, film that has this successful story arc to introduce this character that is in pre-existing media, like, you know, they're from a comic book, but also in terms of like how they translate into a film, making the family aspect and the optimism and love for one another, and like, you know, the vulnerability and the willingness to, you know, show masculine characters in a, you know, kind of a very like, you know, humbling sort of like I said, vulnerable state, and just like emotionally open and unapologetic about how they express love for one another. Like, that's something that was revolutionary for me to see on film, because I don't often see male characters, especially like men of color, like, you know, expressing unapologetically, you know, love for one another, explicitly saying like, I love you, and, you know, even like kissing each other, the, you know, like the father kissing his son's hand, like that's where I like, you know, lost it. I was just like, the level of affection, like just so like, you know, out there, and just like so proud to do that and not have any sort of like insecurity about how they're doing it, or any like sort of like diminishment of their masculinity at the same time. That was like such a revolutionary like concept for me to walk away from the film celebrating. Although, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's a comic book movie, you know, like some people might, you know, see it as more like it was more of like a family driven movie as opposed to like, you know, a superhero movie. But like,
better than Fast X. Am I right, Vin Diesel? Sorry.
Yes, I know, like the whole family aspect, but yeah, in so many words, you know, I kind of walked away with it celebrating it for those reasons.
No, I mean, like one moment, the moment where his Nana basically just, obviously this is, I mean, we've already talked about spoilers, so don't even worry about it. But after the father dies, she just kind of goes like, "Hey, we're not gonna mourn right now. We're not gonna grieve right now. We got to rescue.
There's a time for crying. There's a
no time for that.
We
could do. There's a time and a place. We got to do this." And I love that part. I was like, okay, yeah. See, Nana is like, no, it's like you have something that you have to do. And I like this aspect of the story. Is like this: the hero is incapable of, like, you know, he's got captured. He's, you know, he's gonna die. And the fact that the family was like, we got to go get him. Yeah, we just lost one of our, you know, a family member, and we're all sad. But it's like, fuck that. And we lost the house. And, you know, a lot of things, bad things happen. But she was like, she just like a fucking, you know, a Latino grandmother would do, just like, no, like, mira, we gotta fucking, you know,
it was the resilience for me. I was just like, this family suffered generational trauma. Like, we're visually like shown how it's impacted a lot of these characters, even like, you know, the antagonist, you know, seeing at the very end, you know, the suffering that he has gone through, and like being manipulated in order to have like a perceived second life or second chance, but it being, you know, ultimately the reason why he, you know, resents his existence to begin with. So he feels like the only escape is to just, you know, sacrifice himself for the greater good. Yeah.
I think I wish they would have like really hit that harder. Like, it felt like that was like, we didn't know too much at the beginning. And then towards the final act, they were just like, oh yeah, by the way, this guy has a backstory. And I was like, I wish that was already like in there more, you know.
There's some hints. There's some good
There's
hints.
yeah,
in the film.
but I just
there's a lot of
feel like it
there's a
didn't
lot of longing looks in the film where I'm just like,
yeah, but at the same
something
time, I was
wrong
like,
here.
yeah, I don't know. At the same time, I was like, I wish they.
It's kind of
would've
the
hit
same
that more.
way I felt about. It's kind of the same way I felt about like Starro in The Suicide Squad, where they said, "Oh, I was just a squid or something in space, and I wanted to be left alone." That's something like that.
That's true. Comparing
How dare how dare you, Axel? The Suicide Squad wishes it was as good as the Suicide Squad wishes it was a good movie to begin with, but it wishes it could.
Oh
be
yeah, I don't think it's a good movie.
Oh, I hate the Suicide Squad. I've only watched it once. I refuse to watch it again.
I apologize for the Suicide Squad as well.
You apologize for it? It's funny because Scott,
James Gunn should be apologizing for it. You know, because
well, I also apologize a lot for the Flash too. But like I said, I love the discourse and dissecting the flaws of it. But
yeah,
I remember seeing it in Sacramento with Phil and Nicotina and Ryan, Zeverfett. So I saw it with all y'all, and I respect y'all's opinion immensely. Like if that's not clear enough already, and I loved what y'all had to say about it.
Like, God, I feel so attacked right now.
But they didn't make me feel bad about having a great experience with it, and I totally appreciate it what they had to say about some of the criticisms that they had for it. I'm just like, yeah, I didn't think of it that way, but I totally see it now that you pointed it out. So that's what I love, is that like when people can point out some of their criticisms with actual evidence, and supplement their opinions with that type of cognitive references to the material, as well as like their knowledge of like the actual source material as well. I have a huge amount of respect for that.
Well, my larger issue with the Suicide Squad is that first one with the political themes that he does, and also because I mean, I look at when it comes to Suicide Squad, I don't look at it as something you make into a comedy story. Suicide Squad is very much a commentary on corrupted government officials, deciding we make the law now, we're gonna use these prisoners for our own good deeds. And it's like that, like Amanda Waller is like, that's why we love, you have a love-hate relationship with Amanda, because like, yeah, she's trying to save the world, but she's using prisoners as like her own soldiers. What gives the government the right to do that? And then also, of course, the massive brown genocide in the film where Peacemaker and Bloodsport and all those people, like they start, they think they're shooting enemies, and then we find out, oh no, these were freedom fighters, and they're just basically LOL, whoops. And I'm just like, that's that's
yeah, they wonderful. Don't do anything. They don't really like address that later on.
Yeah, because because James Gunn treated Suicide Squad as a comedy, and that's not what it is at all. Like that's why like I connected more with David Ayer's Suicide Squad, because I'm like, yeah, this is a better commentary on the fact that this is kind of fucked up that Amanda Waller and the government can do this.
But again, it was just like it's funny because it's when it comes to the reactions to both Suicide Squads, because they're both tonally different, of course. But there's some people, Scott, of course, is one of them, who's a big Suicide Squad fan. He really liked the Suicide Squad, and I could see why people did. And I just hopefully we can get that fucking Ayer cut out, because I want to see what David Ayer was trying to do, and just to have the tonal differences, which is great, because you can really do that with an IP like Suicide Squad, because you can have a dark drama with those characters. And as much as we didn't see like fully what he wanted to do, I mean, I still say that fucking bar scene before they fucking go and take on Incubus and
Enchantress.
Enchantress. I was like, what's her name? But I think that's like the best scene in the fucking movie, and you better believe that wasn't a reshoot. There was anything. That was the best scene. And I was like, damn, that's it right there. That's what he was going for right there. That camaraderie right there. But at the same time, I thought the Suicide Squad was I've watched it a couple of times, and I'm like, yeah, it's enjoyable, it's fine, and I get it. But I do want to see fully what David Ayer wanted to put out there.
Agreed.
And Yeah, and hopefully maybe we will. I still have not listened to the entire John Bernthal podcast. It's like a 2-hour podcast, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I was trying to catch up on other podcasts that I was stuff, and I'm like, damn it, I still got to listen to it. I mean, obviously we got he's not going to talk about, oh yeah, it wasn't just 100% Suicide Squad. It was
everything.
Yeah, it was about his life and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's lived a fucking life. Like when
Yeah.
people gave him shit for The Collector and making Shia LaBeouf, like, you know, obviously he's a white dude, but he's talking like, you know, what's up, Holmes? What's doing? You know, it's like that's what David Ayer lived in. David Ayer is a white boy that lived in a Chicano culture. It happens. I was like so pissed off because I've seen that shit. I've talked to people like that. I've had friends like that where it's like, yeah, just because they don't have the ethnicity, just the fact that they grew up in that culture, yeah, you just adapt to it. And sometimes people end up talking like that or, you know, being a part of that. It stop focusing on just the skin color, you know, just they focus on where they grew up and the fact that they grew up in that culture. And David Ayer grew up in that fucking culture. So it's like, get off his back. But speaking of... Here he is.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Just saying.
Exactly. No camera again, Scott. We don't see your pretty face.
Yeah, all you'd see is me with cookie icing and a Corona. So I'm just saying, it's been a long ass day, guys. It's been a long ass day.
Wait, are you sick?
What? No, he's not at work. He got
is he sick?
Oh, no. Oh.
No, I've been at work since 1, so I just got off work.
Okay.
So.
Setting up everything, but it's okay because even like, you know, I mean, you know, we'll have somebody else that doesn't have a camera on as well.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Hey.
I've been so
How you guys doing?
Happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yay, happy belated.
It was last week. That's why it was funny because I hit him up and I was like, and then he was like, I'm drunk. I'm gonna go to sleep or something like that. I don't know. You said something, and then
That's never stopped the Vodka stream before. Come on.
Exactly. I'm like, you should be drunk on this thing, Casey. But then it was like, oh, okay, I get it. But happy belated birthday, Casey.
Thank you so much.
Raya.
Yeah, it was not like I was in the middle of drinking. I drank the entire night, and it was morning when the vodka stream is going on. Yeah. So that's the time when I have to crash.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I can imagine that you were like probably just like, yeah. Yep. It's time. Hopefully you slept well and didn't wake up with a hangover so much.
Well, yeah, I usually don't get hangovers much. I don't know why. Yeah.
That's good. Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I've had some wicked ones, but thank you
How's
guys.
it going?
It's going pretty good, you know. Ray is here. We've been having a great conversation about all kinds of things, and then
I love everyone every time she talks because it's so intellectual.
Yeah.
No. No. I'm like sitting here just going like, why am I hosting this? You know?
Hey, it's better than the first time Ray and I actually met. Because all the first words out of my mouth was, I heard a girl.
Oh, yeah, that was at the house.
It was at the house.
The house.
And I woke up from my nap, and I came downstairs. I was like, I hear a girl. I'm like,
no, I felt so bad. Yeah, like you seemed like you were like, you know, resting from your exhausting trip. And I knew like little bits about like, you know, your odyssey from what was it, like Georgia? Are you from Georgia over to
I'm from
like
Alabama?
LA?
But
sorry,
but I got stuck in Georgia. Yes, that was where I got stuck. So
yeah, no, it didn't sound like you had a good time, and plus you had a huge layover. Like, yeah,
you slept in the Atlanta airport, right?
Oh, I didn't sleep. I was awake all night. Yeah,
you tried to sleep, I should say.
No, I didn't. That was the problem.
I
tried to sleep on the plane.
Yeah. That's usually impossible even for me. Like, but are you allowed to sleep at airports there? Like, I've heard so many different stories about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there were people say I just didn't trust, you know, sleeping in the airport. The one time I slept in the airport was in Manchester, England, because I just, I had no money left to stay someplace, and somebody dropped me off at the airport, and I was flying back home after a month in England, and you better believe I snoozed in Manchester. But Atlanta, no, I was like, it was a good thing too, because that was the thing where like 2 hours before my flight took off, they switched gates on me, and I literally had to go to the other side of the airport. So
that was quite an adventure. But yeah, you like when we got you back home or got you to the house, our adventure to through LAX, which is always a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
and then Phil was there, so was Fear Jason, and then we went to where'd we
Duncan.
go? Duncan, that's right.
Dunkin'
We had to
Donuts.
get some food. We had to get some food into ourselves, but Scott was like running on like what? You were running on like almonds and
it was yogurt.
Yogurt, that's right.
Yogurt and water.
You had a parfait or something.
Yes, a parfait. Yeah. Only thing I could find at the Atlanta airport. And then I wake up to Raya, and I'm just like, "Hi, I've never met you before, and I'm exhausted. It's so nice to meet you."
Yeah, that was funny.
And I'm like laying on the couch, like just like what? Like I got like a 2-hour nap, and I'm just laying on the couch. I'm just like, yeah, this is not the way to meet somebody, but it's gonna have to do it.
I hear a girl.
I'm just picturing Scott is like passed out, like that scene in the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle where Raphael is in the bathtub. Just
that would be pretty gosh darn accurate. I'm not gonna lie. Which,
Close.
by the way, Raya, I wanted to take this opportunity to say I loved your video breakdown of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle video games. That was a fabulous video. I agreed 100%. It was such a great video.
No, thank you. I was shocked that I was able to get it out right when the general release of the film came out as well. I was not anticipating that, but the feedback has been amazing. The one thing that really real retro fans who remember these games coming out, the general feedback from them was like, yeah, this is a great video, but you used Super Nintendo footage where it should have been the Genesis version, and I apologize profusely for that. I'm just like, please forgive me. Like, that was an egregious error on my part, and I genuinely felt bad about it. Not that like enough to go and edit it and re-upload it, but I did acknowledge that, I'll take the L on that one.
But I will say I applaud you for acknowledging that the Super Nintendo version of Turtles in Time is actually superior to the arcade version. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no, totally. I loved being able to research those types of games and being able to make this a little bit more structured content around a topic, because I then have to like challenge myself to not only the research, but also condense it into a script, and then also challenge myself to look at the camera long enough to communicate the script in a way that isn't obvious that I'm reading it. So yes, there's a lot of different cascading things that I'm trying to do all at once that is completely different from when I was streaming, because it was a lot less, structured for sure. But yeah, like I'm enjoying it a ton. Thank you.
Well, my kids, my boys, because I took them to go see Mutant Mayhem, and one of them, of course, they were recognizing the games because I got them the Cowabunga collection. Mm-hmm. So all the games you were talking about, they were like, "Oh, we've played that one." it was really fun.
Did you see Mutant Mayhem, Rhea?
I did. Yeah, I loved the movie. I sang its praises around how it took risks around how it presented the characters, and honestly, like if we look back on the history of Turtles, in my mind, I'm like, didn't we already see them reboot the series like a few times like in the last few years? Like, there's maybe like a cycle of like how often Paramount / Nickelodeon does this in order to, I guess, retain rights to the IP, similar to how Sony kind of has to continue to make content out of Spider-Man because they need to retain ownership of it or licensing for it, whichever it is. Yeah. So yeah, like I think the same thing is happening with Turtles, where they're like, we need an excuse to reboot it, like, so we're gonna launch it with a movie even though we know we're gonna probably lose money off of it because we're gonna recoup it with toys, and this movie is gonna regenerate interest in the toys. But because like Turtles not only has like intergenerational appeal, it also has like year-round appeal as well. You don't have to just buy the toys around the holiday times. There are people who buy them, at all seasons. So not just collectors as well, like, actual, like, like children, teens, like, the t-shirts, the like the hats, the socks, all this like Hot Topic and Spencer's, gear, and FYE and all these other, geek merch stores. Like, that is a brand that people will continue to buy merchandise for.
I always tell people to watch the on Netflix, The Toys That Made Us, and the Turtles episode.
That one's a good one.
I mean, that's what set off the whole franchise. Is like, I mean, it just launched that franchise into like a whole other, realm, of course. And just, I remember getting those toys, watching the cartoons, collecting the comic books. And then, of course, when the movie came out, it was like, oh, it was insane. I don't care what anybody says. Secret of the Ooze is, it's a great follow-up. I know it's totally different, but hey,
I'm the one who has the hot take that I think that the third one's actually better than Secret of the Ooze.
The only thing I like about Secret of the Ooze is go ninja, go ninja, go. That's the only thing I like.
Super Shredder is awesome.
Super Shredder is awesome. That's why I'm glad that he got incorporated into the Super.
And that toy was dangerous. If you had that toy, you could throw it at somebody and probably like kill them.
Yep.
Hey, Raya, did you see the video I posted of my 7-year-old completely memorizing the trailer narration to the third Ninja Turtles movie?
See, this is the content that I miss out on, like, because the algorithm favors,
tour.
Like so many other things than like the people who I actually follow. So I apologize, I did miss that one.
Oh, you need to watch it. I mean, I think some of these guys saw it, and it's like he was just started doing it in the backseat of the car one morning on the way to school. And I was like, you are fucking kidding me. And then as we're sitting in the carpool line, I just said, buddy, can I record you doing that? And it took him a little bit, but then he decided, and then he just launched into it. But the funny thing, this is what you need to look for. He's looking at the camera. He does the entire thing. And as soon as he gets done with the narration, he slowly hides behind one of the seats in the car to basically be like, I'm done.
That's his ticket to internet stardom.
Oh no, Declan. I mean, Declan's the only one. When we saw Super Pets, he actually did a review on DC Squadcast. I recorded him doing his own little movie review because my oldest is so like scared of like screwing up or this or that. While Declan's the one that's just like, sure, I'll do it. And it's so much fun to be able to like involve him, especially since Callum has basically grown up on the Vodka stream. Yeah. It's nice to get the other boys involved when I can.
I know Callum. Yeah, he's he had the infamous spilling of the beer.
Right.
He wasn't drinking the beer, by the way. Disclaimer: he wasn't drinking the beer. I don't think. But
no, he wasn't. But he did decide to kill a laptop, so that was nice.
Yeah. No, but yeah, that was funny. I mean, it was hilarious when it was just like because every now and again, Callum, would have to, Scott would have to like, he woke up and he was fussy, so we'd have him on his lap right there. And then just one time, Scott had his beer. You had it on the laptop?
No, it was on this table.
Yeah.
In front of the laptop.
Yeah, and then he just knocked it right, and you could just see Scott's face go, fuck. He just saw. You saw it happen, and it was, but yeah, you got a new laptop out of it.
I did get a new laptop out of it, so
yeah,
all good. It's all good. There's nothing wrong with that. But okay, so let's talk about some of the things that happened this week. I mean, nothing
happened this week. Everything was fine.
Everything was fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. We got a drawing of
wait, can we full screen that?
This is Diana and Hippolyta reuniting on Themyscira.
Cool.
Wait, Dave, can you full screen? Because my eyes are getting old, and I.
Oh, okay. Because from far away, it almost looked like she was hugging a butt.
Wow.
I don't mean that to be rude. I'm
Axel,
just saying,
that is beautiful. Axel, that is beautiful.
It looks great up close. I'm just saying, like from far away, it looked like she was hugging a butt.
Oh, Yeah, Phil's like,
Wait. Do you take
what's on
do
your
you take-
screen, Phil?
Do you take do you take
Oh,
requests?
Google.
Axel?
Just Google.
No, I do not take requests. Sorry.
No, that's cool. No,
That reminds me of that episode of season 2 of The Summer I Turned Pretty, where they literally have a sign at the DJ station that says "Fuck your requests."
I was just gonna ask him to draw Tom Welling and Superman and Grant Gustin's Flash together. That's all I was gonna ask.
There you
Oh,
go.
that would have been
Well,
nice.
I could. Well, I'm thinking of doing like Michael Keaton's Batman with John Wesley Shipp's Flash, because
Oh,
Yeah.
I would love that too. But I really
Yeah,
want
that
Tom
would've
and
been
Grant together because
yeah, sure, I could think of something like that. Yeah, when I get to it.
So
What did you think? What did you think I was gonna request? Like like
I don't know.
Draw every animated DC universe that the Crisis movie is gonna use as
Yes.
some point.
do it. Do it all.
Okay.
Anyway,
I remember talking with Axel about like potentially commissioning him for work, and he was just
Oh
like,
yeah, I think
"Oh,
I
yeah."
remember you asking me. Yeah.
Yeah,
what was
and
it?
I was just like, yeah, like how much should I pay you for a commission, like maybe as like Hawk Girl? Like, yeah, that would be so like rad. And he was just like, yeah, no,
Hawk Girl.
I'll do it. And I was just like, yeah, but like how much are you asking for it? Because it's
Like I don't ask for like, you don't have to pay me.
No,
Yeah,
no.
okay.
See, this is where like I was just talking to Dave about it. I'm like, no, like put a price on your labor, bro. But like I understand maybe
Nothing
like
wrong with it.
you're not in that
Nothing wrong with
mindset, but I want you to be in that mindset where you put value on
Although
your
I-
work.
Axel, I know it's so easy.
If I were to
think like
draw
that
you as
now.
Hawk Girl, what's that?
I was gonna say, I know you may think that now as being so young, but like trust me, in 10 years from now, you're gonna be like, I should be charging for everything I do. Like like you deserve to be paid. So
yeah, and people who do this are willing to pay it. Like the animations for like DC Fanimated that I got Alessandro Mask of Shy. I paid him to do those, because I like his work. So I was like, you know what? I was like, how much you want? And he has a price tag, and it's reasonable. And I'm like, all right, cool. Let's see what you got. And he's created some cool animations for that.
Did he
Indeed,
do
yes.
the new illustrations of you and Scott for your Superman streams on
Oh
Sundays?
yeah, he did. Even
I recognize
even the
them,
Batman.
yeah, as his style, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he does.
And
he does good
Raya,
work.
if I were to draw you as Hawk Girl, would you want the helmet on or?
I
Just
want to
asking.
look dead ass like Hawkman, like, but like with some chest plate action and stuff. But yeah, I think you know what I'm
Okay.
talking about. Yeah, I can.
Yes.
I love like these super dynamic poses for my illustrations that I commission because I'm a big stickler on having a very identifiable silhouette. Like if I were just to see like the shape of this character blacked out, I want to be able to tell what they're doing. And I'm a big celebrator of like being able to have that talent of like communicating character design through just simple shapes that are like condensed into just like squares, if not like cylinders, circles, things like that. I studied that a lot in college as an animation major, just being able to simplify your character design as much as possible while still communicating their personality and sense of motion and on screen and things like that. So yeah, for what it's worth, Axel, I do see that a lot in your work. And
Yeah, because I remember
why
you had this this older profile picture. It was like it had like a blue background and sort of something like that, and it had like more blonder hair.
Yeah, like I think that was originally the first commission I got from Mask of Shy, and he totally killed it there. And yeah, like he has a like really good talent as far as like being able to reference live action poses while still communicating it in his iconic style. And he's able to simplify the character to the point where it's still identifiable as like either my original character, if not like some other identifiable traits to how he designs his characters. Like he has a way to design his eyes like on characters. They're very much like I can tell like it's his work based off of how his line work, his colors, and his facial designs are across his characters.
And they're very
which I feel...
water, and they kind of look like water paint or something. Sometimes.
Yes, yeah, he's very good at like the nuances in his shading as well, even if it's like digitally presented. So I was just like, yes, I love when animators, illustrators, designers they have like that signature that, you know, transcends across all of their work. And I'm just like, yes, love to see it.
Because I've been rewatching, not rewatching, but I watched this show on Netflix called Blood of Zeus, and like my art style lately has been, well, most for these past like 3 years or something, has been like the New 52 animated movies. And like after watching this series, Blood of Zeus, it's like on Netflix. I think it's an anime, sort of. I don't know,
No,
but
it is.
like
You're right.
it is. Okay,
I've
yeah,
watched it. It's great. I like it.
it's amazing. I fell in love with that art style immediately because like I've been just trying to draw like, I don't know, there's just something about it just looks more alive than this later season of Young Justice. Like I love it, but like the animation kind of looked a bit stiff, and if you know what I mean, like it just looked a bit. Yeah, like
You know,
kind of looked like they lost a bit of budget.
No, they definitely lost a budget, and because it was the difference though is when you watch. Okay, spoiler alert for the season 4 finale of Young Justice, but when you watch the fight in like basically Times Square of Metropolis, when the team is fighting Zod and the Kryptonians. This is what Dave gets from me whenever I talk on Fanimate. It's like I can suddenly tell, oh, that's where the budget went. Because suddenly you see the fluidity of motion, you see the cell shading, and suddenly it's like, oh, this feels like season 1. Like the action has that motion and movement that I was used to seeing in season 1. But you're right, but then the rest of it is very sort of like flat and stiff, and
goes up and down.
And like you can notice like in the ending of that episode, like where they're at the wedding and stuff, some of their eyes don't like, just I don't know, like look a bit really flat. Yeah, something like that. It's
that
just,
wedding felt so rushed, just like animation wise. So I'm just kind of like, I'm not feeling much here. By the way, Blood of Zeus, Phil, was that the show you were asking me earlier this week if I had watched it?
Ragnarok is a different show.
Ragnarok. Okay, never mind. Oh, Dave. Speaking of Netflix stuff, you know what I've been busy watching the past couple of days? Cobra Kai.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
liking it.
I started season 1 on Monday. I finished season 3 tonight.
That's good. It's good stuff, huh?
Yeah, no, like me.
Talk about a series that should not work that really worked, right?
Me and Jordan, Jordan, aka Chainsaw Reacts, we were because I was asking him like, what if we reacted? Like, I know you've already reacted to these episodes already, but like, what if you watch me react to like some of the biggest episodes? I'm like, what's some of the bigger episodes? He's like, well, the season 3 finale is pretty big. So, and damn, he was not kidding.
Dude, it's like every season finale. I'm like, okay, so how or what are they gonna do next time? I mean, I don't.
No Mercy was the hardest for me. No Mercy was hard. I was so.
I thought they blew. I thought they blew their entire load when it came to like the first season. I'm like, what else could you do with this? And here we are going into what 5, 6,
Six. The sixth and final season.
Yeah, and I'm like thinking. I mean, I remember seeing that first trailer when it was on YouTube Red. It was supposed to be premiering on YouTube Red, and I'm going, this is, what are they doing? They really did this? And I was like, I thought like, I'm going to watch this, but I'm like, this is going to be cheesy as all hell. And then, everybody else, I fell in love with it.
It's so much gold.
Miguel is like, listen, I already love him as Blue Beetle, but listen, Miguel is like, I need to protect him at all costs. I now understand Barney's syndrome, How I Met Your Mother, for his love when it comes to Johnny. Because I'm like, I was not really connecting with Daniel that much in the first season.
That's what they're going for.
I'm Team Johnny all the way. If William was just 20 years younger, he should be boosted gold in James Gunn's DC universe. Like hate Tori, hate Robbie. I'm just like these two nutters are driving me absolutely insane. Like there's times when in the reaction video that I don't know when Jordan's gonna release it, but like I literally go like, "Fuck you, Tori! Shut up, Tori! Stop, Robbie! Go away!" But I also love the callbacks. They had so many good cameos from the movies. Again, I'm still like kind of, because it's only been, again, I didn't know I forgot how short those episodes are. So that's why I'm like, I'm already done with season 1. What the fuck? But like the season 2 finale, it's like it's still fresh in my mind. Because when Miguel falls, I'm like,
Oh,
they did not. And that's when I'm like, Robbie, you better run. And I don't want to see like when he gets into juvie, I was like, good, stay there. I do love the show.
I did not think they were gonna go that route. I was like, man, when he fell off that, the second story, I was like, what? They're
That's
gonna
attempted murder. Like I'm like, that's
Jesus. They went dark. They like went for it here. I was like, damn.
But the finals like some of those fights, they don't cut them. Like it's like one shot almost all the time. Like we go through the school,
They
and
do
then
a good job, yeah.
And then in tonight's episode I watched with Jordan, like he's like they're fighting in the house. Because again, he was like, "There's something in the finale, Andy. You're gonna lose your shit over." And it's the fight in the house. I'm like, "Oh, how are they gonna explain this to insurance?" Like, so there were these kids who came in here, and
they all know how to do karate.
Yeah, and then they're like, "Well, where were the adults?" Well, like, we were at a party getting drunk. So so I'm gonna start season 4 tomorrow, but also texting Jordan intensely.
Ooh,
like,
where Terry Silver comes back.
Yeah. No, he was calling him in the finale. So
we already saw that.
But I had to text Jordan tomorrow and be like, so where do I stop before we react to the next episode? Because like again, like I burned through these episodes. Because again, like on Wednesday, I was like, so where are you now? I'm like, I'm about to start season 3.
No, that's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it and everything. I mean, like I said, it was one of those things that nobody was like, everybody was just like, this isn't gonna work, and it's freaking working. And I guess this is gonna be the last season, which I'm like, good. Don't overstay your welcome, because there's only so much you could do. But
Zola's gonna soon be busy with DC, so it's
we'll see, but.
I don't know. Again, I don't know if Blue Beetle 2 will happen, but like he's obviously going to appear in other DC projects. So.
They should. I mean, I think that's what James Gunn was trying to articulate when it was like, yeah. I mean, it was kind of confusing. It's like, he's the first DCU character, but it's not the first DCU movie, which was like, well, that doesn't make sense.
Well, I think this is how he should have phrased it.
Yeah, he didn't phrase it.
He should have phrased Blue Beetle.
Phrasing.
But then again, he didn't like Batman 89 and Batman Begins, right?
I was gonna. He should have phrased Blue Beetle.
I didn't know where the context of that came from because then I think Daniel Martin, who's in the chat right now, what's up, Daniel? He mentioned something that I had no clue about either. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a reference to what is going to happen if like someone dug up, Zack Snyder's old tweets about, bashing a lot of like, the old Batman content. I'm just like, hey, I don't know. Like, I'm just sort of going off of like people who've been plugged in a lot longer than me, but like, I'm not someone who like digs up old content or things like that, but I was just like, yeah, no, that's really interesting. I wonder what caused that conversation to happen or that sentiment to be shared. But yeah, I just
this is what it is. This is what it is right here. Is back in the 2000s when it comes to James Gunn, he was a bit of a firecracker. He definitely was. I remember watching remember when Periscope was a thing?
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
I love
Periscope.
Is that a platform?
It was kind of like a live streaming platform that Twitter utilized mainly. It was like I think it was more built in with, it was like a Twitter thing. But it was its very own app, and it was very much just like a thing that you just mainly do live streams on. And I remember James Gunn used to go on live streams. This is when he was like medicated, like pills and shit like that. And he was
be medicated.
Yeah, and he
was
like
he was high basically.
He was basically high, and he would go on these periscopes and just talk. And I remember just thinking, like, somebody take his phone from him. It's like he's just, I don't know. And I'm just kind of going like, so when stuff like this happened, and I was even questioning whether they were real or not. It just didn't seem like it. I was like, are they real? That's
like the Snyder cut. It doesn't exist. Yeah.
I was like, exactly. It was like, does this actually?
Oh, we're talking about the Facebook post that we're surfacing.
Yeah.
Because I
And
remember
these
what
are
that
from
was.
11 years ago. From 11 years ago, and yeah, he just kind of like went off on all that, and I'm like, all right, James Gunn back in what? This is 11 years ago. I'm like, yeah, I could see him being like this because obviously we've seen that he was a firecracker big time. And a lot of people, of course, will just be like, this is who he is now, and I'm like, I don't think that's who he is now. Like, yeah, does he have an ego? Sure. Who doesn't in Hollywood, essentially? I mean, obviously, there's going to be always like those nicer type people, and those people that keep. When you see them, you kind of go like, oh yeah. When you see Christopher Nolan in an interview, you go like, this guy's just chill and laid back. You talk to Zack Snyder, nicest guy in the world. You have like those guys, but you also got your Tarantinos, where it's like, what the fuck did he just say? Like, did he just say that? It's like there's stuff
you got
like
your James
that.
Cameron.
James Cameron says some shit too.
James
like,
Cameron has no filter, and I love.
He has no filter. And Gunn didn't, and probably he's like trying to be like this hotshot director guy. Oh, we lost Casey.
I
but-
kind of I tend to look for like the grander context of like the in which that statement was said. Like I'm sure like a lot of us have seen where there are clips of the Full Circle event, and some of it may or may not have been contextualized into the panel discussion and how it was referenced.
Yeah.
And
Ray, you mean the internet took things out of context to do whatever they
I know,
wanted
maybe
to do with it?
that just
I'm
reflects how
shocked.
ignorant I am to how the internet works.
Girl, that's
but...
crazy. How could you think that? But I remember you're right, because the mic drop moment, like someone had uploaded as like a quick short, and like without any leading up to it, it's just a mic drop. I'm like, yeah, of course it's gonna be taken out of context. This could be used for anything. But I mean, I remember I used because that Facebook page, I remember I followed him because like when he got first hired for Guardian, and I remember like because his public Facebook page that you can add him as a friend, you can also follow it, and then eventually he made it into like a separate page where like you can only follow me. I don't want all these friend requests, but like, yeah, he would always be. Yeah, I mean, he's always been a pretty brutally honest guy. I think like now obviously he like. I still don't get how he got away with like cussing and the way he did during the press event where they announced Chapter 1. He was like there was no fucking direction at Warner Brothers. I'm like, which is true, but it's like obviously like, I think that he continues being brutally honest. Like even if you look at the because the things that he said on these posts are coming up, it's not that different from what he said on Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Just it was just a little shorter, but it's pretty much the same thing. So he at least he sticks to his stance, which it's.
Well, that's why I even said like when I talked about it, I was like, I wonder how he feels about that now. Has there been a change? Does he still feel that way? I mean, that's what's going to be interesting because obviously, when he could start really talking about things again, he's going to have to answer about like, oh, did you really hate Batman 89 like this? Did you really think that, you didn't like Nicholson's Joker and stuff like that? And I hope he sticks to it. Don't fall back. And, if he still sticks to it, I'll be like, you know what? Respect. If you still shit on it, fine. That's perfectly fine because I've talked to people in real life and even online that do not like Batman 89. And don't like Keaton's Batman. I've talked to these people. I mean, they're out there. I mean, I don't share that. I think, Batman 89 is iconic. It's great. But I could sit there and rip it apart just like I could rip anything apart. Sure. And there's things where like, even what Gunn was saying when it came to certain things, I was like, yeah, and there's things, okay, yeah, I could see your point, but I still don't
like
agree.
When I first saw that like trending, like when I first saw a post like that, I was thinking, I don't think this is gonna go viral or anything. Like I don't think people are gonna notice. Right. And then yeah, it did. When it comes to Gunn, it goes viral, let's just say.
I mean, for me, I tend to respect folks that are, unapologetic around how they feel, and whether or not they feel like they have to, explain their feelings. That's on them. They can pick and choose what they respond to, and some part of that is like, yeah, like I respect what you have to say as far as like your feelings, like they exist as much as mine do, and because it's subjective, like I don't know if it always needs to provoke a conversation around it, because my connection to the same topic that that person may have, it's not going to move the needle as far as like my perception of it or my connection to it. I'd love to hear more about what that person has to say, but I think in terms of like, since we're talking about Gunn, for example, I feel like a lot of his presentation of his work and his opinions and what he has to say, I tend to see it as like, yeah, this is how he's keeping himself in the conversation, and he's picking and choosing what he is saying. I feel like there is intention there. It's not just shock value for the sake of that. There is some strategy around it, in my opinion. So for me, I can respect that he kind of like throws a grenade into like the bomb shelter and walks away, low key or low key high key. But it's at the same time like he they're like the intention of it, whether or not I'm being cynical saying like, oh, it's all marketing, like he is not apologizing for it. And I tend to have a lot more respect for people who don't apologize for how they feel, nor feel the need that they have to respond to every sort of argument against how they feel. So I
really hope that if he gets asked about it, that he sticks to it and be like, yeah, I wasn't a fan. Big deal. Like, that wasn't a fan. And like, that's why, like, when I talked about it, I'm like, this is someone's opinion that was 11 years ago. Who knows if it's the same? And I'm like, who cares? Okay. So we thought about that. I mean, to be honest, like the thing that I thought that I could be like, yeah, I could see his point right there was the fact that when he talked about how the Joker killed Batman's parents, I could see, for being the first cinematic Batman, I'm sure Batman fans back then were like, what the fuck? Did they really just make the Joker kill his parents? It's not Joe Chill? What the fuck? Like, they were all, probably got like freaked out about it. And he obviously did. And I can understand, like, people who are diehard Batman fans probably were like, how dare he do that? I mean, I
guess like when it comes
I thought it was
to
clever even as a kid.
Different. It was different. Yeah.
It's an Elseworld. It's an Elseworld. That's the thing. Like, these movies are not beholden. These movies are not beholden to follow a specific continuity. That's why, like, again, like, you can look at like some of this, Zack's work. Again, they're in that universe, for example, Lex Luthor is the one who creates Doomsday. Whereas in other iterations, he's created by Persona.
Yeah, Grayson got killed by the Joker, not Jason Todd.
Yeah. That's like one of my few issues.
Jason Todd is the Joker. remember that?
Remember those? I remember that.
As long as like
at one point I was on board with that theory. But
I
didn't like it. I didn't like it.
I hated it. I hated it.
That didn't make any sense to me.
What were we gonna say, Raya?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I again loving like the actual discourse around the content and the films and shows and things like that. That's what I'm here for. I tend to kind of recoil a bit when it comes to folks disparaging the opinions of others. Like, that's where I'm just like, I unplug and I have to step away, because it's not, in my opinion, a productive conversation to focus on the trying to invalidate someone else's opinion when we have our own subjective opinions as well, whether or not we agree with them or not. Like, it's deterring the preferred path, at least like my preferred path of being able to steer it more towards like our own discussion around dissecting this content. So I feel like there's more value in those discussions than it is around talking about the fandom surrounding it.
Well, some people,
Raya, I think it also comes down to the fact that it's similar to your modus operandi is my idea that I don't like talking about things that I don't like. Like, yeah. I don't understand the
obsession over
the idea of hate watching or I'm going to rant on and on. I mean, the shortest episode of DC Squadcast that Tim and I ever did was a movie review where we both hated the movie. It was like 23 minutes long. We've never done an episode that short, but we said what we had to say and we moved on. Like, it was literally like,
and that movie was Jonah Hex.
No, it was not Jonah Hex. We haven't reviewed that one yet. That will come later with Squawkcast
Oh,
movies.
that'll be a fun one.
That's going to be a fun one over at patreon.com/Squawkcast Media. But thank you. But no, it was The Kitchen. I remember we both hated that
That's
movie.
right. That's right. Yeah.
And the review only lasts for about 23 minutes because we weren't going to belabor the point of we didn't like it. How many different ways can we say we didn't like it? So we
I disliked it. I hated it. I despised it.
Well, it's a
reluctantly-
little challenging because like in this space, like we're very much interested in talking around the greater, scope in which this this content is produced, like, the film industry and some of like, the nuance of like the recurring personalities or identities of folks that are influencing the decisions being made around how this content is produced. And that's a very fascinating topic to talk about as well. And yeah, like, it can be contentious and there can be reoccurring feelings of frustration that are, again, very valid too. And those can be very engaging conversations as well, since, there's not that much, DC content to really dissect other than, things that already exist for years and years and years. So it kind of pivots back into, some, current events that I actually really find fascinating. And I learn a lot from these streams because of it. So it's kind of like, yeah, like, I don't believe in like forcing oneself to find the silver lining necessarily in anything. Like the frustration and sadness and criticism are also valid to give yourself space to experience. Like you don't always have to have optimism if you're presented with information that is telling you otherwise. Like, yeah, this situation's very dire, like let's experience these feelings and talk about them.
Yeah, and a lot of people they made it seem like he said this like yesterday. I mean, that's the thing. It's just 11, 12 years ago. It's like, it's whatever. You could disagree. It's ugh.
But something, the fact that those posts had, because you were talking about, I hope he actually like sticks to his opinions when he actually talk about these things. But like, if you think about it, because those posts, as far as I know, those posts are still available on his Facebook page. That means that because he obviously sees headlines, that if he wanted, he could have gone and deleted them by now. But as far as I know, they're still up there, which pretty much says, yeah, I still stand by these opinions. He might elaborate, but again, it's like, if he, again, it's like, are we surprised that someone in Hollywood has like, different film opinions? Like, it's like, again, he's not saying like, fuck Tim Burton, fuck Christopher Nolan. He's like, this was just not for me.
I think for my perception of how I'm interpreting the presentation of like what people like or creators like Gunn and other film directors, how they spend their bandwidth and what's going to move the needle as far as like growing their footprint in the grander current events conversation. I don't feel like personally there's a lot of value in Gunn revisiting a lot of past occurrences of opinions. I think part of it is like, if a press junket, for example, has X amount of time, in a small window of time to, ask him some questions, it may be just, focusing on pre-approved current event situations and not so much revisiting, a lot of like the more maybe like, not contentious, but like some of like, the nitty gritty, questions that we'd love to, have like him, explain more of, like, like his opinions on, older films and things like that. I think like with his bandwidth, with what he is giving these, public statements, it's going to focus on other things that we may drive even more frustration towards him. So again, I feel like that's all strategy. I feel like, there is intention around what he does and does not say. And it's all timed in order to get a desired response. So I think like, how we're discussing him on a daily basis, basically, or like, how we engage, a lot of us engage with him and what he has to say. It's all like, that's the goal, to get that, engagement.
Totally. Casey, you've been quiet. What are your thoughts?
Firstly, I think that he was a very edgy person at that time anyway because of his other tweets at that time. So I feel like he was the type of person who would not, get on the hype train if everyone likes something. Right. So if everyone likes the Dark Knight stuff, the trilogy, he would probably find ways of, thinking that that is not for him because he was that type of person back then. So those types of opinions about comic book movies don't really surprise me because of the kind of person he was. But also, I kind of agree with some of them.
I knew you were. That's why I was like,
Yeah, it's
What?
like
What?
Jack Nicholson's Joker is good, but it's not like the typical Joker for me either. And the canon breaking event also is a problem for me. But I like the Tim Burton movies, and it's like it's not something for me. It's like if I get one definitive version that is my preference in live action, which is Ben Affleck's Batman, then I'm okay with everything else. Like you can have different interpretations and all of that. The people that get mad about not getting what they want are mad because they never got it. So even the new Battinson movie, a lot of people finally got what they a lot of people finally got what they actually think Batman should be like, right? And for me, it was Ben Affleck's Batman, not anyone else. But I still enjoy all the other movies. So for me, it's not like that. And I'm still waiting for my, version, the definitive version of Joker. I have still not found that in any of the live action interpretations. I like the Mark Hamill version. That's from the animated series. So I need exactly like that for me to be satisfied. So all of them are great in their own ways, but they're not the Joker to me.
And like going off what Casey is saying, like I love Tim Drake. He's my favorite Robin. Does he exist in the Snyderverse? No. And do I care? Maybe, but it doesn't bother me that much because I'm able to be that flexible with it when it comes to different Elseworlds and stuff.
Right.
And I still don't get. Yeah, sure, Nightwing fans, are having the worst time with the Harley Quinn show, and Jesus Christ. And
I don't get what are they so mad about?
No, don't spoil it. I haven't watched season 4.
Yeah, I haven't watched it either. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
It's just really unfunny, is what it is. But some people were pissed off when it was revealed to be Dick Grayson to be the dead Robin, and I was like, and at first I was like, I was a bit annoyed at that, but then it ain't gonna change, and I got used to it. So yeah.
I think that's where I appreciate these longer, discussion streams because if
instead of
at least
280 characters on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. I was literally gonna lean on that as far as if we actually listen to one another, there's actually more nuance in how people, feel about what Casey was saying about he has this preference.
Girl, what are you dreaming over there? You can't be listening to
I know. I'm shooting for the moon on that one. But yeah, it's
Rebel Moon.
I'm not asking folks to sit through 4-hour streams in order to get the nuance of how other people feel, but I'm just saying that having that bandwidth to give people the benefit of the doubt, maybe there is some area where this person is not just committed to a very straight and narrow perception of this character and only wants one specific thing. If in my experience, listening more to outside of the character limit of a tweet and actually going to visit this person and hearing more of what they had to say, I actually see that they are more than happy to have fans like me and everyone else get what they want, have our cake and eat it too type of situation, but still stand by what they believe in as far as putting their optimism and support for other interpretations of these characters to live on. And I find that to be very inspiring. If nothing else, I don't want to argue about the plausibility so much as celebrating someone who has this commitment to having all aspects of fandom coexist while still exploring other options, for exploring all nooks and crannies and options and possibilities for possibly getting their preference, fulfilled as well.
Yeah,
That's how
I
feel
feel
with
like
Black.
even if you ask him today about those opinions, I feel like he will probably answer it differently. He was
Yeah.
more raw back then because he wasn't that popular, and he was a new director and stuff like that. So right now, I think he will give a more professional answer,
He would
even
probably
if
be
the
like
opinion.
he'd probably be like more like he'd appreciate like
Right.
what Burton went for. And like I'm one of those that I like Batman Forever more than Batman Returns, and I will
I love
die
both
on that
those
fucking
movies.
hill.
I love both
I will
those
die on
movies.
that hill. I know. I see Andy, holding onto his chest. I see, and then hold on to your Blue Beetle. No, but I'm one of those where I'm like, because Batman 89 was iconic. It was like, holy shit. I remember going to see it as a kid and being obsessed with that movie. But as an adult, when you watch that, I'm like, okay, so it was kind of like, okay, Burton came in, and did some things, and they worked to like, okay, we're going to make this dark, gothic kind of Gotham City and everything. And then when that made a bunch of money, they're like, Burton, do whatever you want. And he did when it came to Batman Returns. And it's very Tim Burton. And I'm like,
That's why I love
that's
That's
Batman.
also one
for
of
me.
my problems. That's
Yes.
also one
I
of my
love
problems
both
with
those
James Gunn in this regard, because for me it's like I obviously appreciate the newer versions of the Batman, and I like the older versions, but they're not my absolute favorite, right?
Yeah.
But the Superman movie, the Chris Reeve one, I just it's for me it's unwatchable. I could not finish that movie at all, and it's
Yeah,
one of
same
his
here.
all-time favorite
See,
movies.
the Young Bucks. Yeah.
And it's one of his all-time favorite movies, and I'm like, he loves that movie but he does not like Batman 89. For me it's the opposite. So it's
It's
Well,
fine.
that's interesting.
I was just going to mention, like, I don't want to discredit the validity of this conversation, but I'm also thinking maybe like in the here and now, like let's say we had James Gunn on the panel right now. What is the
Wait, he's backstage.
what,
Shit.
What the
what
fuck?
is the goal
James is
of
a bunny.
getting him to answer this question as opposed to like current events, conversations? If you only had 30 minutes and maybe you even had, some prep time to create your list of questions, are you going to add this, this question to clarify his feelings from an 11-year-old tweet, or are you going to use that bandwidth that he is giving you to ask more current event questions? I just want to, get an honest answer,
The second option, because it's like, again, having a film opinion is like, I don't see the controversy in that. Again, heck, it goes. I have an example for myself because I have made it very clear that I am one of the biggest haters of Superman Returns. I despise that film on every level. Like the only two things I like about that film is I like Brandon Routh,
Airplanes,
but
yeah.
I like the airplane scene exactly.
Everybody always says like the airplane scene.
Yeah, but everything else, like I like you would have to pay me to watch that movie again. Like I hate it with a passion. And then I remember when we did our big podcast crossover for Christ on Infinite Earths, which includes the Flash podcast. I remember I said, I appreciate Brandon Routh as the Kingdom Come Superman, and I had a viewer a listener email the Flash podcast was like, well, I remember you said in season 2 of the Flash podcast that you hated Superman Returns. I'm like, yeah, and I still stand by it. But I've always made it clear I have no problem with Brandon Routh. I have problems with the fact that he didn't get to play his own Superman, but I hate everything else with Superman Returns. But what I said during the podcast crossover, I really liked seeing him playing a Superman that is not just another Christopher Reeve, whatever. So even I know that Superman is supposed to be Christopher Reeve version, but it still felt like it was something. Ralph got to bring something different this time, and so it's again, I respect that people can stick. If they stick to their opinions that he said. Again, I'm sure he will formulate it differently, but I'm sure he will still say, yeah, I don't love Batman 89. I don't love Batman Begins. And for me, I just, I'd rather ask, if he was here now, the thing is, like, those movies are in the past. Like, let's look forward to the future now of what's coming. Let's see, like, what is his vision for Batman through Batman the Brave and the Bold? Instead,
yes, like I'm just like thinking, like, I don't care what his favorite movies are, how he feels about 30, 40-year-old movies. I want to know exactly, like Andy, to your point, like, can you give us like more context around the immediate future of films that are coming out this year? Can you speak to, how those are going to be interwoven or connected to
Yeah.
your future of how you see, the DCU? And I just want to understand more around like the intention as well as like what's informing these decisions from him. I think those questions are really going to move the needle as opposed to regressing into where we're at now, where we have these perceptions of Gunn as a creator based off of past actions as opposed to what he's doing currently.
You know what my number one question for him is? Is your Batman stories going to have more fantastical elements that we've never
I'm
seen
sure
in
they
these other
will.
Batman movies? Well, see, the thing, people are just like, people are just assuming that it's going to be League of Shadows or League of Assassins, depending on which version you follow, because we have Damien and so on. I'm like, but I want to see like I want to see a Bane. I want to see a Bane with Venom. I want to see a clay-faced mud monster.
No, he's Marvel. I said Venom. That's Marvel.
No, Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
No, but no. What I
okay,
was gonna say,
Axel.
what I hope when it comes to like when he gets, because he will get asked the question about it. I hope he goes like, he's like, yeah, I stand by it somewhat, but then all of a sudden he goes, but you know what I did like about it, and then he brings up things that he likes about it. That'd be the smart way to do it. It's like, don't backpedal. Don't like backpedal.
No.
And be like, no, I was doing this, I was doing that. Just be like, you know what? I somewhat stand by it, but there's things I do like about it, and it's this, and this. And then what you were saying, Andy, and Raya, was like the fact is like, all right, so now we're gonna be looking at, all right, since you said this about that, it's like, all right, then show us what you're gonna do, what's gonna happen in the future. That's what I'm about. And I even said that on Film Junkie Live. I was like, all right, James, then you got to show it. You're okay. You say this about this. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with what you had to say about Batman 89 or Batman Begins. So now, like, you are handling this thing. So let's see what you got. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you got. And the fact that you made the decision to have this Batman that's going to be this type of Batman. It's not going to be a fresh face Batman, obviously, and it's going to have a Batman that's going to have a Damian Wayne. Yeah, again, I mean, and I even said this too, it's like he is somewhat taking a page out of Zack Snyder's book. It's like, hey, we've already seen these characters that had these origin stories, that had these solo movies, that didn't have an extended universe. I'm going to just totally approach this whole thing as there's an extended universe right from the get-go. And we have established Superman, established Batman. Okay. So, and they could cross over. They could be a part of the story. And Zack took that approach too, because that's not what the Marvel machine was doing. He was like, you know what? We have the Superman. I had the origin story. Now, when we're going into like the sequel, guess what? We're going to have established Batman big time. We're going to have established Wonder Woman, kind of, and then we're going to have these other characters. We're going to have these other characters that are already there. So I respect the fact that, and that's what I keep on trying to tell people, is the fact that, and I still get that. I saw it on my chat on Wednesday where it's like, we want a Superman solo film. I'm like, you got him. You got him already. You already have those.
And you're getting another one.
Fact that he's going to interact with some kind. He's going to interact with Guy Gardner. What the fuck?
That is going to be so funny. Like Guy Gardner is the last character I would ever. Again, I mean, Nathan Fillion is my Hal Jordan. But then when he got this guy, I'm like, but Nathan is so nice. Why are we casting him as the asshole? But I'm like excited to see that dynamic because it's different.
I have to push back on Dave and Andy, unfortunately. Like, so where I'm coming from is how I'm interpreting your feedback around how you approach the conversation around Gunn is I'm not picking up a lot of sense of goodwill. I'm picking up more backhanded compliments and cynicism. So how do you feel like Gunn is going to respond to that and not be, if you're being catty to him, he's going to be catty in return and pick and choose what to respond to. I feel like there does need to be some sense of concessions, and as far as like, yes, like I love how Dave presented, what he had to say around like, I'm excited. I want to see what you have to say, but I don't feel like the bandwidth that Gunn would give to this conversation as far as like being compared to past content. I don't feel like that is contributing value to moving the needle in the conversation. We need to focus on what is going forward and what we are being given right now. I need to hear from him what he is going to do without any reference to what we perceive as like pre-established and incomplete, because he has made it clear he has a goal and a vision, and as little as we know about it right now, I want him to elaborate on what those things are. I don't want to focus on what we didn't get and, you know, what we have from, you know, a previous interpretation. I need to hear from his own mouth in terms that we are not, you know, given to just, you know, perceiving from cryptic social media behavior his, you know, intention around what he's doing. That's just me.
No, I agree.
I just want him to have Batman punch Guy Gardner in the face. That's all I want. That's literally the only thing I want.
One punch, Phil.
Yep,
one punch.
One
Yeah.
punch.
One
Yep,
goddamn
that's
motherfucking
right.
punch.
It might happen. You never know. But
And then if you could just pull it off and get Jason Sudeikis in that Blue Beetle suit going one punch.
Oh, listen, I want to see how he and Bruna's Jenny had like what that dynamic would look like on screen. Because like when I, you know, now that Angel has like basically like, yeah, I want Jason to be my Ted Core. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh my god, what would that dynamic look like? No, but just to add a point to what Raya was saying is that, like, yeah, like I'm excited for his DC universe. That's why, like, one of the things that I like have massive respect for him is the fact that, you know, he's not saying that all these shows and movies will be based on these comics, but they will be inspired by these comics. You guys could go check them out, and that's why, you know, we're seeing.
And that
works. The 40 sold out. Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow sold out. All-Star Superman. Wonder Woman. His story has now gone from what, like 63 on the Amazon ranking now to the top one seller. Like that, I have a massive respect for it. Like, so, you know, yeah,
and that's what Marvel's not doing that shit. Yeah.
Marvel Comics is a mess.
No, you know what Marvel Comics decided to do? Apparently, they decided to make Peter Parker the new Green Goblin.
What?
I didn't know that.
I saw a picture floating around from, I think,
Phil,
Comics.
Are you trolling us right now, Phil? Like, this cannot be real.
That sounds like a troll. It does, but I
drop the receipt in the private chat, Phil.
Yes, please.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
No,
I'm sure you're not joking.
If there's a picture, yeah, send it. If there's a picture, I want to see that.
Yeah, let's react to it together.
Yeah, that's freaking hilarious. But no, I mean. But yeah, when it comes to all this, it's like, all right, I'm the past. I'm sick and tired of all that. I want to know like future stuff. That's what we're all.
Yes.
But I mean, obviously, being the like what I do, I'm obviously going to have to talk about it. I have to do that. I have to comment on it. And you know, my initial whole thing when it came to this whole thing, and I know I was like, oh yeah, you know, I even have it in the title of this where it says James Gunn hates Batman, and somebody's like, he didn't. I was like, yeah, I know. It's more facetious of like the fact that it's like people are out there saying that he does hate Batman. And it's funny too, because when it comes to even like, I mean, obviously everybody always compares everything to the Dark Knight, right? The Dark Knight is
I'm so sick of that.
I know, so am I, because I even said it with Blue Beetle, but you know, every DC film that comes out, they have to compare it to the Dark Knight, and it's the best one since the Dark Knight or whatever the fuck. I hate that shit. But at the same time, it's like, man, even sometimes I feel like, hey, Batman Begins I feel like it's better today.
I love Batman Begins.
Yeah, it's great.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
like
one of
what
the
I'm
most
saying.
appreciated comic book movies of all time. It's basically how I feel about Captain America: The First Avenger. Like, people like just don't look back on Captain America: The First Avenger because
super underrated.
Yeah. Because Winter Soldier was so good. But like, yeah, Batman Begins, like, it's like, you know, I lost my shit as a kid just seeing that on the big screen. I'm like, we're seeing his origin story. I'm like, we're actually seeing the League of Shadow. Oh no. Are we about to throw it up?
Oh, it exists. Yeah, there's Spidey Goblin. There's actually a Spidey Goblin that's happening. Yeah, hold on. There it is.
Okay,
here we
Reaction
go.
time, please.
Oh boy!
Oh, what the fuck?
Whoa!
Spidey Goblin right there, holding a pumpkin bomb and everything.
Yep.
Just in time for pumpkin spice season.
Yeah.
I need a buck. Like, this is
well said, Raya.
Who's writing that?
I have no idea, But
I think I think it's Dan Slott, maybe.
No, this is not Slot. This is not Slot. Slot is
because there was that new character called Spider Boy.
That's exactly why this is not Slot, because he's focused entirely on that. He's got a whole different thing going on. I think this is. It might be Zeb Wells. It might be. I don't know. I don't know.
That guy. Yeah,
might be,
guy.
I don't know.
Him.
This looks. The one thing I want to add to
if the story works. Sorry.
The only thing I want to add to the whole James Gunn thing is that, like, yes, but I wish he would have rephrased, he would have phrased it better 11 years ago. I don't like how people are acting as if, like, this is something that he should get, like, canceled for whatever. So he's like, he has an opinion on films.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
acting as if, like, he's coming in, like, treason, or, like, he killed someone. It's like, no, he didn't like these movies.
This really shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, because his both of the Batman movies he talked about, neither one of them was in his top 5.
Exactly.
Right.
So it really shouldn't shock anyone that he has that kind of opinion about those films.
And the backlash is mostly just bad faith. We know that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
How dare the DC Studios head say this? And I'm like, he wasn't the DC Studio head. He wasn't even thinking about that back then.
Wait a minute. These same people who, like, consistently put up either Christian Bale's Batman or Michael Keaton's Batman as, like, some superior version of Batman against Ben Affleck's Batman. Yeah. Yes. Now they're defending all three of them. Okay.
I think I just wanted to clarify what I was, like, trying to communicate earlier. I don't mean to say that your criticism, frustration, or demanding of clarification isn't valid, because I literally just said earlier, like, experience those feelings for sure. I just mean that there might be, like, a time and place for that. Like, this is the forum to do that for sure. But
not on Twitter, not on Thread, not in Thread.
And I don't agree with having, like, these opinions necessarily inform or establish cynicism in what we expect Gunn to produce, because I personally don't want to hold his feet to the fire for, like, his spicy takes. I want to see what he can do as a producer, like, taking ownership of an entire studio. Like, that's completely different than who he was 11 years ago, or even, like, a year ago.
What? People change? That's
blasphemy.
Blasphemy.
His entire career and title and the responsibilities he has is a lot different than when he was just a writer, producer, director. He wasn't
before Guardians, before Guardians,
and like, we can have our opinions and our that's informed by past information, but for me personally, I tend to, it's not like a 100% clean slate, because he is giving us, current event, information that's informing us a little bit, that, are, crumbs of, that are, fueling our speculation. But at the end of the day, like, it's not like a full course meal. So I'm expecting, the entree to come through, and I'll judge it from there. But I understand why we have these current event discussions.
I think in regards to a wider universe, I'm kind of with Raya in that I'm not going to exactly just like, since he doesn't like Batman 89 or Batman Begins, I'm not going to say, well, then at this point, my perspective of what his DC universe can be isn't going to quite align with my sensibilities of what the DC universe should be. I'm kind of with you in that I don't really want to look at it like that. I would say, though, that it's understandable to still feel bitter about the entire situation with Superman specifically, because of the fact that he literally just came back in a film this past October, which ironically enough has made more money than any of the DC movies this year at the box office. So how about that for a turn of events? Anyway, it's just all kind of funny and sad and a lot of different emotions when it comes to being a DC fan, especially if you've been following this stuff for, a long time, since, say, the days of Justice League Unlimited or Justice League the animated series, Batman the animated series, Superman the animated series, whatever your gateway was, or even before that. It's just all going to be very interesting to see what kind of plan his plan looks like when it's actually executed, because I have a really hard time believing that video games are going to fall into that category too.
Like, Phil, to your point, I understand, like, my journey in, like, this community is a lot shorter than most folks, and maybe, like, I don't have, like, this like as deep a connection to the content or knowledge even as other folks have. I totally acknowledge that. So I also want to say that, like, and I feel like everyone here is, like, given validity to this, like, we can't, hold Gunn accountable to, you know, the past sins of other people. You know, he's coming through like, you know, with a mess, a dumpster fire that he has to try and extinguish and, you know, sort the recyclables from the compost and, you know, like the waste and stuff like that. And I feel like everyone has given validity to that. I still respect and honor and understand where folks are coming from as far as the frustration.
But
But yeah,
aiming at the wrong people. Like it's like
right.
you know, yeah, like
Yes.
yeah, like HBO Max canceling Titans and Doom Patrol. Like, yeah, it sucks that it happened during, you know, like during his time as a president, but he had nothing to do with those shows getting canceled. That's you know, Warner Bros. Television.
Well, you just Andy, you just get some kind of confirmation about the second half of Doom Patrol not having a hard date yet because things are so.
Me and Warner Bros. We've been in communication, and I've had to remove that tweet. I will admit that because they clarified something on my end, but I cannot talk about publicly.
Fair enough. I apologize for asking.
No.
I know you did post about that, and
yeah, I don't know, Phil. You're good. You're good.
You're good. Frustration because we're all fans of Doom Patrol. So.
Yeah,
we love Doom Patrol.
Still waiting on part 2, and it's like you guys did Titans part 2, so it's like what's the holdup? You know?
Well, I was really like I was committed. Okay, so it's gonna be Titans part 2, then Doom Patrol part 2, then a Harley Quinn, but then it's like there's nothing in between, and then Harley Quinn, and so yeah, but again, but just to, you know, Raya's point, like James is having to come in a really tough position where, like, again, Warner Bros. Is now canceling all these things. Like the Arrowverse is essentially gone. We have one show left. You know, we lost Titans and Doom Patrol. We lost the Batgirl movie. We lost Henry Cavill's Superman and so on. But again, it's like a lot of these things are out of James's control. So
no, he's blamed for everything. He's blamed for Batman and Robin, for God's sakes. It's his fault that movie was.
He's a menace.
He's a menace to society.
I would say it's his fault people are talking about the movie again.
I guess what I also want to add is that we've seen how not necessarily volatile, but more just like shifting in terms of like how reactionary content has, you know, been released and what's prioritized and what's funded or canceled, things like that. And I'm hoping Swamp Thing, you know, still comes out. You know, I'm still sort of like, you know, I haven't heard much about that. You know, we know what happened with the actual TV show, but like that one data point aside, we've seen, you know, slates come and go, and we've seen, you know, plans, you know, fall through. And also, you know, the strikes are another, you know, like variable that is going to determine when and if we do see this content complete it. If not, you know, like the stuff that we do know is like in the can end up being released or, you know, pushed back, etc. So not that like, you know, I want to completely absolve WB or DC or the DC studio heads of all like, you know, the lack of transparency that is valid to be frustrated about, but that, you know, that grander, you know, umbrella factor around, you know, the talent pool of like, you know, the folks executing the production of these TV shows and films is also like an industry-wide impacting, you know, factor. So it's something out of his control as well.
And that's why I think he was so frustrated during that press. Sorry, Dave. I was going to say that I think that's why he was so frustrated at the press event where he was, you know, cussing and saying, you know, like, you know, it's, you know, it was a fucking mess. You know, there was all, you know, like, you know, DC was just basically giving a filmmaker any character they wanted if you just smile at them or something like that. And like, it's just, you know, like I think James has been as frustrated in a lot of ways that we have. Like, yes, this is suck, you know, like, because I know people will be like, but he, you know, he hates the Snyderverse. Like, no, it's just. At this point, it's like it's better to just start over. Yes, it sucks that we're losing all these other parts that could have been or that was in the makings, aka the Batgirl movie. That's my biggest frustration that we lost Batgirl. But it's like, yeah, it's because because he's also so famous, you know, in the film community. Like that's why I think it's so much easier. They have a face they can blame. They have someone they can actually like target and be like, it's his fault that this is all happening, and then we're not going these directions. So, you know, but
well, I mean, it's just like, I mean, again, I mean, this is one of the things I was talking about when it came to all this. Is like DC's always been trying to chase the Marvel machine, and it was funny because when I posted my clip the clips from Wednesday's show, it was kind of interesting to see the reactions. And, you know, it's all theories that I'm not saying like I know shit or something like that. It's just my theory was like they've been chasing it since Green Lantern. And a lot of people like, you know, they start saying dates. I'm like, do you realize this shit's been in development like fucking 10 years prior? I mean, like they all know that things are in development. So obviously it's like, and, you know, I really thought that it was always like, when you look at Green Lantern and then you research Green Lantern and see like, I mean, they were literally changing the fucking script when they were during production, which I know that can be common practice, but at the same time, it's like they had a Flash movie that was being supposed to be lined up like right after. They were going to like really try that, and then of course I totally forgot about like prior to the writer's strike back in 2008. I mean, there was a Justice League Mortal movie that was supposed to be coming out from George Miller. And I didn't reference that, but I thought about that today. I'm like, oh man, I mean, DC has always been trying to get, I should have said more like they were trying to get ahead of the Marvel machine because they saw that they were going to do things from the ground up. DC couldn't really do that because they've already have movies out there and live action content out there, unlike Marvel. Marvel had the privilege of, or, you know, the ability, the fact that like there wasn't live action content out there, so they could build it from the ground up. That's why it was successful. DC didn't have that luxury. They had to be like, well, people already know some of this stuff, so we kind of have to do it differently. And they were going to do the Justice League Mortal movie. Like, let's start off with Justice League. That went to shit. All right, they're starting off with a character that maybe not many people know about. We're going to do that with Green Lantern. And then they fucked that up. And then they were like, Chris Nolan, can you like do Superman, please? And he's like, no, but I know a guy. And then Zack tried to do something different. And then when it continued, he was like, well, what if we do it like this? And again, if they just let the man just cook, it probably would have ended up being like something better. But I mean, where was I?
Can I just like intersect? Like,
no,
finish it.
Go for it.
I was gonna say, I love how this term "let them cook" has gotten like two meanings. The original was like, you know, oh, he got roasted. Oh yeah, he got cooked. And now it's just like, yeah, let this person do his thing. And I'm just like, I try to use both. I'm just whenever I say like, you know, oh yeah, you can cook me for this because I have terrible takes as well. So yeah, please cook me. I could care less. But yeah,
you
like
can cook me for that. That's new for me.
Like, oh, let him cook. Like, you know, as someone is like, oh yeah, let James Gunn cook. I'm just like, hell yeah. Like, you know, don't roast him. Like, you know, so I've the newer meeting, like I like, but like also like I'm familiar with, you know, oh, like he got cooked. Like, you know, I love that one.
Sorry, Ray. He killed Rick Flag. I have to cook him.
Yeah, he killed
to the point.
Boomerang.
You know?
Yeah, to the point. Even
I was so upset when Captain Boomerang died.
Yeah, that too. But Rick Flag
He's a national treasure.
Because I'm a really huge Sean Ostrander Suicide Squad fan. I've got that majority of that run in trade paperback form, and that core concept to me has just always been kind of interesting corner of DC's history for me, and I just am kind of partial to it. So to see it, like, again, more to Andy's point, played up like kind of a joke was just kind of a little disheartening. Don't get me wrong.
On that note for John Austin, I was happy he got to do a cameo.
Yeah.
That
Sure.
That was a one thing. I'm like, I absolutely love that.
Don't get me wrong. Like there are things in that movie that are cool and good, but man, on the whole, it does not have a lot of rewatchability for me. I
agree with that.
As a flashback, I'm just like, I never got to see Captain. As a flashback, I'm like, I never got to see Captain Boomerang and the Flash fight. I only got it for 5 seconds in Suicide Squad, and then
which apparently wasn't in David Ayer's.
Which is not going to be in David Ayer's Suicide Squad. So
that sucks.
That was something from the studio, and it was like, all right. But see, again, like going back to what I think this is where I was leading to when it came to this. If there was the DC Studios when Zack was around, he wouldn't gotten fucked with the way that he did. Yeah, that's the bad. That's the. I mean, how I'm optimistic about the future is the fact that they finally did go. You know what? We need a certain part of this whole big thing.
We don't need a division like DC Films. We need a studio like DC Studios.
And I think just having James Gunn, I mean, regardless of how you feel about him, he is a filmmaker. And yes, sure, there's going to be an outline of an initial timeline, but he hopefully will give these filmmakers their own voice and their own aesthetic to, you know, if they're brought on, it's like, okay, we want what you have to offer. And he's probably seen that in the Marvel machine where it's like, yeah, you bring on some of these directors and they're like you said, they're smiling and what do you want me to do, boss Kevin, you know, kind of thing. They're just doing that. I hope he's not going to approach it where they're like, what do you want us to do, boss James? You know, they don't want to do that. They have their own like,
you know, you could tell that they've hired someone like Andy Muschietti to do Batman, and then they hire someone like James Mangold to do Swamp Thing. I mean, it's like, oh my god, this is why I'm like, those Emma movies, they could be any Marvel film because I don't think Peter Reed has a unique style as a filmmaker.
Does not.
So for me, but when I see someone like, oh, James Mangold for Swamp Thing, James Gunn for Zuma Legacy, Andy Muschietti for
Batman.
Yeah, Ravenwood. Thank you. I'm like, these are very different filmmakers. It doesn't feel like we're just gonna see the same tone. Because there was a time during the MCU, and even still to this day, where I'm like, all these fucking films feel like the same. Like,
and I think
it's boring.
Like, to
adding to Phil's point as well from earlier about Black Adam, making more money than any DC movie after that. It's been
Dwayne
such
Johnson
a weird,
knew what he was talking about. Sorry.
it's been such a weird thing with DCEU where things look a different way on paper, and then it happens, and the box office happens, and then later we learn that it's different. So that everyone thought that the Flash would make $1 billion, or even at least make more than Black Adam at least, and that didn't happen. And now
not
Blue
even
Beetle,
on streaming.
Not even on streaming.
Now Blue Beetle is a good movie, and it's still not making a lot of money because it's a smaller project, but that makes sense. But still, it's like we understand from the recent years that people have lost interest in DC films, and it's not any longer that we can blame the pandemic or other movies and shit like that because a fucking
hurricane.
3-hour Oppenheimer, R-rated Oppenheimer movie is close to making $1 billion, along with Barbie.
The GOAT, Christopher Nolan.
So it's not like we can, use other factors like that. And it's very obvious that people have lost interest in DC and what they were doing because they keep fucking it up. And to what Andy was mentioning about James Gunn being frustrated as well, we clearly know that he's a fan of these properties. So of course, if you are that passionate, of course, if you are that passionate about these, characters, you would feel frustrated because you keep getting fucked over by, cameos not happening or
false promises.
False promises are not being delivered, changing of, your path and constant shifting of the regimes and them choosing something else. So all of that is definitely very frustrating. And the one thing that's good about DC Studios, like you're saying, is that at least now we'll have one direction. And there are two people in charge. One is a comic book movie and a filmmaker guy, and the other is a producer who look at business. So I think now we have a proper structure, and this is
structure. That's
even now we cannot say that everything will go well because people are unpredictable, and the movies still have to be made by people, and how they turn out is not up to James Gunn. So it's not like it's a guaranteed hit, but at least it has more potential than the previous structure.
What's funny is like the only thing that we have from DC coming out next year, essentially. Well, I mean, movie wise, I guess you could say is Joker 2. And you better believe that they are going like this. The first one made $1 billion. This one,
to add on to that,
$2 billion.
You know what they're absolutely going to do? It's not going to quite be a Barbenheimer, but they're probably going to do a double feature. You bet your ass they're going to take their chance and put Joker back in theaters again.
Yeah, for sure. See, that's the thing. Is
I would actually kind of be into that, like watching Joker and Joker 2 back to back.
That's what I'm saying.
Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah,
see,
Joker 2 also has Lady Gaga, so a lot of fans.
The movie is going to be a hit. The movie is going to be a hit. I think like they've set themselves up for like, because when you watch the first, obviously, there was a tweet even earlier today or it was yesterday, I don't know. The fact that like the top like R-rated, box office winners are now Joker and Oppenheimer. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's just crazy. It's like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Let's talk about. There's all kinds of news. You haven't seen it yet? There's some news.
here's the thing.
Oh my
I-
god,
I-
I forgot to tell you this story. I forgot to tell you the story, Dave. So
Oh,
I was
no.
in the theater watching Oppenheimer, and there were these kids that went to my school, like 2 rows below, like because they were wearing a uniform and shit. And like when the fucking sex scene came up, those fucking idiots put up their phone. They took a photo, except they
Of
had
course
they had their flashlight on. I'm like, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I
Well-
haven't seen Oppenheimer because I don't think I had the bandwidth to see it on the big screen, so I'm waiting for it to come on streaming because again, like,
Okay,
just because like
I-
some
okay,
of the-
Logan Paul.
I know I'm speaking from a place.
don't you
of,
dare compare me to that shithead.
Okay.
I'm-
Were you gonna say, Raya?
Yeah, I'm speaking from a place of privilege because I know not everyone. There was a small amount of people who had access to the 70 millimeter IMAX experience, and yeah, I adore that film because of it. I think that is probably
God damn
the most impactful
do
film
envy.
that I've watched this year. To be totally honest, like, and it
movie.
was heightened because of the viewing experience. So
I'm sure.
yeah.
God damn it! I wish I would have saw it on film.
Same.
There's something about
Same.
it. There's something about, like, you know, when you see the little boop in the corner, like just I don't know. Yeah, it's just like, I wish I would have saw that. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, so now that Aquaman's not going to do shit. I mean, let's face it.
I mean, they didn't move the date for it, so yeah.
They didn't move
probably-
the date. They can't afford to move
It
the
is
date.
Right.
September.
Aquaman 2
2nd.
doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's
Do you feel
September
like
2nd.
they wouldn't move the date even though like the talent may or may not be able to promote it?
I
No,
think they
they've
just want to
actually
be
said
done
that
with
they're
it.
not moving the date for Aquaman 2 or The Color Purple.
Yep.
Yeah. Warner
They
Brothers
probably
can't
just
afford
want to just get it over with.
Right, because they moved the date for Dune Part 2
because they have faith.
because they have faith in
Yeah.
it, but they left Aquaman 2 and Color Purple where they were.
Yeah.
You'd have to imagine when it comes to Dune, Denis Villeneuve and WB and whoever have a deal like, yeah, if we do this good, you can do Messiah. You'd have to imagine that conversation's probably been had.
Well, Denaya also talked about the fact that he already is, been.
Yep, true.
There's already
Working on a
preparation
script
for
for
the
Messiah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
already a
I
very
thought this entire time Dune was like, I don't know, like a legendary film or something. I was like, Warner Brothers. Like, when did Warner Brothers get Dune?
They distribute it.
Oh, okay. So I was half right. I was half right.
Matter of fact, I think Dune
Hey,
Part 2 is
hey,
the
look at
last
that.
one.
Yeah.
Between-
Is so this is a drawing I did like last week. It's of Wonder Woman and BVS, and yeah, I've been drawing a lot of Wonder Woman lately, and
Because you want to be
Here's
I
want to
love
be
it.
Wonder Woman.
That's what I
Here's
was like
Steve
saying
Trevor.
earlier about communicating character design with simple shapes that are still iconic to how that character is, seen. Like we see it immediately and we think of Wonder Woman, and it's also, your signature style of like how you design your characters. So yeah, like I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
And like this is the first time like this artwork here. This is of Steve Trevor from like the Wonder Woman movie. This is where I tried like my Blood
Whoa.
of Zeus like art style. So like with the glowing.
I like it.
And here's like one I redrew or recolored like with the female Furies invading.
Wait a
the
minute!
steel.
Holy fuck! This looks so good.
It looks like a cell
thanks.
from the anime one of the animated films.
Young
So,
Justice.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I was
And
thinking
here's
more like
one of my
Apocalypse.
Oh yeah, go on.
Superman, Batman, Apocalypse, because they actually show up in that movie.
Yeah, like
That movie
Matt
is so good,
Harriet's
by the way.
design. It is.
Um,
And like here's one of my favorite ones like I did of like Wonder Woman versus like Guillotina. Wonder if she's related to Nicotina, but like here, like she's like here there's like
I'll ask him.
Yes, ask him. And yeah, this part here is where like I don't know, I tried to like do a bit more perspective, like I don't know how to say it, just like not make it look flat and stuff, but like yeah.
I think
And here's-
how
Who are
you
the
could-
people? Who are the people standing on top? By the way.
Hmm?
Who are the people who
here?
are standing
Up
yeah,
here?
Who's
Up in
watching
the
them?
top left? Yeah. Or those trees.
Oh, those trees. I thought those
This is
were
actually what I was saying about, communicating movement and dynamic, character presentation through your silhouettes. Like if you were to, completely black out a lot of these, I could tell what, those characters are doing. So in the previous, cells for sure. So.
Yes. And like here's the one I showed you guys before, like with Diana and not Wonder Woman, Hippolyta reuniting on Themyscira in Justice League 2. And then
Oh, that looks so much better up close. Doesn't look like her holding a butt.
Yeah, I also like before I forget, I wanted to mention that like let's say, I was, someone who was in the studio and like, someone actually listened to me and like, took in consideration what I had to say. I would probably lean on the successes of low budget horror movies and acknowledging that, okay, yeah, we are, bootstrapped at the moment. We don't have much cash to burn. I know that we've seen previous films spend a lot of money on visual presentation and some of it, more successful than others as far as like feedback on it. So what can we do to not so much focus on the use of special effects, but maybe take some notes, like with Blue Beetle, for example. They had a smaller budget, and I feel like they did the best they could with integrating the practical effects along with, some visual effects that, subjected to how we, like them or not. There was not, in my opinion, they didn't linger too much on the screen to be 100% distracting. So I think that sort of strategy around like, let's not focus so much on, emphasizing these grandiose, screen moments that we have to put a lot of our budget into, so much as like, let's focus on the lighting, let's focus on the cinematography, let's, allocate some budget to some different drafts of writing, and let's put it through like this pipeline of review and
good sets, good locations.
Yeah. And let's make the production time a little more tight, so that way we're able to make decisions that are able to get more content out sooner while still having like those checks and balances of quality that that we will hold ourselves accountable to. And I would probably try and like get feedback around that, like around especially the budget suggestion, and because I feel like it's natural to focus on like good staging, lighting, cinematography, acting, writing, like those are all givens. Of course you want to focus on those, but I'm saying like the intention around like how much emphasis of the budget is allocated to those things as opposed to visual effects is something that I would like to hear what other people have to say about it.
Indeed. Scott, I know you
and then like like not necessarily no name talent, but just like more inexpensive talent, like give
that's what's gonna happen for sure.
Get new blood in there. Sorry,
get new blood. But I know, Scott, you gotta go.
I do have to go.
But
it's
been a long day for you.
It has been a long day, and I've got season 3 of Rebels that I still need to finish. I love that show so much.
Great show.
It is a fabulous show.
We're gonna watch more of it.
Yeah, because I've committed to finishing it before I start Ahsoka. So
probably
do me a favor. Do not cry too hard next season.
The problem is I kind of sort of know what happens, but not real. Like I know in like vague brushstrokes something happens with someone, but I have like no details. All I know is that I finally finally reached Thrawn, who was like who I'm here for. Because once again, I read the Thrawn trilogy back in the day. I know.
What the fuck?
You have no idea what you signed up for, sir. You were going to cry. I'm not going to tell you how, but I know you and I know how you are with Star Wars. I'm just going to tell you right now, you're going to cry.
Yay! That's just the news I want to hear.
Nothing wrong with that. I've
never seen someone so excited to see someone else cry.
Oh no! I know where Phil's coming from. It's kind of like when I had conversations with Steven, and Steven's like, "Oh no, you want to do this. This is 10." We literally had a conversation where he was like, "This is 10,000% your thing," and I just love it when I have friends who are like, "No, oh no, this is right up
your alley. Yeah,
this is your jam."
100%.
Yeah. No, it's
and also Scott, remember. You gotta do those voice lines I asked. I know you're busy.
Oh, so dude, will you resend that stuff?
This
is day This is day 24, Dave. Day 24.
Yeah.
Dave understands the significance of that
Totally
number.
do.
Yeah.
He's been
Just
working
resend it.
straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So resend it. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And not this Sunday. We're still going to take another week hiatus, but join us next Sunday over here at the Film Junkie YouTube channel, where we will be we will launch season 2 of Superman the Animated Series with Blasts from the Past Part 1. So no stream this Sunday. Enjoy your Labor Day weekend. Blame Dave. And we'll see you next Sunday. Bye.
Bye, Professor.
Bye,
Sending
Scott.
well wishes. Take care.
Bye, Scott.
Fucking damn it. Yeah, it's true. We're not because it's a 3-day weekend, and I'm not gonna be home. So I was like, it's like one of those things. Like last Sunday,
how dare you leave your home, Dave?
I know, right? Last Sunday, I
dare
went to
you
the
have a
Metallica
house.
concert. I went to the Metallica concert last Sunday, and then this Sunday, it's like, oh yeah, I'm also not gonna be here again, because I'm gonna be with the, I'm gonna be with staff. We got, something, we're gonna, it's
How
fine.
dare you have?
I know. So I was like, Scott, I'm like, can you do it Saturday? And he was like, no, I'm work. I'm like, okay, we'll just push it, We'll push it to next Sunday. It's all good. It's all good. We'll be back. Don't worry. DC Fanimated ain't going anywhere. We're just
2-week break between seasons. That's not too bad.
Nothing. Yeah, I know. That's what's so funny. It worked out because we got done with season 1 of Superman the Animated Series, and now we're just took like a little 2-week break. But yeah, we'll be back next week for sure. But yeah, it's just like, Metallica concert, and then this Labor Day weekend, it was like, all right, we're not doing this. So it's all good, but Casey's got to go too, actually.
Yep.
Yeah,
I have
he's drunk.
to wake
He's
up
drunk
early.
again. He's drunk.
I'm not drunk again. I just have to wake up early, so I'm super tired right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for joining, man.
It was great chatting
Always
with you.
great to hear your
Always.
voice and not see your pretty face. It's fine.
Next time we gotta see you.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, nice to talk to you again, Raya, and everyone else.
All right. Cheers, man.
You're welcome.
Follow Casey.
Cheers.
Yeah. Axel was, he Axel's like totally. Yeah. And you're like, yeah, you didn't want to talk to me. Yeah.
You didn't want to talk to me? Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah. Want to talk to me? So rounding out the James Gunn stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those. I'm I'm looking forward to the future. It's one of those things where it's like they have a structure now, like what we just talked about. It's all about the structure. They have a structure now. I wish they would have had that back when Zack was doing his thing, because again, it would have been done by now. And that's one of the things I expressed. Again, we talked about it already, and we found out from Jay Leva that if they would have just let the man do his thing, it would have been done by now, and they would have had a reboot built in. He had a reboot built within his story, and he knew what he was doing when it came to all this. Now, I'm not saying that. I mean, and it's funny too, because I do see people out there that are like, oh yeah, Zack and Debbie should be running DC Studios. It's like, no, they should be running Stone Quarry.
I heard Deborah is I heard Debbie Snyder is gonna be talking to. No, I'm just kidding.
Deborah Snyder,
you had something there for a minute, and
Deborah Snyder.
Yeah, I forgot what the scoop was.
Yeah.
Deborah Snyder's going to direct a Batwoman movie.
Yeah, right. No, but I mean, like, but when it comes to all that, it's like it's whatever. And then and then even going, talking about like what's happening with the DCU, just the Flash streaming numbers. Obviously, that was a thing that was talked about too. And again, it's Samba TV. It's Samba TV, and it's kind of funny because when you see the Samba TV numbers, it's funny how the order that it's in, because Wonder Woman 84 is on top, then the Suicide Squad, then I think the Batman. But the fact of the matter is, you got to look at it like, well, that Wonder Woman 84 was the first one to do the day and date thing when the pandemic hit, and then Suicide Squad was right in the middle of it. And the Batman didn't suffer any kind of that did well at the box office, and then did well on streaming because people are like, what is this new Batman? Question is like the sequel. That's what I'm like and obviously there's always been talks about the sequel, and I know people out there are saying like, "Oh yeah, Clayface is definitely in it," and whatever.
I'm pretty sure Clayface is gonna be the cinematographer.
Yeah, right. I know. There you
I
go.
I saw one of my friends. I saw one of my friends tweet that today. I was like, and it's like, yeah, like guys, you can't any of these things cannot happen right now because of the strike. That's why I was like, where are these scoopers getting rumors from? Like, guys,
to add to that point, to add to Andy's point, I saw something similar, but not quite for Batman. But apparently, the whole
Authority.
cast, the Authority, and it's like, there's not even a director attached to that project. Where the fuck is this coming from? What?
Yeah, I know. I saw what it was. I think that those were names that they maybe are like looking at, but like, but also like when I saw the the casting for Midnighter and Apollo, I'm like, fuck no. These are some of the whitest men I've ever seen. Like, we need to be a little more creative here.
So wait. The rumor was Skarsgård was going to be Lex Luthor. Now he's going to be Apollo. It's like, fuck it. I'm
well,
so
Then you had Mr. Esposito talking about like he talked to James Gunn about and I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing him as a Lex Luthor. Can you imagine? I always forget his first name. What is it? What's his
Giancarlo?
Giancarlo. Yeah, Giancarlo Esposito, of course, who is in Breaking Bad. Having him be a Lex Luthor.
Oh man, he is just so volatile in the boys.
I love him on The Boys when he drags home and they're like, "You're
the boys too."
Okay.
You're not,
so
you're not a superhero. You're a product.
Here's a fun connection for Andy. He'll love this. So there's a connection between The Boys and The Flash. In season 2, there's an actress named Chantel Van Satin. She played Patty Spivot. She plays Becca in The Boys. She's going to be at SAC Anime tomorrow.
Ooh, are you going there?
Yeah, I'm going to SAC Anime. I'll be there tomorrow.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
It'll be tons and tons of fun. But yeah, I think when I think of Giancarlo Esposito in Gunn's DCU, Luthor's a good pick. I had Vandal Savage in mind.
Really? That's interesting because a lot of people when I posted about it, they're like Martian Manhunter. And I'm like,
Brainiac.
Too easy.
Brainiac would be he's got the voice.
Yeah.
He's got
I think
okay.
Listen, I love him to death, but I think he's a little too old for Lex because I think the Lex in this universe needs to be closer to Clark's age, so that, because this is going to be a long DC universe.
That's the debate right there.
Yeah. But I think it should be Brainiac, if anything. I don't know, but like when it came to the Authority, I'm like, I knew he was going to eat something. Like, I fucking knew it.
I know. Well, at least he turned his microphone off before he opened up the chips and poured it in there.
At least he's paying attention.
But like, when I saw the casting for the Authority, I was agreeing with Phil. Like, there's no way that there's not even a script or whatever and so on. But like, also I was like, these are the most boring castings they could do. Like, yes, I know I'm not gonna get Henry and Ben to play Midnight and Apollo, and there will never be a reality where I get to see them kissing each other on screen. Listen to me right now.
Don't talk about your fantasies, Andy. Come on.
Listen, when those two boys would really
wait a minute. You want Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill to be Midnight and Apollo right directly after what they all just went through?
You just want him pissed.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
Listen, I want gay superhero content, okay? Because I lost all of it this year and last year.
You gotta realize the backlash, Andy. They're not gay in real life and then that would get backlash. You have to have actual gay.
You know what? Don't you know what? Unlike Rachel Zegler, I care about love stories. Listen, I don't want to keep hating on her. I just I just got more mad when I saw the tweet against Dave. I'm like, okay, now I'm pissed.
They're besties.
Yeah, you rolled up your sleeves. You're like, oh,
I blocked her.
Yeah.
I blocked her. I got so mad.
I appreciate that, Andy.
Because I was gonna share my screen to Rebecca after we did our episode of Flash podcast, and she'll like. But then, when the screen popped up, I'm like, all right, I blocked her, and Rebecca just like she cackled. But I was like, look, they said this, and then Rachel said this, and we were just like. Yeah. I mean, Dave is not wrong. That would be kind of weird to say that.
It would be awkward, right? If you walked up to like an actor and like, I had the biggest crush on you when I was a kid. First off, it would make them feel like, Jesus Christ, am I ancient? then
Yeah.
be like, okay, cool. And then again, I do the whole like, imagine if Adam Brody walked up to Helen Mirren and said, I had the biggest crush on you as a kid. She'd probably be like, can we fire this guy? It's creeping me out, kind of thing. And I'm
But
like,
going back to my gay superhero porn fantasies,
What
I
the
want to
fuck?
see Ben Affleck and Henry
Porn?
Cavill. Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill kissing each other as superheroes in their 40. I think that would just be amazing. I know I'm not gonna get it. I know I'm not gonna get it. But when I see Alexander
Axel,
Skarsgård
make some
and-
art. Make some art for
Yes,
for
thank
Andy.
you.
Okay,
You know,
okay.
can you do that for my 30th birthday? That would be a great gift. Which realizing it's September. I have 1 month left to enjoy my 20s. That's amazing. So, but Axel, Axel, make me happy. Make me happy.
I have
I only
one
got
more
like
month to enjoy my 30s.
I only got a few more months until I'm done with my teens. So yeah.
Well, Alexander Skarsgård.
You
and
guys are
Zack-
making me feel old. I'm over
You don't
here
even-
going,
you
I have
don't
one
even-
more. I have one
something-
more month to enjoy my 30s. You fuckers.
Wait, are we both October kids?
Yes, I'm an
Yes.
October 1st birthday.
I'm October 7th.
There
Born
you
in
go.
the month of Black Adam. Yeah.
That's
well,
funny.
let's
Like
Black
Axel's
Adam
gonna be
made money.
turning 20. You're gonna be turning 30. I'm gonna be turning 40. That's crazy.
That is
Wow.
That is pretty wild, yeah.
fucking comic. But yeah, I do Alexander Skarsgård and which White Sam was that they were casting? Was it
Worthington.
yeah, like this is so boring. I'm like so yeah, I don't think those castings are even like I think they may have like
Well,
floated-
Roca.
Sam Worthington. Like I thought, like I heard it like before.
Oh, that's
Wonder Woman 80.
he's from your country, right? He's Australian, right?
Yeah, I think he is Australian.
Yeah, he is. And but before like Wonder Woman 84 came out, I heard like rumors that he was gonna be in Wonder Woman 84 as Hawkman. And
that is
I mean,
so
I thought that
random.
was a cool.
Well, he does reincarnate.
Yeah, I
but
know.
Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, but like I thought that was a cool casting. I think he would be like a good Batman. Perhaps. Like he's the right age.
I want Anson Mount as Batman.
Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I don't think him and Gunn
I
get
somewhat
along.
I am still kind of rooting for a Josh Hartnett almost. I don't know why. I think just because we're having a Josh Hartnett Sans kind of thing that's
Maybe
happening.
have him as Hal Jordan.
And I was like,
maybe.
you know what? I would.
Did you see the recent Josh Hartnett offer? Apparently.
Oh yeah, because playing
Dr.
Doom in Fantastic
What?
Four. That's from
They
Daniel
don't even have their fucking Fantastic Four cast. It's like I don't want
that's
another
what all
Fantastic
this
Four movie. I don't want another Fantastic Four movie with Doctor Doom. Like, can we just like start with another villain?
I don't think
Galactus.
there can't be any credence to that casting rumor, especially like the characters being present in the film. Like, I honestly think the Fantastic Four film, if they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it big, and they're probably gonna introduce Galactus. Like, they're gonna right the wrong of Fantastic Four.
Well,
Silver Surfer.
I mean,
That's
they
kind of
already
what-
had there with Eternals already introduced some of those kind of
exactly,
characters.
yeah.
And
The
those
Celestial
and that was
beings.
some of the best parts of Eternals was
Yeah.
I remember somebody actually posted on the timeline probably like a week ago. They're like, I didn't see Eternals, but this shot is amazing when it shows like one of those gods or whatever. Like, and it's just like the fucking clouds like part, and then he just like I was like, yeah, there's a visually Eternals is fantastic. Maybe not. Sometimes it looks a little dark, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like you didn't go good with the lighting, but it's not a bad. I need to rewatch it again, but I mean, there is some concepts in there that I'm like,
it's such a boring.
Chloe Zhao was on to something when it came.
It was
to
such a
at
boring
least.
movie.
That movie is the test run for Fantastic Four.
You're right. You're right, and
If
they
you
should.
ask me
If
personally,
they're going to
it's-
do a Galactus, they already have the fucking template right there.
The blueprint is already there.
Yeah,
I remember hearing like a few months ago that Antonio Banderas was going to be Galactus. That's what
I wouldn't mind it.
I wouldn't mind that.
He's going to carve a G on the
Banderas. Come
planet.
on. But
carve a G on the planet.
But anyways, you fuckers should be watching The Flash on streaming. I don't know.
No,
I who knows? I mean, when it comes to the streaming numbers, like again, Ahsoka 14 million. I'm like, I don't believe that, but but yeah, The Flash. It was just kind of funny because, like I said, when you look at the order of the opening weekends of all that, you could just kind of like go like, oh yeah, it's like the very first day and date movie, and then it's like it just goes in order. But I did find it funny that like when it comes to Black Adam and every time we saw Dwayne Johnson talk about the hierarchy of the DC universe is about to change, it's like, and we all just were like, whatever. And then all of a sudden, every movie that's come out after it has not done as well at the box office, and apparently has not done well streaming. And it's like, all right, maybe he was kind of onto something. Of course, we're just joking about that, but it's just kind of funny how that is. Raya, what did you think about Black Adam? Raya,
Oh, I really enjoyed the movie. Yeah, I actually am a huge advocate for the continuation of that, that plot. Not just, obviously keeping Henry Cavill as Superman, but I just love those characters. Like the JSA, I was actually like that spark of hope seeing like, the after credit scene in Shazam. As much as like, I enjoyed that movie, that extra, bit of content was, like it kept me, invested. And I still would like to see those characters for sure. But as far as like Black Adam and it as like its own film, I actually did really enjoy it, and I do feel like it told a successful story that even if it was self-contained, I'm pleased with it. But for what it's worth, what it did introduce as far as like new potential routes that these characters or like these story elements could go, I was also really like happy with those, but I'm also happy with like the final product.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's
powerful Middle Eastern story. That's why it resonates so much for me.
Yeah, it's the ensemble cast for sure. Like, their ability to banter amongst one another and build a sense of camaraderie that is like believable as well as, cohesive to the stakes and how their deaths or, how their, the sense of peril. Like it's more impactful when I'm able to spend some time with those characters and really get to know their personalities and how they establish care for one another, and even just like tidbits of references to past interactions as well. Like I don't need like a full like origin story for all these characters. Just like successfully communicate how they know each other, what their abilities are, like how they play a role in the ensemble cast. Like I feel like Black Adam succeeded in my opinion at doing that, which made it enjoyable and made me invested in those characters and the story.
Yeah, no, I mean, I rewatched it and I'm like one of those that's like, all right, it to me it's like the visuals are great, to be honest. Some visuals are fantastic, but part of this I didn't like the whole like doing the whole thing where a kid is involved with here, and I'm like, this same old thing.
I love the kid because he's basically me at that age.
I mean, I get it. Man in Black sent you.
Yeah. See, that's the thing is like, yeah, it's just I was like, I didn't need that. I don't know. To me, I was like, my whole thing was like, man, if they would have introduced him as like a full on just bloodthirsty like villain, I wanted to see like that. But they made him an anti-hero, and I was like, it's
he was pretty I mean, he was still pretty bloodthirsty.
Yeah, he still was. He still had his.
Yeah, they said the whole you should be a hero thing like 10 times in that movie. I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean they were trying.
But that's because the justice. That's because the Justice Cops of America were just like this.
Injustice Cops of America.
Listen. Think about it. Okay, you know what? If I can get Dave, if I may get a little political here,
go ahead.
So, Conduct was enslaved by this by this organization known as Intergang.
The Intergang, right?
And for this whole entire time, America did nothing. But suddenly, when Black Adam is risen, Amanda Waller suddenly feels a need to we need to interfere. Like, where were they when these people were actually oppressed? So the Justice Cops. I love the JSA as a concept, but they are fucking cops. The spirit of we just want to bring peace and stability. I'm just like when what's her name?
I think
Adriana.
I think having the JSA's connection tied so heavily to Amanda Waller more or less makes it feel like another Suicide Squad without it really being a Suicide Squad in name.
Yeah. It felt like the Justice League of America from the New 52, with the one with
yeah,
Rick, Steve Trevor led, something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I was like, for me, like when Adriana dragged their fucking asses of like, like where were you? So like, yeah, I love the fact again. Like for me, like I will defend Black Adam till the day I die. Black Adam and Blue Beetle are the only two DC movies that came out of all these DC films, division films. Because again, like they tell powerful stories. Again, there's themes that again, even in Blue Beetle, like Victoria Court is the personification of military industrial complex, and also let's just call it what it is. Carapax went through child trafficking because of her. So like, yeah. So yeah, these are Black Adam. Like that kid. I love that kid. Because he's basically me when I was his age. I would have done the same thing. Like you need a catchphrase.
Yeah, you're related. You related. I get that. Yeah, that's good. No, nothing wrong. With
I
that.
did also want to add, like, Dave, to your point about Black Adam being a villain in the source material as opposed to being presented as a or what we got of him in the film, him being an anti-hero. I still feel like, for what it's worth, there are still remnants of, could he, kind of pivot to being a villain? Is he, isn't he? Because he still operates on his own, code of, ethics, and we've seen that he's not 100% on board with common sense of morality and ethics, as far as like what the JSA considers that, or what Amanda Waller considers as being able to exist in the wider realm of the world outside of conduct. So him wanting to potentially exit that bubble that she kind of says, okay, you're delegated here, don't go anywhere else. I see that if he were to on his own terms exit that bubble, then he can kind of transcend into this like being more presented as a villain. Because like as we've seen, like with other villains who operate on their own perception of morality and ethics, like if it differs from the general consensus of what those things should be, they are automatically perceived as a villain.
No, I mean, Raya is giving you free ideas, and you're just leaving money on the table.
I'm giving you free game.
Yeah, exactly. No, but I think they really expressed that with the post-credit scene, because I mean, he was just like, it was like, okay, they wrapped up the story, and he was like, all right, cool, got my throne and whatever the heck, and then all of a sudden it was like, well, wait a minute, we're still worried about you, and so then it was like Amanda Waller is like, hey, and then he just destroys that device, and then all of a sudden Superman just shows up and he goes, we could talk. Yeah,
he's that pillar of morality and ethics. Yeah.
So I mean, I think they did a when it came to the post credit, I mean, I was like, okay, it was like, all right, yeah, he's too much. I felt like for a moment I was like, too much of a hero, but then the post credit made him go back to, oh yeah, this guy could definitely.
Well, see, it's almost the perfect setup for him as a character if you really wanted to push that boundary of having him really cross that line into a full-on villain antagonist role. Because if the one thing you would have to do to set off Black Adam would to be not necessarily decimate, but have Kahndaq under some kind of just iron grasp between, be it in control for Amanda Waller or having like
kill the kid.
Unfortunately. Yeah, that too. Him or Isis, the reincarnation of the character that is Isis in the comics. I don't really remember the name off the top of my head.
Oh, so you meant the organization? Okay.
No, but like that's just it. You would literally have to like basically have Black Adam relive what he already went through 5,000 years ago in the modern context for him to look at Amanda Waller and be like, oh, no, okay, no, fuck it, I'm gonna like destroy everything now.
I like that. And that's what could have ended up happening.
Yeah, right.
Oh, very interesting.
We'll never know.
Yeah. Because I mean, I'm kind of wondering like what was, I mean, I've been wondering obviously, because it's like, The Rock and his crew had a whole different idea of what was going to be the future of DC before James Gunn came in. And I always still find it weird that James Gunn did no promoting of Black Adam, yet his wife was in it. It was just, that was always
strange. Very strange.
It was a very strange thing. Very strange thing. But I'm sure it had to do with like business wise or whatever the hell. So, and I don't know.
It's because Henry Cavill was.
Yeah. Jeez. But anyways, guys, watch The Flash on Max. Okay.
Okay, we get
I
we
don't
get
have
to-
Mac
I say this with
Okay,
respect. No.
no. Yeah. Yeah,
Bill
no one
So
cares.
loves
I
No one
really-
cares
I-
about your
Daniel.
flashaganda.
I
Dave.
love Sasha Calle as
Me too.
Supergirl.
There
I want
you
more
go.
of her.
Watch it.
Like,
I loved the
like
George Clooney scene. It was great.
I
me
am
too.
yeah, no.
I want Sasha to
Sorry.
come back for Supergirl Woman tomorrow.
I want to rewatch this movie when I am in a better mood to rewatch
There you
this
go.
movie when it comes to that movie specifically, because man, that movie just did not. The more I've thought about it after seeing it in IMAX, the more I've just been like, yeah, no, I don't talk about things you don't like. There we go.
All right.
It's funny.
That
I
makes
was watching
sense.
a
I
clip.
liked it.
I watched a YouTube clip today where someone had put in Junkie XL's Flash theme when he's running, and I'm like, this is a theme because I will tell you this: the Flash, Barry in the Flash movie, he doesn't have his own theme. There's more Batman scores in that. In when I go to that Spotify list to listen to it, there's more.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
Exactly like the
He did
Batman
a
with
better
Raven.
job with Shazam than he did with the Flash in terms of iconic self score to that character. Because like when I heard the first Shazam movie do the score for that character, I was like, okay, yeah, that fits. When it came to the Flash, almost nothing regarding the Flash and the score kind of made me think, oh yeah, that works for the Flash. No, I still think of like, at the Speed Force. That's the first thing that comes to
Yeah.
mind when I think of
I don't get why
Flash.
didn't you
yeah,
just get Junkie
Junkie
XL to
XL.
score that? Why didn't you just get him to score this? Like this, what I did. The theme was already there.
Yeah, I think it was just because it was a specific theme for that. I mean, let's face it, like, I mean, there's a specific theme that they made for Wonder Woman, and then when it came to anytime that she had a cameo, it was like they just played that, and it was like, oh,
I
damn
got
it,
so
you guys are killing the score. Because all of a sudden it's like they show her like she just shows up and it goes and it's like
Wait, who did
Well,
that Wonder Woman theme? Like, who was it Junkie XL or Hans
it was
Zimmer?
Hans
both
Zimmer.
Junkie XL and Hans Zimmer. It was
Because
both.
like after that, because right now they're probably feeling like Oppenheimer of what they've done with that score.
Nah,
With
they're
how
not.
people have used that score.
It's a great
got
score,
lucky.
and
Yeah, it's
people made
great.
fun
Don't
of
get me
that,
wrong.
and people made fun of it, like because like when she shows up in a cameo, it's like yeah, they play that, but at the same time, I'm like, well, that just shows you how awesome that score is. To be honest, yeah, I get it. Like, she walks in or does something, and all of a sudden it's like
It's almost like every time it's done, they try and recapture the magic of her entrance from Batman vs Superman.
yeah, exactly. They're
It-
never going
They
to.
want to be
that is
Zack
the-
Snyder. They just don't want Zack Snyder.
That is like the
Yeah.
best intro in a superhero movie is like her saving Batman's ass in BVS. I mean, that's just my
I thought she
opinion.
was
That
with
is
you.
the best intro. I know some people are like, "Oh no, it's Thor and Infinity War." Yeah, it's a good one too, but that doesn't still not as good.
Can these MCU chills just shut the fuck up? Like,
It's
Jesus,
still
like,
it's still a good intro though. Like when he
Yeah, it's
shows
still
up
good.
in that final battle, it's
I
still pretty
give-
good.
I give a fan of the MCU more credit if they tell me that Infinity War and Endgame are not in their top 5.
Wow. Interesting.
Because man, there a lot, like we were talking about earlier, a lot of the stuff feels like it, they bring in a handful of directors, but they more or less make it look the same. And I feel like that the wow, words are fucking hard right now.
It's all
Holy
ghost
shit.
directed by Kevin
the
Feige.
slate,
That's it.
the slate that Gunn has provided. If you look at the filmmakers in the business today and you look at that slate is not only intriguing, but it's also challenging. That's why you've got James Mangold on something like Swamp Thing. He looked at that and went, oh, I can do something different with that. And that's probably why they got in contact. When then you also look at Brave and the Bold. Who's doing that? Andy Muschietti, who's handled an ensemble cast with its chapter 1 and 2. I think that there's an approach here that Gunn's shooting for where he wants distinct filmmakers to have distinct visions, but at the same time, he wants a universe to be cohesive to some extent or another. And I'm very curious to see who he's going to get for Superman, Superwoman, Supergirl. Wow, fuck me, words are hard. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, because man, I have seen Greta Gerwig's name float around for that, and this happens almost every single time a new director does something superbly successful. Their name automatically gets thrown in the ring for the next
superhero. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that.
I like Barbie, but I don't need her for Supergirl tomorrow.
Same. She's working on the Chronicles of Narnia films for Netflix. Let her work on that. If she wants to do something down the line, cool. Whatever
But
she
let's,
do-
but let, you know,
whatever-
you know what we can do? Let's make, you know, if anything, let's take it. Let's look at this as a takeaway and be like, you know what? Let's hire more female directors. You know, not just
There's an idea.
not just stick to the one. That's the thing. Like, I think, you know, yes, we have Patty Jenkins, we have Greta Gerwig, but it's like there are so many more female filmmakers out there that should be able to come in, and also add something new to this DNA. You know, so it's like,
Yeah, that's where you know, my excitement for the Marvels is mainly coming from. Is
I'm so
the,
excited for the Marvels.
I'm eager to see what can be done with talent or like creator, you know, energy that I don't have any sort of like preconceived notions of what their style is. Like similar to how I went into Blue Beetle not knowing anything about that character or the work of the director prior. Yeah, I just kind of want to go in and see, you know, the finished results of their creative endeavor.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. When it comes to they released a new little thing. I made a joke, of course. You know, when it comes to the
You're a
Marvel,
jokester.
Don't
yeah,
make
I
fun
know,
of
I'm
fan
such a
films. You're
jokester.
right.
I did make a joke, and a lot of people, they're like, you know, people laughed at it. But at the same time, I'm like,
was your
all right,
joke?
well, I just because like there's a shot of her with the cat on her when she's flying, and I was like,
I thought it looked cute.
oh yeah, okay, but I just thought it didn't look that great, so I just
I think-
joked and I said, stop making fun of fan films, and I was like,
I think the still you shared
Dave.
absolutely reinforces what you're conveying, but I need to see it in emotion. I haven't seen
yeah,
the new clip
I'm
from
still
Marvel.
gonna go watch it. I mean, I'm still gonna go and you know, but you know, I because I loved Miss Marvel. I thought that was top.
It's a great
That
show.
was
Yeah.
great stuff when it came to
Fuck
that.
yes.
I'm there for Kamala more than the other two.
Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala,
Yeah.
sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't
I
want to be
been
that
drinking
person.
hard
I
kombucha.
really loved WandaVision, so I'm there for
Yeah.
the daughter of
Yeah.
Mariah. I like Monica Rambeau as a
I know
character.
we're yeah, we're there for more than the original Captain Marvel.
Well, you know, I might have mentioned
I'm
this.
here, I'm here for Captain Marvel. I love Captain Marvel.
I might have mentioned this on the Nerds
I'm
yesterday.
joking.
That you know, if you look at a lot of the origin films that Marvel's done, you know, just you know, Iron Man, Spider-Man: Homecoming, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, there is a very distinct synergy between lead actor and director that is almost non-existent with the first Captain Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Who even
Yeah.
was the director?
You know what?
of the
I can
first
actually agree
Captain
with
Marvel?
that. I can agree with that actually. I love the first Captain Marvel movie, but yeah, not that I almost called you Lip, but I know he's not Lip from Shameless. He's Phil.
I'll take that as a compliment because that's very complimentary.
I will call you. You know what? I will call you Lip. I will
Call me
start
Lip.
calling you
I'm
Lip.
perfectly
Yeah.
fine with that.
Yeah,
It's better than Phil. No offense. I don't mind it, but that's just something that's
I will
always
call.
been like,
I will.
eh.
You know what? I love Shameless so much. Love Jeremy Allen White so much. I will happily call you Lip. But what to that point, I can see that. Yeah, like it felt like there was a disconnect between the two filmmakers. Which again, I always thought it was convenient. Why are we having two directors on Captain Marvel? Like you know, like I was like really, you know, get you know, one filmmaker, and I would have preferred if it had been a female director. But yeah, that's why I'm so excited for the Marvels, because you know, like it's gonna be again, it's you know, 3 amazing female superheroes with a female director bringing these 3 to life. That's why you know, I know you were like dragging her, dragging. You were talking about how she was like, you know, like this is a different Marvel movie and so on. I'm like. I think she's aware that most Marvel movies are comedic and fun and weird and so on. I think she was just meaning for more from a female perspective, because we haven't had that again, because we've only had 2 female movies in the MCU, and I think that's where it escalated, because I said only one of them was good, and you guys were like, you don't like Black Widow? I'm like, I do not like Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow was not good.
Black Widow's a mixed bag for me.
You know, it had some good things in it, I will say, and you know, I'm all about Florence. Pew 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 pew.
Same,
you know, but
big same.
I always I can't. It's hard for me to say her name without going pew 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 pew. But you know, I did like that, but I like her.
She's the reason I saw the Black Widow movie to begin with.
Same. I wanted to see Yelena. Like, I don't care for Natasha, and like, you know, so like for me, I'm like, I'm here to see Yelena, and that was the only takeaway I had from that film. After I was like, you know, and also Red Guardian was fun.
I was actually not a fan of turning Red Guardian into the fat Thor joke for that film. That was kind of
I kind of found him annoying. That character.
I wouldn't even call it annoying. I would just say that a lot of the humor fell on Harbor, and I'm not going to say that he delivered it not well. I'm just going to say that it just didn't land well enough for me.
I just don't like the body shaming in the MCU. I'm just like, okay,
same. You know what? Same. I'm kind of.
Well, as a plus size person myself, like I did not laugh when Endgame showed us what happened before. I'm like, I thought
that was the worst part of Endgame.
I was like, oh my god, he has an.
And then they did like the Fortnite joke, which was
okay. There's a part of me that is convinced that the whole Fat Thor bit in Endgame is a creation of Taika Waititi, and the Russos went fucking fine. All right, whatever.
It definitely is.
But I can't say that for sure because I don't know. That's just a cynical
and also
part
like in Ragnarok, they get rid of one of his eyes, and then the next movie they just
yeah. Don't even get me started on that. That bothers the shit out of me.
Ragnarok is not even Ragnarok's not even that great of a movie. It's a good movie, but it's like
either one of Taika's movies are good movies, Andy.
He's not a good filmmaker. That's why I'm like when people were like he should.
When they were like,
okay, you know what? Dave's right. Jojo Rabbit's not happening.
When they said he should join DC, I was like, fuck no.
He's gonna play Jimmy Olsen.
Well, he was already Ratcatcher.
Oh
yeah. He was the
Nathan Fillion was already in the Suicide Squad.
He was in Green Lantern 2011.
He was in Green Lantern.
Oh yeah.
And he was so annoying. He was so annoying.
More tolerable.
He's still annoying.
Well, he's the worst part of fucking Free Guy. That's for sure. I love Free Guy.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'll co-sign that.
Enjoy Free Guy.
Free Guy is great, but man, he.
Oh, by the way,
but then again, I'm like
Philip's challenge before. So I only have one of those last Avengers games in my top 5. My top 5 for the MCU films is No Way Home, Black Panther, Iron Man, Winter Soldier, and Endgame.
Okay, mine off the top of my head, I know for a fact is No Way Home, Loki, Doctor Strange, and Multiverse of Madness, Winter Soldier. Not in that order, but those are my top 5.
Yeah, mine is not that. I don't have a specific order either. God, Winter Soldier was so good. That's why I'm like, when people talk about like Captain America being a good trilogy, I'm like, trilogy? I didn't know that Captain America had a third movie come out.
Captain America is actually about to enter saga territory with number 4, Brave New World. That'll be interesting.
It's going to be interesting, and I think Chris Hemsworth is going to be in that. I'm just going to say that now.
You think Thor's going to show up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Any specific reason why you think that, or what do you?
I don't know. I just think like they're going to need something more, and I think I'm not saying that he's going to show up and like save the day. I just like maybe there's going to be old Steve Rogers. I don't know because Steve Rogers didn't die, right?
Oh, you said Chris Hemsworth. I thought you meant
Chris Evans. Did I say Hemsworth?
You did say Hemsworth.
Yeah, sorry. Too many Chris's in the
That's why I was like, really? Thor?
I'm like, why would 4 be?
No, Chris Evans. I think Chris Evans.
Chris
Griffin. That is offensive that you mixed up the Chris's and you mixed up the white people, Dave. That's offensive.
I know. See, well, we all look alike. We all look alike. Well, I'm only half. Anyway. No,
yes,
but
I kind of hope Steve has like at least a cameo or something.
Yeah, I think that there would be some kind of Steve Rogers. I don't know. Like I could see, a visitation or I don't know, something where it's like I think Chris Evans is going to show up, not Hemsworth. Evans, sorry, wrong.
Chris Griffin,
wrong.
Dave, you need to do an apology video. So go get the ukulele. I will start writing the lyrics, and you can.
Yeah, exactly.
I do not be a Bill Clinton. Yeah,
I would like to see Steve Rogers return for Secret Wars, but
he's going to.
You'd have to imagine like that.
Yeah,
that's kind of what they're leading towards.
I think we're getting.
And so is Tony Stark probably.
But I think we're getting both him as Steve Rogers and
then rebooted after that.
I think he's gonna come back as Johnny Storm as well.
I think that Andrew Garfield is totally going to get a black suit in Secret Wars.
Okay, why is everyone okay? So when I see all these fan art when it comes to the Spider-Man, everyone is convinced that Garfield will be the one that will black suit, not Tom Holland. Like, am I missing something, or is it like what are they treading on?
Well, I don't see why they both can't have black suits.
Yeah,
there you go.
I mean, he did have a black suit at Gwen's wedding.
I mean,
a funeral. So yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to say that maybe the symbiote jumps on to Peter too before it jumps on to Peter Tom. So I don't know.
Topher Grace is going to show up. Yeah.
I don't know.
What?
I think
No,
we need to start
no, not
talking about
Topher.
Rebel Moon
Topher.
now. I think we're talking too much about that.
Topher
Let's talk more
Grace.
about Rebel Moon.
Topher Grace Randolph.
Oh, Grace Randolph
I'm
did not
sorry.
even. She didn't even react to the Rebel Moon trailer. Did you guys notice that?
Wow. No, I did not.
no,
If you
I-
look
I-
at her,
I was
No,
surprised,
Dave, I don't
Dave.
subscribe to her. Yeah.
Dave, I'm so surprised.
She blocked me.
that-
She doesn't like me.
Oh, she
Aw.
unfollowed me finally. Remember, like she was following me. She unfollowed me finally. Yeah.
That flipping pancake, like is it's like she like why her not releasing something with Zack? I'm shocked. It's not like she like she it's not like she got him on this channel and then would drag him in later videos.
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. But apparently, I don't know if anybody wants to look it up, but apparently she didn't do a trailer reaction or breakdown for the Rebel Moon trailer. Somebody double check that, Droga. I know you're like typing in your computer. Raya, I wanted to get your opinion on the Rebel Moon trailer.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the trailer. I watched it twice. So I think the format that I watched the trailer is not ideal to what I should expect in the final product. One version of the trailer I saw was compressed on my phone, so a lot of the visual effects and camera work were probably not, what I should base my opinion on. Then watching it like at 1080p, like on a television, is also not ideal. So I preface what I'm about to say with that because I'm acknowledging that, what I'm seeing should not reflect what I should expect in the film, because I'm trying to keep in mind that, okay, yeah, the visual effects, in my opinion, I'm not like the biggest fan of the camera work that I see familiar callbacks to from Army of the Dead. There's some decisions around, the cinematography that.
Are you talking about the dream lens? Like, where
Yes,
it's like everything's blurred? Yeah.
Some people did not like it. I get it.
I pick and choose, where I feel like it is, I'm a fan of it, and then there are other times where I feel like I'm not too, jazzed on how this looks.
One of those,
but,
I think like, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think like when it comes to Zack, I think he was definitely experimenting because he used it in the nightmare scene for the additional photography for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I think maybe he's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't shoot an entire film like that. A sequence, sure, but not because just seeing people's reactions to it, and then even like watching it again, I'm like, I like it. I dig it. It's different stylistically. I dig it, and I dig what he was doing. But I can see it like it works better for the nightmare sequence in Zack Snyder's Justice League because it's a brief thing that is a literal dream sequence as opposed to a whole movie. But then again, I'm like, Zack, is Army of the Dead a dream sequence? Dun dun dun. We'll get to that in a little bit. Rhea, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm singing the praises of ensemble casts. So from what I did see, like visuals aside, I saw a lot of like compelling character interactions and dialogue, and I was able to get a sense of who a lot of like these figures would be in the story, as far as like how the clues I was picking up on in their interactions. So that's essentially what I'm looking for. I don't want like a grand, a grandiose sort of like visual spectacle, as much as, those are nice to have. I like when it's strategically placed in a great, acted and presented, as far as like well written and well spoken dialogue and convincing performances. Like that's kind of, the like it's a nice garnish is what I'm trying to say. So what I am essentially looking for is that auteurism that, we celebrate about Zack's work. And yes, like he's also a very compelling, visionary as far as like being auteurist for his how he designs his, his films to look as well. But I do want to see more of like, the prowess of, the ensemble cast interactions and how we connect with them, that we see that he also is adept at as well.
Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, some of the things that, I mean, obviously when it comes to the trailer, but I mean, it's definitely going to be something special. And like what Steven said last week on the stream is the fact that I mean, and it's funny too because I saw like people are passing around like people who were like shitting on it, and somebody was like Jesus Christ, this is a teaser trailer. It's 3.5 minutes. It's like, well, it's a teaser for the whole universe. It's 2 movies. Like some of the visuals we saw in there, we're not going to see in the first part. And I do like that.
By the way, that we have to speculate what is from what
I know which movie is from which movie. That's what's kind of cool about it. It's like, and I'm like, some of the backstory with Korra's character, maybe that's going to be in the second movie, or is that going to be flashback in the first movie? I don't know. So many things, and then of course Steven dropping that there's a Red Band trailer, which is like, God damn it. And then I was like, kind of curious.
Do we know when
like,
that's coming up? I don't. Sorry to interrupt, but do we know?
Yeah, no. That's the thing that I was going to be asking, Andy. It was like the fact that it's like, when does that get released? And I'm like, kind of going, well, if we're talking about the streaming platform, and we don't know. I mean, we know that the regular version is coming out in December, so then I'm kind of wondering, like, so what? How long did? I don't think we're going to actually get this Red Band trailer until the initial release for the PG-13 version is out, because I remember seeing people were like, he probably went. I was like, yeah, they might not. If you're thinking about it from a marketing standpoint, is like the fact is like, all right, you just release trailers, PG-13 type trailers for this movie, and then you go like, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, a month later, I don't know, you go like, oh yeah, you guys like this? Well, guess what? We have an hour of additional footage that is R-rated, and here's the fucking trailer for that. But then at the same time, if it's the same kind of teaser trailer that just had some longer scenes that had some blood splatter and some graphic violence, I don't know if that would actually be good to release afterwards, or I don't know. It's
that's what I'm confused about.
I don't get it. That's what I'm confused about too. Yeah,
is Red Band trailer like a Red Band trailer version of the trailer we just got, or is it Red Band trailer as like this is a new trailer?
I think it's that.
Well, I want a new
because
trailer.
According to Steven, we got the Green Band trailer of what we got 2 Tuesdays or a couple Tuesdays ago. So I don't know. Like,
this is really
then I'm
confusing.
Going like, maybe they shouldn't wait till after. I don't know.
I don't want a red trailer. I'd rather get an official trailer with new footage. Like I don't need like a Red Band version of something we've already seen.
Well, what's funny is like they usually release them at the same time.
I remember Craven did that.
So I'm almost kind of wondering maybe they won't release it at all, and they'll just be a different trailer.
Released the Red Band trailer.
I know, right?
Stop that hashtag.
Has Zack said anything on Vero or like
he has not. But I'm kind of wondering like, maybe like when it came to the trailer that we got, maybe there's just like when it comes to the Red Band trailer, it was probably like 17 seconds longer because it had some not even that, probably 7 seconds, because I remember like even Steven saying like, oh yeah, that hatchet that she has and throws, you actually see where it lands, but you don't see where it lands in the Green Band trailer. So I'm thinking like the Red Band trailer was specifically put out there for that event that happened,
it's possible.
Yeah, and maybe we won't get that, but we will get a Red Band trailer, a Red Band director's cut trailer after the initial movie has come out. Because
I would rather have that instead.
Yeah, it would be very stupid if they just released the same trailer that had 7 seconds of footage that just showed like the extension of certain scenes that showed graphic violence. So, but. Did you guys see the thing that was like apparently released today, that there's going to be an Army of the Dead Easter egg in Rebel Moon?
I saw that right before your show started.
You didn't see that, Raya? I see you shaking your head. Yeah,
I didn't see it either.
I'll be right back.
I'm trying to say as unfull as possible with Superhero Moon, because with superhero movies, because of my job, I have to be constantly spoiled or whatever. So, but like with a movie, I'm like, I'm actively not trying to look for too much. Like the trailer was like, I'm like, you know what? I'm good with the trailer. Like I could do one more trailer maybe, but like after that, I don't
Well,
want to see too
this
much.
is not really. It's not really a spoiler if you think about it. I mean, it's just the fact that, there was the Snyder cut reels were literally in Army of the Dead when they opened up the fucking safe. You could see the Snyder cut, reels.
But it's a fun
So-
thing to discover on our own. That's what's so fun
True.
about it. It's like
True, but Mr. Stephen Colbert.
It's like hearing about that like Snyder cut joke in Barbie. It's like, why couldn't we have just heard about it while watching it? Why do we
because
have to
people
hear
want
about
to
it?
people want to get retweets and shares and clicks.
Yeah, I know that. But
So it's just
God, scoopers, they're fucking annoying.
But one of the things that I'm trying to find it here. Okay, so but then we got like Stephen. See, Stephen posted this right here because
Stephen Amell?
Yeah, Stephen Amell posted this right here.
I stand with my union.
Nope, not that one. What the
No,
hell?
not
Why is
yeah.
this thing not
That's
working?
Stephen.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
all right.
Stephen Amell, but not stand with his union.
He's my Green Arrow.
All right. Well, that's
Justin Harley is my greener until Charlie Hunnam plays him.
No, until David Spade plays him.
David Spade.
I hate you. Like, why would you put that idea out there?
But look at this right here. None is going to be able to identify it until after Army of the Dead comes out. What? So even if there's no way we were going to even know about this. So Steven apparently, that's why I posted this right here. I was like, what? Throw a knife at Steven.
No,
Owner killer.
Dave.
Well, I literally have that drop.
Yeah, I know. I just like we
You
don't
have
want to
throw a knife at Steven.
Yeah.
Do you have that drop of Inspector Todd saying, "Don't think, Axel"?
No.
I kind of wish it was a good clip with Zack saying the name Andy just for my own amusement.
I know. No, but I'm like, okay, so it's going to be an Easter egg that whenever somebody spots it, we're not going to know exactly what it means until we see Planet of the Dead. That's what was kind of interesting about that. When Steven said that, I was like,
when does that come out?
That comes out. I mean,
they haven't even filmed it.
They haven't even that's the thing.
Dave, I want a date right now. Give me a date.
I know Dave knows something.
I don't know shit. But I mean, we got Las Vegas. We got Las Vegas. That's like the prequel. That's going to come out first. I mean, Planet of the Dead is probably not going to come out till 2025.
Until
that's not that far off. That's not
after
far away.
Zack finishes Justice League 3. What? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. When they sell it to Netflix.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm really looking forward to is the Norse gods thing, because like after watching Blood of Zeus, like I want to see
Twilight
more
of the
these
Gods.
shows.
But one of the things that I wanted to like when it comes to that whole Easter egg, I'm like, because there's always been a suspicion that maybe that Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead are in the same universe.
I've been thinking that
that'd be
too.
dope.
Like, yeah.
I wouldn't mind it.
I'm not saying like there's got to be like interact, but I'm just saying like, what if there? I mean, because let's face it, when you watch Army of the Dead, it's not just a zombie movie. There's more happening in this movie than
there are two spaceships that lead off in the very beginning.
Exactly. There's aliens, there's robots, and there's a crazy time loop thing. And then you have something called Planet of the Dead. That's going to be the next.
Is that maybe?
And then you're talking about a planet, and then you're talking about a space opera that he's creating that has to do with different planets and a rebel moon. And I'm like,
maybe like Rebel Moon is set in the future, and those.
But what if what if Planet is the film we get before Rebel Moon Part 3, and that is how they established it in the same world?
I don't know, man.
I'm here to talk to you about the Rebel Moon Initiative.
No, right,
boy. Don't bring in the MCNS into this. Like,
I'm sorry.
Do you have any thoughts, Raya? She's like,
no, y'all are going into deep cut territory. I'm like,
I know,
saw
right?
the trailer twice.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like the whole if there's a rebel, if there's an Army of the Dead Easter egg, do you think like there's a possibility that it's a shared universe that he's doing, even though they're so far away from each other when it comes to story and everything? Do you think that it might exist? I don't know. It's such a weird thing.
I don't want to say that it's not out of the realm of possibility, but I'm thinking
Yeah.
of like, how Army of the Dead had that Easter egg of like, Zack Snyder's Justice League cut, in the corner. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's fun to, have references of different work and across your creations, but I don't I personally, I'm not 100% on a fan of, needing to have all of your creations interlaced like canonically. It's nice as an Easter egg, but I personally would like to see each of these creations as standalones, because I want to see how you are able to communicate different narratives and different writing styles and different forms of your cinematography across different uh types of stories while still having like your auteurist, like signature across them. So for me personally, like, I'm a little worried about like, okay, if they are in a shared universe, I don't want them to be homogenized. I want to continue to see you grow and experiment across all these different, types of narratives. But that's just me. I'm not saying it's impossible and that it wouldn't be well executed. I'm just like, personally, I would hope to see like, some, kind of solo experiences with these different stories that I can just run with and not have to feel like I'm compelled, similar to how I feel with the MCU, like, oh, I have to pay attention to this in this content, I have to pay attention to that in this content. So I
That's
have
a
my
fair
own
point.
personal reservations, but maybe like I need to let go of those two and just accept the content as it is.
I think it's
it's
just
been the
gonna
one
be
that
like
be
a similar
organic.
thing. It's gonna be a similar thing to like how the Snyder cut was in Army of the Dead, but it was in like, I mean, it was not in the actual safe, like when they physically went there. It was like when they were running through the plan and they opened it up and it was like over there and it was a brief thing.
Yeah.
It
That's
might be
in
just
one of the
something like that.
timelines where the Snyder Cut does exist.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not like it was like meaning that the Justice League exists in the Army universe.
If
You know,
anything,
so-
DC Comics probably exists in that world. Like DC,
Yeah.
like there's some Black Lightning did this. Like in Black Lightning's universe, the DC characters they're combo characters.
Yeah.
So that's why when Black Lightning sees Superman for the first time in Crisis, he's like, "Shit, this is real." Oh wow, that's all this time. So like I think in Army of the Dead, like that's like DC exists as an entity, and like in somewhere in that world, Zack Snyder produced a Justice League movie. Hopefully not for Warner Brothers, because I don't need Warner Brothers to exist in any other universes. But yeah, it's probably one of those things. But like maybe Army of the Dead is in Rebel Moon. It is like a fictional work. Like it's it's a famous movie in their world, and maybe in Army of the Dead, Rebel Moon is like that's their Star Wars or whatever. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it could be just something like that, or it's not going to connect. But I remember when people were trying to make the connection just because, when it comes to zombies and that happen in this world, we all know that there's an alien aspect to it. But I do hope it's not. I hope it's
like
not
one of the
connected like that.
robots. Like, isn't there like robot in like one of the scenes?
Yeah,
in
yeah. There's
Army of the Dead
also a
that-
robot too. And
Maybe that
everybody's,
was
like, wondering
Jimmy.
about that.
I do kind of want to
No.
shout out our
Yes.
good friend William Powell from the Sci-Fi Center. He makes a great point on his show often about how he's frustrated that Rebel Moon is reduced to being like a Dune meets Star Wars type of story, because he notes that this the seven samurai sort of like thread of influence across film is seen not just in like let's say like Star Wars or like other ensemble westerns and like film throughout time since that original film came out, but there's also that thread of influence in Rebel Moon as well that like that is probably the most significant influence, at least like from his perception of the what little we know about the story and what we see in the trailer. So yeah, I really appreciate that take, because even before the trailer came out, I still felt like, again, like these preconceived notions of what we're going to, pick up on as far as like tropes we're looking for from like Dune and Star Wars, and like visual like references to what we perceive as a successful sci-fi fantasy adventure. I don't want to have those comparisons baked into what I am walking into to watch this brand new creative endeavor as, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
As long as
It
it's
does.
organic, it would be like that would be fun. Like if it's organic that they can exist in the same universe, sure.
Yeah.
But it's like, like I'm, if the Army verse and the Rebel verse are like their own things, that that's fine too. I'm just happy Zack gets to work, gets to thrive, he gets to make money.
But the comparisons, they're always going to be there. I mean, that's the sad
Right.
part.
But the good
because
figure
we
you
all
have,
know,
Dave.
because we all know that he did once pitch this story to Lucasfilm at one point. So, I mean, they're already doing that. But at the same time, there's even people who are just sick of where Star Wars is right now that are just going like, "Hey, Zack Snyder just like up the ante," and especially with Ahsoka coming out. And now they're just like, and it was funny too because people were like, yeah, he released the trailer when Ahsoka premiered like a day later, and it's like, yeah, but it's like it's not the same.
I love that people are like kind of like it's like Zack making a decision that when the trailer comes out, like, it's obviously Netflix thing. Like Netflix is like, oh,
Zack's a diehard Star Wars fan. He even said on this very stream, I believe, that he said that like when he was going to the set of Rebel Moon, he was watching episodes of Obi-Wan. He's a diehard Star Wars fan.
Yeah, that's rad.
I love how
he said that here. He might have said
how...
that somewhere else. I don't think maybe he didn't say that here, but
he did.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't know if he said that here. I'm trying to remember, but
he didn't.
Yeah, I don't think, maybe he didn't, but I think he was said in another quote somewhere that when he was being driven to the set of Rebel Moon, he was on his phone watching episodes of Obi-Wan because he is a Star Wars fan.
I felt like when he was driving himself, I'm like, you should not be watching yourself driving. I'm sorry, that's what I thought.
He's watching Obi-Wan. I'm assuming on his phone while he's like twisting and turning around those windy hills in Pasadena. Oh man, he's rolling the dice there.
They're trying, but he could have either been like, oh shit, Obi-Wan. And just keep driving. It's like, come on now.
No. He was always, there was somebody was picking him up. Come on, so then he could, take in that content. But yeah, he's a big Star Wars fan. Let's face it.
He's a nerd. Like I love that.
Yeah, he's a nerd like all of us. So I mean,
he probably had his own Alfred driving around. He's just like, hey, run around the block one more time. I'm almost at the end of the episode.
Right, exactly. One more pass around because, well, I know like there's no way that he like went home every day where he was filming when it came to a certain spot. Yeah, he definitely probably stayed somewhere because it was pretty far from Pasadena. It's pretty far from me. So yeah, he probably got picked up and yeah, he probably like, all right, well, I'm gonna watch this episode of Obi-Wan and probably, I mean, God knows, because where they filmed that was like out in the middle of nowhere in a certain county, like way up, like not way up north, but
Inyo County, I think is what it was called.
Yeah, it was Inyo County, which is probably
Inyo County.
Yeah, it's called Inyo County. Crazy.
Inyo
County, which is probably like if Phil and I were to drive to that direction, it'd probably be like we almost make it at the same time. I'm very south. He's north, so we probably would end. It's like that. So there's no way that
drive. I mean, who drives faster? That is the bigger question.
Exactly.
Well, I didn't drive when we were in Pasadena. Dave and Ishan did.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't have a license.
What? You don't have a license?
Yeah, I don't have a license.
Oh my god!
But you know what? I don't have a driver's license either.
Oh wow! Look at you guys in the different.
I live in a city where like bikes are like the
I just walk. That's all.
Dude, like Andy, me too. So like I barely just got my license when I turned 30, almost like
wow.
2 years ago. And yeah, I live in a very metropolitan, walkable city as well. So I have a license. I won't say that like I know how to drive necessarily. Like if someone was like, drive my car as a designated driver, I'd be like that's a lot of pressure. So yeah, like I have my license, but I wouldn't say like I'm a very like capable driver.
So you
Well,
don't
I'm
have
a
a
bike.
car, of course. Yeah. Wow.
Right.
I mean,
Wow.
what's great about bike riding is the fact like I can like take shortcuts and like I can make my own path. Whereas with cars, like well, first of all, like all the expense that comes with a car, but then also you have to like you like I can't just run over a hill if I wanted to. With a bike, I can do that. So um, plus I guess it's better for the environment and all things like that. But like yeah, like I'm a bike guy, so um.
Interesting. Yeah, there's no
Mm.
way. Yeah. No way I could do that where I'm
Not
at.
everyone
Same.
can be as powerful as you, Dave.
Well, I mean, a lot of people have cars,
Yeah.
but
I have a
yeah,
car.
man, no, that's good. I mean, if you can not have it, fine. I mean, I wish I didn't have my car payment. So,
Fair
No,
point,
I have
yeah.
a car
like
payment, and I have a
like
nice car.
it's enough having to pay for this, like because I own this apartment, so like again, and my my mortgage is about to go up. So, like I could not, even if I want to get a car, I can't. Like if I don't have the luxury of that money. So
Yeah. It can be, yeah. It's funny because working from home, it's great because my electric bill has gone up, ever since I started working from home, obviously during the summer because I have the AC like running. And then I'll even say like, oh yeah, my electric bill was blah blah blah. And they're like, holy shit. I'm like, yeah, but I get gas like once a month because I don't have to
only
get gas.
once a month.
Oh yeah, I
Damn.
get gas once a month because I don't have a commute. My commute is literally from my bed to right there. It's like
Yeah.
that's it. I don't have to commute. So there's days where I don't even drive at all unless I have to go pick up something. But other than that, I don't have to drive. So I mean, obviously, that's what's great. Like anytime that we have to take like trips, which we have this summer, like I've been to Vegas, I've been to Lake Havasu, drove out to LA last weekend for the Metallica concert. It's like I'm always like, yeah, I'll drive because I don't have a commute. Let's do this. So
The tank is full. It's just ready to go.
yeah, exactly. So I'm like, all right, might as well. But yeah. But yeah, when it comes to Rebel Moon, I mean, there was that little tidbit right there, and other things. I mean, the theatrical thing is like, man, that's one of those things where I'm like,
If Netflix were smart, but they're not.
I know, but at the same time, I get it because business wise, they're looking at it like they can't afford it, kind of thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, so
Like,
no
too
one
much
can afford
money.
anything right now because
Yeah.
I mean, the strikes are still happening, and
Right.
the economy is what it is. So
It's all pretty crazy right now because you can't have any actors promote anything. You can only have directors, which it's an interesting thing.
I was
yeah,
gonna mention too, like, I feel like there was this whole argument around people just don't have money for leisure and entertainment. And I'm just like, BS, like,
no, it's not
Disneyland, Disney World is sold out, impacted. You can't even like get into those places. Movie theaters are selling out, for screenings of like these major like
Taylor
non-comic
Swift.
book movies.
Did you see the Taylor Swift thing?
The Swifties, are getting all these like, the Beyonce concerts, sold out months ahead. Like, come on,
Yeah.
there's plenty of money to go around for leisure and entertainment.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
Taylor Swift's they're gonna show her concert later this year on the big screen, and it already sold like 30 million worth of fucking tickets. It's like, what the hell? So
They've made popcorn buckets already.
something else that we could try and sell out at the same time is that people go watch Blue Beetle right now.
I know you would really hope that they could support.
We
like, the
don't
little
have
guy.
it in goddamn Australia yet.
Axel, do you promise when this guy comes to your country, are you gonna watch his film in theaters?
Yes, because I want to watch it.
Okay,
There you
good,
go.
good.
And then I'll
good.
watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem.
Yeah, you guys.
Wonderful.
Good one.
Everything's so late. Everything's on a boat right now.
Yeah, ironic because we're in the future. And-
Yeah, I know, right? You're ahead of us when it comes to time, but You get
We're so
you get all-
behind when it comes to movie culture.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, Blue Beetle is Rhino Blue Beetle has now collected 85 million at the box office. It's almost made back its budget at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And plus,
Yeah.
like, it has been one of like the most appealing marketing campaigns I've personally ever seen for a comic book movie. Dave, you've been sharing a lot of like the different posters, and I'm like, these go hard as F. Like, dude,
the posters have been fantastic.
That's why
Yes.
it's so hard for me to pick. That's why it's so hard for me to pick like which Blu-ray case I'm gonna buy, because there's like free designs right now. Like one that is, I think, a Walmart exclusive. One is an Amazon exclusive. I'm just like, fuck, I may need to buy all of them.
yeah, there's like, I feel like there's not enough discussion around merchandise as much as we like focus on like box office returns and the perception that we have around marketing being like, the same cost as, production. It has to make 3x in order to make profit, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, there are so many other factors that, some people are, bringing up as well. Like, yeah, merchandise, licensing, streaming. Yeah, those are all things that I feel like carry on the legacy of these movies and continue to generate profit for them. And so, yeah, I just kind of wanted to throw that out there too.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, every poster that's come out, I'm like, that's good. That's great. That's great.
And they're honoring, they're bringing to life like certain comic book art and so on. And it's like,
that's what sucks. I mean, damn, we've had like so many like comic book movies, and now it's just kind of like, but even Marvel's struggling, they're struggling too. I mean, it's not like DC has just never found their footing, even though like if they just let a certain director just do his thing, they could have just been a lot better shape than they are now. But even when it comes to Marvel, it's like they're, after the Infinity Saga, they've been trying to be like, all right, now we got to figure out what's next, and they're
not doing anything with these new characters like Moon Knight.
Well, they are, but
yeah,
Kamala is actually like the only one that has like instantly, like, since her debut is like, she's like, we're gonna see her again, but like we haven't Kamala.
Oh yeah.
Marvel. We haven't seen Shang-Chi. We haven't seen Moon Knight anywhere. We haven't seen
Shang-Chi was great. Shang-Chi was great. Miss Marvel was great.
Shang-Chi was fine.
WandaVision was pretty great. Like when it comes
to Harry Styles at whatever his character was.
God.
Eros.
Dude, when I remember watching that in the theaters, and when
you saw it in theaters?
I did. Well, it was Eternals. It was,
So did I.
And I remember sitting there. I remember sitting there with my brother, and like we were sitting in there. It was a big theater, and it was, it was pretty full. And then, so many like there was a lot of young ladies in there that were like, "Oh my god!" And I'm like, I looked at my brother. I'm like, they have no idea who this character is. It's just because it's Harry Styles. And sure enough,
it took me 3 days to finish that movie.
Understandable. Okay, I guess it should have been a series, to be honest.
No, hell
no. I think it should have been. I think it could have benefited to be in a series, but at the same time, I'm like, they needed better lead actors.
They just needed good characters and a good story.
It's like some of the characters were good, in my opinion, but like the
I don't remember a single name of them.
The two lead actors were the unknowns, and then you had Angelina Jolie and Salma Hayek and Barry Keoghan. It's like, okay, these are like actors that can lead a movie, and they're side characters, and then you have these two, and it's like they're not exactly leading this movie, Anyway,
she was in that movie.
Salma Hayek, yeah, she was in that movie.
She was Ajax.
Yeah.
I don't.
No, I thought that was Ed Skrein from Deadpool. What? No, I'm just kidding.
No, his name is Francis, which is James Gunn's middle name.
Ha!
Yeah, funny how that worked out.
Oh, I'm gonna bring that up next time.
I something that should have been a TV show. I honestly feel Fantastic Four should have been a Disney Plus show.
It should have been.
Like, really flesh out these characters. Also, like we need more ensemble TV shows again, especially the comic book genre. So, but hey, I'm sure if whether Margot Robbie or Adam Driver, whoever the fuck ends up being in Fantastic Four, I hope it works out.
Jack Wade's gonna be human torture.
Who?
No,
No.
Jack Wade.
From the
It's
White Stripes?
Wait, who's that?
From the boys. From the
Oh,
boys.
Jack
I
Wade.
thought
Oh
Jack
yeah.
White
no.
was. Isn't
Jack
Jack White?
Quaid.
Even yeah.
Oh, Jack Quaid. I thought you said
Yeah.
White.
I'm like,
No.
who's Jack White? Like that's like there's like 1,000 Jack Whites.
I thought you were talking about the singer from the White Stripes. You know, Jack White. The
I don't. He would not even know who that is. He like wasn't.
He probably doesn't.
Dave,
He's like, who the fuck?
Dave,
you
I'm
talking
young. I don't know. Yeah. What are you talking about, mate?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
but if you heard one of the songs, you'd be like, "Oh, I know that song," because one of the songs was actually, it was the Comic-Con Justice League trailer. They had a White Stripes song, Jack White. Yeah. Ba-na-na-na, boom, boom. Yeah, come on.
Yeah,
If you
7
watch,
Nation
Which
Army.
which one? Wait, which one was it? 'Cause I
not
know
the
they had
first. I
one-
don't think it was the Comic-Con trailer for Justice League.
2016. It was 7 Nation
Yeah,
Army.
it had the White Stripes.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
God, that was such a slow trailer. It was like, oh, is he joining? No, he's not. Oh,
Oh wait, no, it wasn't
Yeah.
7 Nation Army. It's Icky Thump.
It was it wasn't Seven Nation Armies. It was
it
was the other one.
Icky Thump.
The better
Yeah.
White Stripe song.
Yeah, I
Seven
agree.
Nation Army is fine, but I like that song. So I was like, that's cool, but I think that was not what Zack Snyder wanted. I think that was like when shit was going down. So, but anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this stream up right now. Phil, I think are you getting a cold?
You know what? I've been dealing with one all week, and it's just like starting to come to a head now. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
people
like,
in the
you know,
chat are
like-
Be
saying,
safe
who's
at the
snorting?
convention, man.
yeah, I'll try to be.
Yeah,
Wear a
I know.
mask
That's
and all
right.
that
Oh,
fun
that's right. You're
stuff.
supposed to go tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
put on a mask,
Check
please. I
that
don't want
out.
you to get sick.
Right.
Yeah. But we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Of course, always fun as usual. Raya, thank you, of course, for being the featured guest. And, hopefully you'll come back and talk this nerdy nonsense as we do. Always fun.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Always a pleasure to come and
Yeah.
support you, whether it be on the member stream or gabbing about Full Circle. Yeah, I just appreciate you and your community being so welcoming and supportive. And it's always a pleasure to come and hang out here.
Always. Go ahead and promote your channel and everything.
So you can pretty much find me anywhere at Glimmering Harpy, and I am making strides to kind of also do more film focused content, because at Glimmering Harpy is mostly where a lot of my gaming content lives, and streams and all this other stuff. But if you're interested to hear more of my terrible film and industry takes, I am making some more content on the Glimmercast. So that is a channel that I've started recently that has some of my movie talk content on there as well. So yeah, thank you again for all the support.
No, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. And yeah, guys, subscribe to all of that, please. And we'll go around the horn. Axel, you're next. Promote.
You can find me at Droga52 on YouTube. You can find me at Twitter via Axel R. Droga. And yeah.
That was great.
All
like
right.
it.
Pretty
Yeah.
fucking good, man.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah,
Phil,
game.
fill up. Lip.
Oh, my guy. Thank you again for the invite. As always, it's always nice to catch up with everyone here. If anyone wants to check out any of my nerdiness, I'm on the Four Nerds every Thursday. We did an episode yesterday. I also do a Batman podcast with my longtime friend Craig. We just dropped an episode pertaining to some of the stuff we talked about here, specifically like James Gunn's comments and how I personally just feel all that nonsense regarding certain sections of the fandom is just fucking ridiculous. But, again, check that out on the interwebs. Just again, the Eternal Night podcast. You can also follow me just at Unfiltered pretty much anywhere. X, Threads, Instagram, you name it.
There you go. All right, Andy.
You can find again, as always. I always love coming on. It's like one of my fun new Friday activities. At some point, I want to just be able to drink some vodka though. I was like, I'm so sick of that. I'm just bringing sodas to a stream that has more alcohol in it. So, but you can find me at Anybody on all the social medias. You can also find me as one of the co-hosts of the Flash podcast, and I run Multiverse of Color, an entertainment website from primarily a lot of people of color and the LGBT community. I'm also a senior writer at Screen Rant. I don't write cool shit like Steven does, but if you like to keep up to news, I got you covered. And I also co-host Endless Multiverse with Jordan at Chainsaw React's YouTube channel on Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Nice. All right, guys. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Scott and KC for also joining in. Thank you, everybody who was in the chat and spending time with us. Always fun. Thank you, Raya, Axel, Philip, and Andy for being a part of this. We will talk to you guys later.